It was a mysterious world. This darkness is like a venomous snake that also looks at its prey, waiting for an opportunity, where the highest types of predators can often disguise themselves as the most harmless. If you don't pay attention, they'll take advantage of it. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts, cyborgs, puppets, they are everywhere in this world, even in human blood. It's home to all the most terrifying creatures imaginable. In this world, the main character is just an apprentice in an ordinary pharmacy. He must always remain calm, because if he shows even the slightest fear, the darkness will consume him. This is the very truth that he came to during 2 years of traveling around this world. During these 2 years, he only did one thing. Suddenly, a voice called out to the main character, "Hey, Linen. It's about time, go hang up the lamp outside and get ready to open the store." Linen said he was coming right now. Right after that, his eyes lit up and he saw dialogue boxes. They read, "You have received a task from your teacher Bloodsaw Maniac. Prepare for the opening of the store and hang the shower lamp on the door. Quest rewards, X10 skull coin, X5 base experience, 100 milliliters pure human blood." Linen was a little surprised to finally see the system 2 years after coming to this world. He got up from his chair and said that there was no time to deal with this, we must go and at all costs fulfill the teacher's assignment. Linen opened the door and saw a teacher who looked like a huge butcher standing in the doorway, holding someone's corpse in his hands. Linen thought that he might have died fainting if he had seen this in the past, but now he was already used to it. 2 years ago, teacher was the one who saved Linen. In return, he began to study medicine with him and help in business. This kind of life is a bit boring, but there's nothing to complain about. After all, being able to survive in this world is already considered a miracle. Linen held a match to the lamp, dripped blood, and evil spirits began to swirl around it. He went outside and hung up the lamp. A dialogue box appeared stating that you had received X10 skull coins, X5 base experience, 100 milliliters of human blood. Oh, and that's the whole quest. It was easy. Suddenly, an old woman in a black cloak turned to the main character. In her hands was a lamp made of human skin of the face. She turned to the guy and said good morning. She also asked for some garbage that is not a pity. The dialogue box appeared. Remember that scavengers are after human flesh. Your additional task, share useless garbage. Reward, scavengers favor +10, +20 skull coins, scavengers reward 1. Linen asked her to wait a bit and then thought that it would be better to get rid of her as soon as possible. Linen took out a bag with someone moving and gave it to the old woman. She thanked him. The dialogue box appears, you have received a reward. Scavenger favor +10, skull coins +20. The old woman said that Linen was very kind and gave him the reward. She put 2 fingers to her eyes and squeezed them out, then gave him her eyes. A dialogue box appears. You can choose to accept or not accept this award. If you reject it, you will receive -50 scavenger favor points. The main character smiled nervously and said that he would accept them. After that, the old woman turned around and left. A dialogue box appeared. You have received the scavenger's reward, 1 tailor's eye, 1 butcher's eye, scavenger's favor +20. The main character exhaled and walked back to the house. He said, I have heard from master in the past that there is a tailor's shop and a butcher's shop nearby. In the tailor's shop they sew from human skin, and in the butcher's shop they sell human flesh. And what scavenger just gave me is the eyes of both shopkeepers. There is one rule in this world, never dare to offend a creature from the dark. The teacher is still busy, so why not study the system? The main character calls the system window. Name, Linen, 17 years old. Level 2. Race, human. Strength, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 7. Physique, 3. Basic skills. Home economics average, 900 out of 1000. Drug production initial, 2100th. Skull coins, 100. Reputation, none. Description, an unknown assistant from Bloodsaw Pharmacy. Weak, but smart and young, a human male. He has already lived in this world for 2 years, but you can never predict at what point he may die. Linen looked at the status window and thought that it looked similar to the ones found in video games. He thought that as long as he completed the tasks, his level, attributes, and abilities would increase, so the chance of survival would also increase. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. The pharmacy master was standing in the doorway with a bloody bag. He said that he would leave for a while and return in 2 days. He said, keep an eye on the pharmacy and don't forget to close the doors. Don't let any thieves steal anything. The teacher status window opens. Bloodsaw Maniac. Race, Sewing Monster. Level, Unknown. Attributes, Lawful Evil. Combat Strength, don't try to provoke him. Description, owner of Bloodsaw Pharmacy in Wandering Soul Alley, skilled in performing all types of operations. In addition to operations, he also has some interesting business. A system window with a new task appeared in front of Linen. You have received a task from your teacher Bloodsaw Maniac. Keep an eye on the store. Completion reward, 50 skull coins, 100 base experience points, 1 special reward. In this system window, a line for failing the quest also appeared. The supply storage of the pharmacy could use some more parts. Linen asked the teacher if there was anything else worth paying attention to. The teacher thought for a moment, then said, if they have money, take it. If they don't, then take something of equal value in return. And if they don't have any money and don't want to pay, then take this item and take it yourself. The teacher handed Linen the item and the item status window appeared. Bloodsaw's razor blade. Condition, excellent. Level, unknown. Owner, Bloodsaw Maniac. Description, boning knife often used by the owner of Bloodsaw Pharmacy. It's razor sharp and can cut through flesh and souls unhindered. After using this knife for a certain amount of time, you will have an overwhelming desire to cut things. Linen accepted razor blade. Uchidal tak babble. Don't forget to feed little baby after closing up the shop. My little baby has not eaten for a long time. The system window appeared. You have received a task from the teacher. Sort out expired medicine and feed little baby in the backyard. Quest completion rewards 10 skull coins minus 10 little baby's favorability plus 1 housekeeping. Finally, the teacher turned around and said that no matter what sounds you hear outside, you can't leave the range of the soul lamp. Even if someone asks for help, ignore it. Don't forget to close your doors and windows at night. No matter who calls you, be quiet. If anyone comes in, kill them. The teacher left the building. Linen scratched his head and thought that the next 2 days would be terrible. After that, Linen, along with the knife that the teacher gave him, sat at the table and listened to the ticking of the clock. At one point, the clock rang and someone knocked on the door. Outside the door, they asked if the pharmacy owner was still there. Linen looked through the door peephole and saw the system window. You have received a task from Blood Puppet. Treat the injured doll. Completion reward, plus 50 skull coins, plus 50 surgical ability experience points, and 1 special reward. A small girl in a skirt was standing outside the door with a doll. They were smeared with blood. Linen looked at the doll's status window. Blood Puppet. Level 5. Race, Flesh Blood Evil Spirit. Attribute, Chaotic Neutral. Combat capability, you can provoke it a little. Description, in Wandering Soul Valley, a puppet appears, searching for mommy with a doll as her peer. Whoever dares to snatch her favorite dolly will find themselves a new home in its belly. Tears appeared on the girl's face and she plaintively asked to heal her doll. The soul lamp is only reacting slightly. It doesn't look like she is dangerous. Linen opened the door and asked the girl to come inside. She thanked him. Thanks to the soul lamp, no one will be able to enter unless I invite them, unless they are someone powerful. Linen closed the door, and the girl with the doll walked into the house and sat down at the table. Linen approached her and thought, to be a valuable employee, it is necessary to bring in more business. Besides, the evil spirits and monsters in this place aren't inherently bloodthirsty. After all, they also just want to live their lives. With that said, the condition is to avoid discussing their taboos. The girl broke the silence first and said that the doll's hand was missing. She couldn't find it no matter what she did. The girl said that this is her most favorite doll and if this goes on, the doll will die. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes and her mouth turned into a wide mouth with fangs. The girl looked at Linen hopefully. You can save her, can't you? Linen swallowed nervously and said that he definitely could. A dialogue box appeared. Linen sanity -5. The main character took out a magnifying glass and carefully examined the doll's wound. Dialogue boxes appeared. The wound shows signs of teeth marks, which preliminarily matches the dental characteristics of the patient's family member. The blood found in the family member seems to match with the patient's blood. The preliminary diagnosis is that the patient's family member ate one of the patient's arms. Linen was surprised that the system was helping him with the diagnosis because he didn't expect it. The main character asked the girl a question, have you eaten anything lately? The girl replied that she was very hungry and had not eaten anything for many days. Also, the girl remembered that last night she dreamed that she ate a lot of delicious things, such as meat, hair, ears. All these were her favorite dishes. They were delicious. Both the girls' and doll's faces contorted in pleasure after talking about it. The dialogue box showed that Linen's sanity level was already -10. Linen rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, if that's the case, I have a suspicion that when you were dreaming, you accidentally ate the doll's arm. The doll crackled and began to repeat how much it loved its mother. Linen asked the girl if she felt any discomfort lately. The girl replied that her stomach felt like it was scratching, as if something was scratching inside. The girl clutched her stomach. Linen sat down at the table and started writing something. He said, then it's likely the case. It seems the arm hasn't been digested yet. What do you prefer, surgery or physical therapy? The girl asked about surgery, how it will be performed. The doll started repeating the word surgery. Linen took out a blade and stuck it into the table next to the doll. He said, it's simple, I'd cut open your abdominal cavity and take this out. The girl got scared and asked what about physical therapy. Linen pulled the knife out of the table and said that this option is much easier. Just get it directly. The price in this case is even cheaper. The girl nervously agreed to this option. Linen replied that there was no problem. In this case, he would take care of everything. He asked the girl, "Do you want me to take it out from the top or the bottom?" The main character put on gloves and approached the girl. He said, "Relax, no matter if it's from the top or bottom, I'm not going to hurt you. Are you ready?" The girl shook with fear, then her face changed to anger. She said, "How about we call it a day for today? I don't want medical treatment anymore." Linen waved his finger and said, "I can't do that. My teacher has told me all customers must be treated once they enter the store. Otherwise they will have to leave something behind." The girl shook and agreed. She asked to do it from the top. Linen sat the girl down on a special chair and asked her to open her mouth wide. The girl opened her widest mouth with fangs, and the main character turned away a little in disgust because of the smell. Linen took the ring from the table and put it in the girl's mouth. Then with all his strength he put his hand in her mouth and tried to get the eaten hand. "Don't move, it will be over soon." He moved his hand in her stomach and several dialogue boxes popped up. "You have received 50 rotten meat. You have received 2 unknown ear. You have received 5 rotten meat. You have received 1 comb." Eventually, he found his hand and took it out, then rinsed it with water. "On Skazel, that night you unknowingly ate your doll's arm. She didn't remind you since you were hungry. In the future, please refrain from eating strange things. You won't be able to digest them easily." He threw his hand on the table in front of the girl and took out a thread and needle and asked, "The cost of stitching will be 30 skull coins. Would you like to proceed with the stitching now?" The girl agreed, but her doll screamed and did not agree with it. Linen said, "Good, help me hold her still. I'm going to stitch it now." The girl agreed and pressed the doll to the table. Linen's eyes lit up and he took off. He stuck a needle in his shoulder and started sewing on his arm. Dialogue boxes appeared. +1 surgical ability experience point. Linen continued to level up his surgery skills and finally finished. He cut off the thread and looked at the doll. The doll lay exhausted. Linen took out the medicine and passed it to the girl. "Apply this medication once a day. She should recover after a week." He poured medicine on the newly stitched wound and the doll screamed while grabbing her hand. Then it jumped on the girl and asked her to leave here as soon as possible. Linen started counting the money for the treatment. Physical therapy was 10, sewing 30, medicine 70. That will be a total of 110 skull coins. Thank you for your visit. I hope to see you again. The girl pulled the steel circle out of her mouth and then took out the coins. "I only brought 20 coins. Linen picked up the knife that his teacher gave him and said, "That's still 90 coins short. You can use a part of your body as collateral. I can help you cut it for free." Linen waved the knife in front of her face. The girl, frightened, fell from her chair and said that she had 10 more coins. The main character replied that in this case, the girl still lacks 80 coins. The girl said that she would buy medicine next time. Linen replied that in this case, 20 coins are still needed. The girl asked, "Can I do it on credit?" Linen Otvatil, "We're a small business, we can't do it on credit. How about you leave an eyeball behind? That way you can keep the medicine and I will even give you 40 coins as change." The girl clutched her eye and asked if there was anything else she could pay for. Linen asked her to name what she could pay. The girl was embarrassed and offered to pay with her body. Hearing this, the main character was surprised. "You can do that." He was deep in thought. "Can it really be done this way?" Linen looked at the girl again and replied, "I don't accept body payment, I just want your right eye. Don't worry, you can redeem it later when you earn money." The girl began to cry and agreed. The doll tried to dissuade the girl, but the girl had already pulled out her eye and put it in the solution. A dialogue box appeared. "You have obtained a rare item, Blood Doll's Right Eye 1. Carrying this increases hunger by 10. Can use skill, Invincible Stomach. You have completed the quest. You receive quest rewards, Skeleton Coins 50, Surgical Ability Experience 50. Special reward, Blood Doll's Fear plus 30, Blood Doll's Doll Fear plus 50. Linen bowed to the girl and said, "Done. I'll welcome you back next time. The Bloodsaw Apothecary sincerely serves you." The girl began to cry and walked towards the exit. "A shady shop. I won't come back again. I want to find Mom." Linen was surprised at how quickly she decided to leave and looked at the dialogue box. "You triggered a hidden quest. Blood Doll finds Mom. Help the Blood Doll find her mother. Quest completion reward, Blood Doll's Affection plus 200. Blood Doll's Doll Affection plus 100. Special reward, +1. Current quest completion, 2%. Linen thought deeply and looked at the tray. On the tray were Unknown Woman's Hair 50, Unknown Woman's Ears 2, Unknown Woman's Comb X1. Linen thought about it. If I'm not mistaken, the little girl has done even more terrifying things. Oh well, I'll talk to her next time she comes. Speaking of quest rewards, I've accumulated quite a few skeleton coins. This stuff is the world's basic currency, usable as general equivalent goods. Linen put the coins in his tongue purse. It's a pity I haven't stepped out of this shop in the past 2 years, no chance to use it. Money isn't a problem, there'll be opportunities to use it in the future. Suddenly, a giant pig appeared in front of him, towering over the guy. One of his eyes was missing. He was wearing a bloodstained apron. He was looking down at Linen with a frenzied gaze. Level 21, Race, Aberration, Attribute, Lawful Evil, Combat Ability, as long as you're willing to be eaten. Description: owner of the Ghost Lane Pork Shop. He's your friendly neighbor and is very willing to share with you the game she just slaughtered, or share you with others. Lens favorability -5. In one eye of the pig, the silhouette of a rat was displayed. In the hero's hand was a lighted lamp. Linen smiled and said to him, "Hello, welcome to the Bloodsaw Apothecary. How may I assist you?" In the demon's hand was a huge, bloody blade. Because he's protected by the soul lamp, ordinary wandering spirits wouldn't dare lay a finger on him, and even if they did, he can suppress them using the power of the soul lamp. But there are also those extremely evil guys. For them, in this world, rules don't really exist. The demon strode inside, holding the eye that had been knocked out. He started to get angry, saying that the old woman had knocked out one of his eyes because of some nonsense, and the next time he met her, it would be different. Pig walked in and sat down, looking back at Linen. He asked the hero where his boss was, and that he would go out and sell him a new eye. He would exchange it for a good catch from the hunt. Linen calmly replied that the teacher was away and he would help him with it. A red sign appeared with the description, "Task from Pighead Demon. Help the fat man find a suitable eyeball. His reward, +50 skeletal coins, +50 healing experience, +20 demon blessings, +1 special reward." Pig frowned and looked at him, asking again. A red sign flashed, indicating that the chance of danger had risen to 89%. They looked at each other in silence. Pig still agreed, saying that in this case he should do it. Linen agreed. Fortunately, he didn't lie about the teacher's departure. Otherwise, if he suspected a lie, he would definitely attack. Linen stood with his back to the demon, holding a flask of red liquid and eyes in it. Several such flasks were placed in front of him. He said they had human eyes, pig eyes, death eyes, bat eyes, and blood doll eyes, prices varying from eye to eye, and what he wanted out of it. Pig stood in front of him, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. He replied that his eye would do just fine. Linen pointed a finger at himself, asking again. Another red sign appeared with a description, Health Linen -10, and the chance of danger increased to 91%. Pig pointed an affirmative finger at him, saying, "Yes, why don't you sell it?" Linen silently averted his gaze to the side, raising his hand to his face. He dug his fingers into his eye socket as Pig stared open-mouthed at him. He tore out his eye. A red sign that read, "Jin, communication with the host's body is lost. Ding, the organ is missing." On Linen's arm was his own eye, which he had just torn out. He said that it will cost 200 skeleton coins, and if the eye fits him, then in this case there will be no refund. Pig was indignant, saying that this can't be, it's impossible. The demon's health is -20. He remembered how the old woman had removed his eye. When she did this, he was in unbearable pain, and Linen, an ordinary person, pulled out his eye without changing his face. A sign appeared, "Ding, the chance of danger has dropped to 50%. Linen stood in front of him with an eye in his hands. The pig continued to stare back with shock on its face. He decided that Linen couldn't be human, and the shopkeeper turned him into a monster. Pig looked away, saying that he didn't need his eye, he needed his own, and unfortunately they didn't have one. The chance of danger has dropped to 45%. Linen put his eye to the bloody eye socket, putting it back in place. He looked at the pig carefully, scratching the back of his head. He knew which eye he would choose for him. The demon was surprised by his words, exclaiming. Linen held out an open palm in front of him, on which lay an eyeball the color of a pig's eye. He asked if it was the same eye. Pig wondered where it came from. He was looking down at the eye in the palm of his hand. Linen stretched out his lips in a small smile, putting his hand to his injured eye. This morning he met a kind grandmother who decided to give him such a toy. He dropped his eye to the table. Pig stared at him, dumbfounded. This scavenger was a real monster that could easily have taken his head off, so she had actually given his eye to an ordinary apprentice. The demon's health dropped by another -30. Linen chuckled. There was a notification that the chance of danger has decreased to 20%. Pig asked, how could he offer an eye to him when the old woman gave it to Linen? The apothecary replied that she did not give it away, but sold it. Its price was 200 skeleton coins. The young man pointedly bent 3 fingers on his hand, showing the pig the number 2. The demon reasoned to himself that Linen, apparently, was not afraid of the old woman's anger at all, and with these thoughts he agreed to buy back his own eye. He pulled out the bag, spilling a few gold coins onto the table. With a clang, they fell in front of Linen. The chance of danger has dropped to 10%. Linen smiled slightly as he adjusted his gloves. He told the demon that this would be settled, specifying where he could put his eye back in, here or on the operating table. Pig frowned a little and replied that he should do it here. The demon thought that the guy must have been joking. Who would dare go under the knife of the apothecary from Wandering Souls Lane? Linen stood in front of Pig and told Tom to keep his head straight and not move. If it hurts, you can shout. Pig let out an indignant cry at his words, answering if he really thought he was afraid of pain. Linen took out a huge sharp knife in front of him, causing the demon to immediately jump up. The apothecary heated the point of the blade over the candle flame. Pig immediately shivered, his bravado gone. He lay down with his head on a small table. Did you really need a knife to insert the eye? Linen pulled out a huge knife, running his fingers through it. He said that his eye was covered with blood clots and small stones. Linen asked if he would let him help him clean it up. He added that this service was absolutely free for Esvin. The demon hesitated, looking at the apothecary in horror and telling him to take his time and wait a minute. The demon's health dropped by -10. Linen walked over to the pig, raised the knife over it, and began to cut open the empty eye socket. Each time, his knife skill increased by +1, notifying him 3 times. Linen exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He said they were almost done. The apothecary thought to himself that what was strange was that his knife skill had increased, not the experience of performing surgery. Linen smiled coldly as he cupped the torn eye with tweezers. He told Pig that he was going to put his eye back in. The pig lay there and continued to tremble in front of him. Without paying much attention to this, the apothecary calmly continued to tell him not to move, otherwise he might insert it backwards. The pig seemed to be already unconscious. His one eye rolled back in his head and the table frothed from his mouth. Linen remembered that he had forgotten to use anesthesia, and he seemed to have forgotten about it back when he was sewing up the doll. The apothecary spread his hands, looking at the patient in front of him. It didn't matter anyway. Pig suddenly opened his eye, looking at the flask that Linen was holding. It said 502. It seems that the demon found out exactly what Linen was holding. The guy looked down at him, surprised that he hadn't passed out yet, and said that to make him understand, this is a special glue that will hold his eye. It prevents eye loss and, together with special regenerating drops, guarantees 95% success of the operation. The demon pointed an irritated finger at the empty eye socket, telling him to shut up and get down to business, and he couldn't be here anymore. Linen smiled ominously and replied, all right, I'll let you go as soon as possible. He took a cotton swab in one hand and an eyeball in the other, smearing it with glue. He cupped his eyelid with one hand, pushing it as wide as possible, and put the eye to the socket, pushing it inside. With an even more bloodthirsty smile, Linen added that he should trust him because he is a top-level professional. The demon's health dropped by another -20. Linen took a large hammer in his hand. Pig, seeing this, lay wide-eyed and asked him why the apothecary had taken the hammer. Linen lifted him over his head, still holding his open eyelid with his other hand, and told him not to move. This was the final part of the operation. If the hammer breaks, he will have to pay a lot more. He started pounding the pig with the hammer. The apothecary continued to hold him, telling him to be patient, while the demon screamed loudly, its mouth wide open. After finishing pounding the demon with the hammer, Linen told him that everything was ready. The guy immediately noticed that he had set the eye backwards. The pig jumped off, and the newly inserted eye was now squinting to the right. Linen immediately jerked forward, pulling the newly inserted eye back out of its socket. The demon screamed loudly. Linen said that it was just a small medical error, and he is willing to fix everything completely free of charge. The apothecary picked up the hammer again, pounding the demon with it again. Pig screamed in horror, saying that he was very scared, and several times repeated that he could no longer be near him. The demon's health dropped by -20 again, and with the next hit, it dropped another -20. Linen raised the hammer over his head. Pig asked him to stop. The apothecary frowned and clenched his teeth, telling him not to move because he, as a doctor, was responsible for his health. He kept hammering at it non-stop. He must make sure that each of his patients will remain safe and sound. After a while, he finally finished. Pig lay unconscious not far from him, shivering on the floor. Linen was sitting at his desk, filling out a magazine. A notification was displayed that he had completed the task and received a reward, plus 50 skull coins, plus 50 healing experience, plus 1 special Narada. The following tablet spoke of an observation. For some unknown reason, the pig-headed demon's sense of gratitude turned into intense fear during the operation, so it gains the pig-headed demon's fear plus 50. Linen tapped his index finger on the table, a bundle of pills and a flask of green potion lying next to his hand. He told the demon to take these medicines twice a day, one inside, the other applied on top. Thus, the vision should have been fully restored in 2 days. Linen loomed over Pig with a sinister smile, holding a paper in his hands. He said the total cost was 546 skull coins. If there were no problems, then he needed to sign and leave his handprint on the contract. Pig stared at him in shock, his eyes wide. He couldn't figure it out and repeated after him about the hand. A handprint. Linen told him not to bother and he would help him. He dipped his index finger into the bloody eye socket, smearing the tip of his finger with blood. Pig immediately screamed in pain. The apothecary signed it in its place with a bloody finger. Pig dropped the bag of coins in front of the apothecary. The demon continued to tremble, holding his hand to his bloody eyelid. He asked, still shaking, if he could leave. Apothecarb opened the bag, shuffling the coins between them, and replied that of course he could leave. A sign flashed, indicating that he had opened the pig-headed demon's additional quest, another stomach. He was given a reward for completing tasks, plus 50 skeleton coins, plus 50 healing experience, and a visual diagnostic function was opened. He looked at the demon carefully, telling it to wait. Pig immediately froze in place. He was afraid to look back, asking what was happening again. Linen replied that he saw something inside him, noticed another problem, and advised him to stay and run the diagnosis again. The demon stared at him in shock, crying out that he was deceiving him. And the demon doesn't like lying the most. He turned to her. Linen breathed viciously. Linen calmly replied that he was a doctor and couldn't lie to his patients. If he found a problem but didn't say so, it would mean a medical error. The demon stared at him in silence. He agreed anyway, sitting back down and telling him that he would trust him this time, but if he lied to him, he would never forgive him. Linen placed 2 fingers on Pig's arm, saying that he was taking his pulse. During the pulse measurement, a notification was displayed that he had learned the healing experience plus 1 several times, for a total of 3 times. Linen tensed up, and the demon along with him. The apothecary didn't say anything when the demon first became nervous and asked if there really was a problem. Linen replied that the problem wasn't too serious, but it wasn't too simple either. It all depended on how you felt about it. The demon anxiously asked what the problem was. Linen replied that the problem was ectopic. There was a sinister smile on his face. The demon immediately tensed, startled. They both fell silent, looking at each other. The demon flew into a rage, asking, "What does he say? Ectopic pregnancy? Did he really tell him about an ectopic pregnancy? He was actually a man." Linen backed up a bit as he watched the demon become enraged. The apothecary added that he could tell by his pulse, and he was never wrong. He said he would definitely take care of him. Pig continued to yell furiously, grabbing him by the collar and telling him that he was a man and couldn't have a uterus. Linen replied that this was why he said it was an ectopic pregnancy, and the absence of a uterus didn't improve the situation. I needed a major sex reassignment surgery, hormone pills, and more. Pig couldn't listen to him anymore. He told him to stop immediately and shut up. He jumped out of his chair, slamming his palm down on the table. The demon cradled his face in his hands, exhaling heavily. They both fell silent for a moment. Linen was the first to speak up and asked what he was thinking. The demon replied irritably that he had been thinking about how to cut him apart. Linen didn't pay attention and went on, telling him to get this nonsense out of his head, and asking if he had recently felt bloating and abdominal pain, dryness and vomiting, loss of appetite, and if there was any bleeding there. Pig was extremely annoyed and again screamed about how he was still feeling sick. How can he have their bleeding? Does he have it? Linen scratched his cheek thoughtfully. He continued his questioning, asking if there were any other symptoms, if he felt anything else. Pig averted his gaze and said that he just had a stomach ache, and had he never eaten junk food himself to ask such a question. Linen furrowed his brows seriously and asked when it started, to which the demon replied that it was a month ago. Linen exclaimed, asking if he really ate something unhealthy every day. The apothecary continued his questioning, asking when he had last mated, whether there were any bad habits in his life, like a lot of experience with different pigs or other creatures. Pig jumped up indignantly, wondering if he would dare ask him again. Saliva was flying out of his mouth due to anger, and Linen only managed to move away from him a little. He decided to drop the question and move on to the next one. Linen smilingly clarified what he felt during the last mating, like the intense pain of breaking up. Pig could no longer stand this mockery, jumping up and saying that he had already endured it all for too long, and that the doctor should explain to him what such a gap is with severe pain. Pig grabbed his shoulders and shook him violently, making Linen's head spin. He went on angrily repeating what kind of break he was talking about in such extreme pain. Linen tried to calm him down a bit, telling him that this was just a treatment process and it was all for his own good. The pig's mouth was steaming with anger. Linen continued and said that he didn't want to end up being seriously ill, right? They were silent for a while and Pig calmed down a little. The demon sat back down at the table, pointing a finger at him and talking about giving him one last chance. He slammed his fist down on the table and told him to get on with it quickly. Linen flinched slightly in surprise. A notification appeared stating that he had received 3 times the pacification experience plus 1. Linen smiled as he leaned forward on the table. He cleared his throat and went on to say that based on what he had said earlier, the conception had occurred in an unconventional way, and most likely he had eaten something that contributed to it. This thing was able to distort its internal structure. Linen flexed his throat slightly as he explained these things to the demon. He pointed a finger at it, saying that this, apparently, led him indirectly to pregnancy. The demon clenched his hand into a fist, asking about indirect conception. Linen went on to clarify that he had been having trouble eating lately. No matter how much he ate, he was still hungry. He asked if the demon often felt hungry. Pig was a little taken aback as he asked how Linen found out about this. The doctor began to list: black circles under his eyes, pale face, cold hands. Linen placed a large basin of water in front of him. All these symptoms, in his opinion, indicate that an evil spirit is parasitizing inside him. In his hand, Linen held a jug that looked like a small chick, with red pupils and a blue color. A purple potion was pouring out of its beak. Linen explained that it was a magic potion. He added it to the pitcher of water. Linen ordered him to dip his hand in it. Linen added that it would help them find out if there was an evil spirit inside it. Pig looked at him incredulously, even though he thought it looked safe enough at first glance. The demon slowly lowered his hand into the jug. Creatures that looked like small spirits began to swirl around him. He felt something. An evil spirit appeared behind him, grinning from ear to ear, its mouth open and sharp teeth sticking out. His eyes glowed red. He felt a stirring in the pit of his stomach. The demon grabbed at it, saying that it was bursting out. Linen immediately grabbed the sledgehammer, swinging it and hitting the demon. Pig immediately flew out from behind the table, flying backwards. Linen threw the sledgehammer aside. Pig lay on the floor with his tongue hanging out of his mouth and his eye rolled back in his head. He asked me what it was. Linen replied that the initial diagnosis was that it was an ectopic pregnancy of a parasitic type, but the fetus inside it was not yet fully formed. But he was lucky enough to meet Linen, according to the doctor's own words. Pig immediately burst into tears, hugging the doctor's legs and saying that his behavior in his direction was initially too aggressive. The demon told him not to take it personally and begged him to have mercy on Linen and help him. Linen pondered, if this was a real essence fight with an evil spirit, then it wasn't a big deal, but an evil spirit was growing inside of him, and was there a way to fight it? Linen speculated about whether he should stop trying or try to fix things. He asked the demon in front of him to remember if he had eaten anything he wasn't used to. Pig immediately nodded, sticking out his index finger, and replied that he had eaten a baby on the street a month ago, but at that time he was eating everything and wasn't full, so he didn't consider it eaten. The demon looked away, tongue hanging out. He continued by saying that he only eats pork and human remains. Linen pondered as he wrote down his words in a notebook. He said that he would have to see what was inside and ordered them to follow him. Pig asked where they were going. Linen replied with a smile on his face that they were going to the operating room, and Pig immediately flinched. A terrifying image of something being cut open with a huge cleaver flashed through his mind. He thought about the blood and asked again if they were really going to go to the bloody operating room. They ended up in the operating room. Pig was lying on the table, stripped down to his pants. Hooks and pitchforks hung from the ceiling above. Linen turned on the light above him, not like a lamp, but like a huge red eye. The demon clarified whether it was really necessary, and whether the diagnosis was 100% correct. Linen took out the tools covered with a cloth. He replied that the only way to know if there was an evil spirit in him or not was to do an autopsy on his stomach. If they find it and cut it down, they can get rid of it. Linen drew a huge sharp knife. Seeing this, Pig again began to resent and say that a little more, and he will cut him. The demon looked around. The carcasses of various creatures were hanging everywhere, suspended by their legs. Somewhere a head was standing nearby. He was instantly horrified. He went on to say that he used to slaughter pigs himself, but now he was under the knife himself. It was a disaster for him. The demon was getting nervous, asking him how long he was going to delay and asking him to get started soon. Linen was standing at the side of his couch. He agreed in response to his request, slashing a knife into a head of water. He held it out in front of him, holding it up and pointing at Pig. Linen asked if he was ready. The demon hesitated at the sight of the knife point. Linen scratched his temple thoughtfully, telling him to wait another minute. The apothecary quickly rushed over and picked up a marker, marking the pig's belly with a cross. With a sinister smile, he raised the knife over the pig. The poor demon was trembling and scared. Linen said it was worth trying again and asked him if he was ready. The demon hesitantly replied that he was ready. Linen pressed the red button, and Pig's hands were bound with iron shackles. He let out a cry of displeasure and told the doctor to be a little more careful. Linen held the knife out in front of him, swiping at the blade and telling the demon not to scream. These handcuffs were for this purpose, so that it does not move and does not interfere with the operation. Pig asked uncertainly if Linen had operated on anyone before him. Linen replied that he had seen his teacher kill a pig, and in his opinion, it was probably something like an operation. So he advised the demon to calm down and be confident in his surgical skills. Linen touched the point of the knife with his finger. The demon immediately screamed and struggled, saying that it wasn't ready and Linen must be joking. Linen was indignant in response and started talking about how he had already sharpened the knife, and he started saying no. He asked if the man was afraid that his belly would grow out and the evil spirit would come out. Linen grabbed him, raising the knife over him. He said they had to do it today. Pig had to do it. He slashed the knife. A notification flashed that he had gained plus 10 knife experience 3 times each. Pig lay with his eyes rolled back, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. Suddenly, he screamed. He turned to the doctor. Linen was holding an incomprehensible fleshy clot that was oozing an incomprehensible purple smoke. The doctor congratulated him and said that the operation was successful. The father and daughter were safe. A sign with a description of the creature was displayed. It was a soulless blood infant. Race, evil spirit. Feature, unpredictable actions. Level 1. Description, evil spirit infant, created from resentment and ghost spirit energy, which was formed by absorbing a large amount of animal energy. Once fully formed, the infant's spirit would devour the host's soul, flesh, and blood, and the pighead's soul would turn into a true evil. Pig looked down at the cruciform wound on his stomach. He told Linen to sew it up immediately. Linen replied that it was certainly not the best time to talk about it, but he should have warned him that the transaction cost was 300 coins. But since it was his first time doing it, he would give a 20% discount, making the total price 240. The demon ignored him, bursting into tears and only telling him to sew her up as soon as possible. Linen replied that, of course, he would sew it up, but he would have to pay another 40 coins. He could sew up the wound with hemp thread, wool thread, cotton thread, steel wire. Linen picked up a needle and thread. He asked what the demon would choose in the end. Pig looked back at him and said it was hemp thread. He started yelling again and telling Linen to sew up the wound as soon as possible. Linen began to thread the needle carefully. He told him to calm down a bit and let him get started soon. Linen started to sew up the wound on the pig's stomach, tying a knot with a bow. A notification flashed 3 times, indicating that the sewing skill experience had increased by +1. Linen told him that everything was ready, taking out a spray can with something incomprehensible inside and spraying the pig's wound with something light green in color. Pig stared at his stitched stomach. Linen said with a smile on his face that the operation was successful. A sign appeared that said Linen had completed an additional task, and here was his reward. +50 skeletal coins, +50 surgical experience, +50 new experience. He also received +200 pig-headed demon fear, and his popularity in Wandering Souls Lane increased by 10% higher. Linen pointed at the sinister baby and added that Pig's daughter was also fine, although it was an evil spirit, but if he tried to raise it. Pig didn't wait to hear what Linen was going to say, but immediately ran away, scattering a lot of gold coins in his wake. Linen shouted after him that he had forgotten his daughter, but Pig had already run away, saying that he didn't need it and he could take it for himself, and all the money was also his. Linen, with the creature in his arms, tried to catch up with the pig and replied that he was just an apothecary and does not deal with children, and the demon could not just leave the one he gave birth to. Linen added that he promised to give him anesthesia next time and let him still pick up his daughter. Pig, however, was not particularly interested and hurried away. Linen looked at the creature in his arms and wondered what he should do now. He said that, unfortunately, he could leave her here, but only temporarily. When the teacher returns, he will chop it into pieces and eat it along with the wine. The baby seemed to understand perfectly what he had just been told. Linen put his hands in the drops, burying his eye. 3 times increased health recovery +1. It hissed a little, but Linen was glad that it didn't get into his eyes, otherwise he would have had serious vision problems. The pig's daughter was crawling from below him, looking like a strange round creature with sharp teeth. It was reported that his skills had significantly improved, and his authority on Wandering Souls allies was growing with each completed task. Linen, level 3, race, human, human strength, 4, agility, 5, intelligence, 8, stamina, 4, special points, 4, basic skills, housework proficiency, 909 1000th, healing, 90 100th, basic surgical ability 203 1000th, basic knife proficiency 26 100th, primary defense ability diagnosis 55 100th, skull coins, 250, popularity, level 15, description, many benefactors felt pity and sympathy for the student of the owner of the pharmacy Bloodsaw Pharmacy. But it seems that this sickly at first glance boy was completely embittered and adopted the perverted methods of treatment of his teacher. Linen asked what the last sentence meant, angry. He is so kind and responsible to his patients, and they say that his methods are perverted. There was nothing objective or fair in those words. He had 4 more special points. He could spend it on improving his physical condition, because if you want to survive in such a chaotic world and continue working as a doctor, then your body must be strong enough. Suddenly, Linen's body was enveloped in green light and he rose up in the air. Not bad, Linen remarked, his body actually getting stronger. He lifted up his shirt, poking at the abs with his finger. He looked back at the demon baby and the purple creature that was biting him and apparently trying to eat him. He took the baby in his arms, almost forgetting about her. What was he supposed to do with it? A sign came out with information about the baby, on which it was written that he was already level 2. Only recently, it was at the initial level of development, and now it has already risen to the 2nd level. Linen has an additional task. The baby's ghost spirit is disturbed due to being born early, so its appearance and internal appearance are distorted, but the more fear it gets, the faster the baby will have the strength to complete development. 1 additional task percent, create magic oil for the soul lamp, task reward, plus 2 days of using the lamp, 2 additional task, feed the baby in the backyard, task reward, plus 50 baby favors, 3 additional tasks, silence the reagents and save them to your sample collection, task reward, experience sample making plus 10, 4 additional tasks, wait for the pig-headed demon to come and collect his daughter, reward, analysis is underway. Lennon couldn't believe that there was such a variety of quests, but the first 3 tasks seemed too difficult for him. He would have chosen the 4th first, but the reward for it is still uncertain, but what was meant by the fact that the reward analysis was still going on. Lennon leaned back in his chair with a smile, holding the baby close. He thought that this must be a very generous reward. After all, the choice that he had just made showed all his responsibility. Suddenly, it was revealed that his virtue had increased by plus 10. When he saw this, he slapped his forehead and remembered that he had completely forgotten to feed the baby. He put the baby in a jar, telling him to stay here and behave while Lennon went about his business. The baby just stared out of the jar as Lennon left. The apothecary stepped outside, many pairs of eyes staring back at him from the darkness, but he didn't care at all. He opened the lid of the cellar outside the building, thinking that if the system hadn't reminded him of the baby, he would have completely forgotten about it. Lennon opened the lid of the basement, looking down carefully. Lennon filled the garden bed with green liquid. A window appeared, informing him that he had received 10 skull coins, the kid's favor was minus 10, and the hatch was open plus 1. Lennon didn't fully understand what kind of child it was. During his 2 years here, the teacher had never told him anything about children like this. But it is better not to ask the teacher anything, otherwise he could become food for this very baby. Lennon was about to leave when a creature appeared in front of him, blocking the way. Lennon was slightly taken aback. It was something ugly, like a potato, with tentacles and an open mouth. Lennon's health has dropped by minus 10. It seems that the system is indeed right. If left as it is, this blood baby will become more and more distorted in its true appearance. The huge creature in front of him opened its mouth. Lennon's health dropped by another minus 30. If he didn't do something, Pig wouldn't recognize his daughter. He would be the first person who couldn't stand being around her for even a minute. It was getting uglier and uglier. Lennon grabbed the creature and tied it to the bed. He came up with a great idea. Deciding to just leave it out, he decided to get her a plastic surgery on her face. Otherwise, it will make everything on the street look ugly. Lennon put his hand to his face, smiling. He examined her tentacles. He jabbed a finger at them, telling them that he was telling the truth and that it would be better if she didn't move. The kid's sense of fear increased by plus 10. Lennon examined her. The first step was completed, and the next step was to fix the face. The baby's sense of fear increased by another plus 10. He fixed her face. Lennon heard a knock on the door, and when he opened it, he saw a corpse wrapped in bandages. His eyes were burning and his mouth was wide open. Behind him, many more eyes shone. Lennon greeted him, telling him welcome to the Bloodsaw Pharmacy. It was a flaming ghost, race, spirit of death, level, 15, feature, acts chaotically, combat capability, medium, description, it's an evil spirit burned alive in a fire. His body is 99.9% covered in burns, and his personality has been distorted and clouded. There is nothing good or good about this spirit. The spirit roared, telling Lennon that it wanted to change its face. There was a new task, help the flaming ghost change his face, task reward, plus 50 skull coins, surgical experience plus 50, special reward plus 1. Lennon pointed and invited him to go inside, saying that his operation was not finished yet and it was necessary to wait a couple of minutes. Surprisingly, this ghost also needs plastic surgery. Why wouldn't Lennon help him? The spirit will be able to see his excellent surgical skills. The ghost said nothing, but looked at the doctor questioningly. Lennon told him not to worry, even though he had no experience in plastic surgery, but he was very good at clay sculpting. Lennon stood over the monstrous baby. He showed that, for example, kneading clay for figurines is not the same as kneading dough. Clay is more rigid and durable. It is not too dry and not very wet. Kneading clay is a good test of hand endurance. The baby's sense of fear increased by plus 10. The ghost stared at him in silence, its mouth even wider than usual. Lennon stretched, stirred, tore and threw and did nepoimi that with the baby. The spirit stared at them. Flaming Ghost's health dropped by minus 20. Lennon continued to crumple the baby's face. The spirit asked what was going on here, and that nothing in this store inspired confidence. Lennon kept kneading the baby's face. Flaming Ghost's mental state dropped by minus 20. The ghost, with its mouth open, tried to speak again to Lennon. He was obviously terrified by what he saw in front of him. Lennon said that this baby is so ugly that he is going to replace its face with a normal one. He just had to do it. The spirit walked over to the couch, watching Lennon crumple her face like dough. He said that his method of work is really amazing. The spirit was horrified, having understood that he would be treated like this, too. How terrifying. He thought for a moment that he had entered a black magic shop. The spirit began to panic. Linen apologized, saying that he seemed to have pushed too hard. The spirit howled in its thoughts, talking about how its face had literally exploded, just that it had literally crushed its face with its bare hands. Linen continued to crumple the baby like clay. The flaming ghost's fear level increased by 20 and then by another plus 20. Linen exhaled. He said that he would go get some tools for now, but he could wait a bit until Linen returned. The ghost was horrified at the sight of the doctor, and especially at the sight of his grin, for it was a very scary person. Flaming Ghost's mental state dropped by minus 20 twice. The spirit clutched its head, horrified at where it had landed. He only dared to come here for treatment because the crazy owner had left. But who knew that he was being replaced by another madman? Looking down at the baby's mess, the spirit said maybe another time. He wasn't sure that he wouldn't suffer the same fate as this ghost. He heard Linen and the sound of a chainsaw. He thought about why he needed a chainsaw for plastic surgery. The ghost turned at the sound coming from the darkness. His red eyes widened. His mental state dropped by minus 20 twice again. He was horrified to see someone wearing a mask and wielding a chainsaw charging straight at him. Flaming Ghost's mental state dropped another minus 40. He looked at Linen. The doctor didn't understand what had happened to him. Linen stood with a knife in his hand. He apologized for waiting. The spirit screamed in terror, clutching its head. Flaming Ghost's mental state continued to plummet, first by minus 20, then by minus 30, then by minus 40. He screamed and cursed at the store, still yelling for help. The spirit sped away from Linen. He picked up the knife, not understanding what was going on here, because he just went to sharpen the knife and did not understand why the spirit was already leaving. A sign flashed. Flaming Ghost mission failed. Flaming Ghost has plus 400 fear of him. This was his first client to reach the level of extremely scared. Reward plus 100 skull coins. Popularity increased by 10%. Linen was indignant, not understanding how they dared to say that he was extremely scared. He hadn't done anything to scare him. He was polite and smiled sweetly. Shouldn't a spirit be extremely happy instead? Linen decided to ignore it for now. He needed to deal with the baby first. After a while, Linen finished with the ghost's plastic surgery. She looked much better now. In front of him was a beautiful human-looking girl, small, with blonde hair and blue hair. Linen was the best in his class in modeling and drawing before moving to another world. But before, he never thought that it would be useful to him somewhere. Linen noticed that a third red eye appeared on the girl's forehead. He staggered back. Something spurted out of his eye. Linen said that the forehead was not a place for the eyes. He had worked so hard to sculpt her face, so he had to take care of it and not let anyone spoil it, otherwise there would be no need to blame him for the next operation later. The girl's eyes filled with tears. A sign with the information flashed, fear of the bloody baby plus 50, and then again plus 50. The system found that the baby's fear of him increased rapidly, which slowed the process of incorrect development of the spirit to equals 321%, and it continued to decline. His reward, plus 151 skull coins, plus 100 experience in plastic surgery. Special reward, offended spirit's hair plus 5. So he could complete quests that the system didn't even mention. Apparently, there is still a lot of unknown things in it. Linen decided that he would try to study it thoroughly soon. The girl was standing next to him not far away, shedding tears. The strands of hair Linen obtained might be good for self-defense, but there were only 5 of them, so it was necessary to store them for serious combat. Linen had a few strands in his hand. Offended spirit hair, baby ghost's hair contains extreme discontent. If the enemy attacks you, they will get tangled in the strands and suffocate to death. The little girl waved happily at him, and a tentacle extended from her back, following her hand. As soon as Linen turned in her direction, she immediately hid it, pretending that nothing had happened. Linen looked at the girl with a puzzled expression and asked himself if he had just imagined it or not. The doctor stared at the open door and the hundreds of glowing eyes in front of him. It was almost midnight, and it was time to close the store. He went to the door. To distinguish between day and night in a dark world, you need to look at the light from the lamp of the soul. Closer to midnight, the light dims, and in the daytime, it burns brightly. Linen raised the lamp up, and the eyes from the darkness followed him up. Consider it night, the lamp was barely lit. He looked in front of him, seeing Silhouette in a red cape. This is the time when every monster is in an excited state, and if you do not hide in the walls of the store, it can attack. Linen stared at the stranger in front of him. In a bad case, it will simply be torn apart. A sign appeared with the description, Demon Hunter, race, human, level, combat ability, kills quietly and without witnesses, acts chaotic. Description, a person who found himself in the dark world, does not belong to any organization, is mysterious and very scary. He has spent his entire life hunting monsters, which he considers to be true evil. Please don't try to understand it, it can be very dangerous. Linen was surprised. He wondered if the person in front of him was really a human. It was the first time he had met a person here in these 2 years, especially such a strong one. He was incredibly powerful. A light flashed next to Linen's face. The man spoke up, saying that he urgently needed treatment, a battle potion and a strength-restoring potion. The face peeked out slightly from under the hood, revealing a light stubble and an aged face. The dangerous task has appeared. Heal a wounded demon hunter. Reward, plus 500 skull coins, plus 50 demon hunter favor. The penalty for not completing the mission was death at the hands of a demon hunter. Linen smiled slightly, inviting him in. He told him to come through. They were almost closed, and he was here right now. The hunter sat down at the table and placed the file in front of him. He said he thought the alley was crawling with dangerous monsters. He didn't expect to encounter a creature of his own race in this world. He grinned slightly and narrowed his eyes. The hunter asked Linen how he was still alive. A notification flashed that he had started an interracial connection, and the penalty for failure to complete the task was erased. Linen replied with a smile and said that he was also very happy to meet him. The doctor asked him what injury he needed to treat. The hunter picked up his file, pouring its contents into his mouth. Fortunately for Linen, they were of the same race. If it had been a monster, the hunter would have easily cut it down. Suddenly, the man stood in front of the doctor. He took off his clothes and hat. He was a white-haired man, well-built, with bandages wrapped around his arms. He slammed his fist down on the table. A sign showed that the patient's preliminary diagnostic stage had been completed, and that his right shoulder had been affected by the poison of the black butterfly. The poison had already penetrated the patient's bones, so the situation was extremely dangerous. The hunter was standing in front of Linen, black smoke oozing out of his right shoulder, and his body was shrouded in something purple. Linen asked him again if it was really a black butterfly. The hunter was surprised that he knew about her and added that at first he underestimated the doctor. He continued his story, sharing that he had almost been killed by a red-robed evil spirit with this disgusting poison earlier. The man smiled and added that it was a good thing that his body would quickly get in good shape after the treatment, and he would definitely not miss it next time. Linen agreed with him and said that he would definitely cure him. From the look in his eyes, he knew that he would definitely kill him if the doctor didn't treat him. Linen covered his mouth to avoid being overheard and asked the system what the black butterfly was. A sign flashed up with the description that the black butterfly is a non-uniform body in the dark world that is completely imbued with resentment and the aura of death. For the victim's body, it is destructive and aggressive in relation to other processes in the body. If an ordinary creature is infected with the black butterfly's poison, the victim's entire body will turn into pus for a period of time. The initial treatment required scraping the dead skin off the bone. Linen frowned as he looked at the tools. He told the hunter that he needed to perform surgery on the outside of his arms first. The hunter wasn't too happy about this, holding out his hand and asking if he had the skills to do it. Linen took a cleaver in one hand, a giant knife in the other, and told him not to worry, he would definitely have enough experience for this. Although he had only performed 2 surgeries, his last patient had praised his skills. The hunter grimaced a little and asked, how come just twice? He didn't like it very much and asked if there were any other pharmacies nearby. Linen replied that no, there didn't seem to be any other pharmacies, and even if there were, his teacher would probably have dealt with them. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise. Linen continued with a smile that teacher wouldn't allow another pharmacy to exist here. The man in front of him visibly stiffened. Despite this, he decided to trust and ordered Tom to operate on him. Linen stood behind him and was happy to point out that in this case, he would start the operation. The man was sitting at the table and thought that he must have misunderstood something. This place didn't look like a pharmacy at all. Dangerous tools were everywhere, and there were bottles of something incomprehensible on the table. The house smelled more like a butcher shop than a drugstore. In addition, Linen evoked fear rather than calmness. The hunter's health dropped by -1. Linen asked the man with a smile if he would need anesthesia, but he told the doctor that it could only affect his reflexes, and real men don't need anesthesia. Linen plunged the knife into his shoulder without further ado. He said it was not very good, because he had never given anesthesia to a person. The hunter looked around a little fearfully, asking if this was going to be the case. Linen started to deny it, saying that he was just trying out the knife first and whether it hurt the man. The hunter frowned slightly, saying that it was okay and he could continue. What he kept in mind, however, was that it hurt like hell, but this guy wouldn't dare screw up. After all, offending the demon hunters meant only one thing. Linen continued to dig the knife into his shoulder, and the man writhed, immediately dropping his file with something in his hands and taking a sip on the table. He was indignant, looking at Linen and asking what the hell he was doing. Linen replied with a smile on his face that it was necessary to find a suitable tool size, and let those 2 be used as a backup option for now. 2 knives were already protruding from the hunter's shoulder. The hunter was furiously indignant that he dared to stick some spare pieces of iron into him, and why he did it in the first place. Linen pulled out his tools, telling him not to worry, it was just an equipment test. After all, he should have realized that the wrong tool could harm him during the operation. Judging by the man's startled expression, he didn't really understand it. Linen continued that in any case, the part of the hand that holds the knives will still be cut out, so he can not worry at all. He, as a doctor, must make sure that the knives fit well to his meat. The dumbfounded man didn't say anything. On the contrary, he thought that his words made sense, and this doctor is a real professional. But were such manipulations really necessary? Why did he feel like he was deceiving him? The veins on the hunter's face bulged. The hunter told the guy to get to work right away, otherwise if he flitted around, he would shoot him right on the spot. The man reached with his free hand for his gun holster. Linen waved him off and told him not to be so nervous. Linen put all the tools in a red-hot bucket. Perplexed, the hunter asked him what he was going to do. The hunter's health dropped by -1. Linen replied that this is the way he disinfects, otherwise the poison of the black butterfly is very aggressive and can lead to poisoning. To prevent the poison from entering the rest of the tissue when cutting out the dead part, the poison from the tools had to be destroyed with fire. The guy continued to heat up the sharp blades in the fire. The hunter hesitated, saying that he knew all this, but the way he did it. He clarified once again whether he actually performed the operation at least once. Linen replied that of course, in the old days, they used to cut off the hair of pigs in this way and cut off the remains with a red-hot knife. The image of the dead piggy immediately appeared in the man's mind. He asked again, clarifying. Linen ignored him, saying that he was ready to start the operation. He might be in a bit of pain from now on, so he had to be patient. Linen placed a tool tray in front of him. The man was slightly taken aback, saying that of course he could put up with such methods, but it was hardly like disinfection, and why was it starting to look like cooking? Linen smiled and told him not to worry. He put on a kitchen apron just in case, so that the poisoned blood wouldn't harm him. And the dinner plates were used to store his severed flesh, so that it could then be used to make a means to increase muscle growth in accordance with the lost one. The hunter's mind raced, and he reflected that if there had been another pharmacy nearby, he would never have set foot in this place. He urged Linen to start operating as soon as possible. Linen looked at him bloodthirstily as he prepared to proceed. Linen heated a skewer over the fire. A notification flashed that he had received 3 times plus 1 surgical experience. There were bloody pieces of meat on the tray. The hunter tried to hold on as best he could, but tears were streaming from his eyes and snot was running out of his nose. Inwardly, he thought about how it hurt like hell, hurt to death, the pain of cuts, the pain of burns, and even the pain of hitting his head couldn't compare to this. Linen continued to apply heated tools to the hunter. The pain was diverse in sensation, layered like meat on bone. Linen said that if he was in pain, it wasn't too late to get an anesthetic. The man's face twisted in pain, and he told Linen to go away, saying that he wasn't in the least bit of pain, even though there were tears running down his eyes. Linen grinned as he pointed at the man's hand and said that maybe he would relax his hand a bit, because this table was made of antique wood, very expensive. The man looked back at his hand, scratching at the table. He blushed a little. The hunter replied that he just liked to scratch wood. What's the big deal? He will pay for this in double the amount. The man began to urge him on and tell him to continue his work, otherwise he would cut off his hand if he didn't shut up. Linen replied with a smile that he was just waiting for him to say a few words before continuing. The doctor grabbed him by the shoulder, raising the blade above him. The hunter tried to slow him down a bit, but Linen slashed at the man's arm. Pieces of dead flesh flew. The man howled in pain. He started yelling and begging him to stop immediately. With his free hand, he began to pound on the table. Linen asked why he was creating so many problems, because he was not satisfied with either fast or slow work, and he also did not want to use anesthesia. He had already done half the work, and he wanted Linen to stop. And why did he have so many demands? The hunter was indignant, asking what kind of operation he thought it was, and began to threaten that he would immediately be crushed and cut thin and even, like noodles. Linen spoke to him again, and the man told him to stop messing around and cut everything out at once. Linen replied, "How could it be possible to cut out everything at once? What is a one-time deal?" The hunter didn't understand what kind of one-time deal he was talking about, so he asked him again. Linen replied that what he was trying to say was that it wouldn't take long to work with the knife, but if he didn't stop moving, he would hit his aorta and be finished. He is a doctor, and for him his patients are his children. He will never allow them to die because of his treatment. Linen stabbed the knife into the table right in front of the man's face. He leaned over him, continuing to tell him that of course he understood that he was in a lot of pain, and so they could still go back to the anesthesia option. The man remained stubborn and insisted that he continue to cut and do his job. He added that he would never set foot in this store again, banging his fist on the table. Linen smiled, stroking the blade and telling him not to worry, because after the operation, he would also be grateful for his knife. After a while, the man was lying on the table, eyes wide and shedding tears. His mouth was open, and his whole face was a grimace of horror. Across from him was a tray of carved dead meat. His head spun, and he thought he saw the devil standing next to him, stabbing knives into his shoulder every now and then. The devil handed him a plate of his own meat, offering him a taste. The hunter's head spun and he passed out completely, falling asleep on the table. Linen stood behind him and poured something into his mouth in a blue bottle that had a 75% degree on it. He spat on his shoulder with the contents of his mouth, and Linen brought the man to his senses. The doctor said that the cleaning was finished. The hunter stared in horror at the man behind him. He asked him to stop, which was enough for him. He wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Getting up from his chair, the hunter shivered, hunched over, trying to get out of here as quickly as possible. Linen stopped him. They still have one very important step to complete. The hunter was clearly not happy with the idea, asking what the next step was. Linen replied that this was a special step and the patient could relax a little. He pointed somewhere with his hand, asking if the sight before him was not beautiful. There was a tattoo of a small heart on the hunter's torn shoulder. A notification was displayed that the hunter's mental state had decreased by -20. The hunter didn't particularly like Linen's art. He asked me what it was and what he had done with it. The doctor replied with a smile that he thought it was even better and he should have been relieved. The hunter howled, "What other relief?" He was ready to jump on him and finish him off. The man reached for the gun and pointed it at him, but Linen put the knife out in time and pointed it directly at the muzzle. Linen said that he was trying to save him and was doing everything he could to keep him from dying. The doctor said he thought he was acting too cranky. Even if he wanted to kill him, he would have to wait until he was done. He won't let his patient give up halfway. The man stared at him in disbelief. He replied that if he was led by the nose, he would not be able to answer for himself. The hunter fired at the ceiling. He demanded to get down to business right away and finish the operation. Something that looked like a worm landed on the man's head. Linen handcuffed the hunter. The man asked why he tied him up and didn't he want to continue the operation. Linen was standing at his side with a knife. That wasn't the point. Linen was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist the pain later, so he would raise his hand and shoot him. It didn't matter if he died himself, but if the operation didn't continue, it would be the biggest failure of his life, so to prevent that, he tied him up. The hunter said that if he was afraid of pain, he would have killed him right now, so there was no need for him to do this. Linen put a knife to the injured area. He started to run the sharp blade across the wound, and the man immediately howled. He didn't understand why it felt like he was being hit 1,000 times a second with an uppercut. The doctor replied that he was just scraping the skin. The hunter's fear of Linen increased by +10 twofold, and his knife proficiency increased by +2 twofold. Linen asked him to be patient for a while the man howled in pain. He started demanding anesthesia, saying that he couldn't take it anymore, but Linen refused, saying that his body wouldn't accept the anesthesia anymore, it was too late. The man broke free of the shackles, pointing a gun at him. He didn't believe a word of it anymore. However, Linen intercepted the hand with the gun, knocking it out of his hands. He put a gun to the hunter's mouth and asked him to let him try again, and if he didn't cooperate with him, he would kill him with one shot. Linen lost his temper. He held the gun to the hunter's mouth as tears streamed down the man's face. Linen said irritably that he had tried so hard to save him, to heal his wounds, and he only wanted to kill him in return for such kindness. The hunter stood with a torn hand and tears in his eyes and replied that it would not happen again, and let him go immediately. Linen lowered his weapon and looked at the man seriously. The gun was still in his hand. He said that if the hunter says that there will be no more, then it means that you should not do it again. The hunter fell back, squatting back in his rightful place. Linen frowned and stood over the man, holding his weapon out in front of him. The pharmacist added that otherwise his reputation as a doctor will be damaged. He was no longer going to make excuses in front of the hunter, and from now on, he would take the whole process into his own hands. The hunter's mouth dropped open in defeat, and he immediately became worried. The hunter's mental state dropped by -10. Linen started the chainsaw and pointed it at the man with a smile on his face. The hunter was even more horrified by this picture. He fell on his back and stuck his hand out in front of the apothecary, saying what the hell was he doing. The man ordered him not to come any closer, clearly not trusting such medical instruments. Linen explained that the hunter's bones were too hard, and it took a long time to scrape off all the unnecessary dead skin, so a short pain is better than a long one. Linen raised the chainsaw over him with a sinister smile on his face that stretched from ear to ear. He planned to use this huge chainsaw to cut off all the excess items at once in one go. The hunter didn't share the enthusiasm. He looked like he was about to die. The man continued to roar and beg Linen to stop and stop. The chainsaw reached the hunter's hand, and all that could be heard from the house was unbearable screams and screams. The hunter's mental state dropped another -20. In a room with shelves filled with various flasks with snakes, eyes, and other charms, there was a girl. She looked like a ghost, pale and fair-haired, giving off a soft blue fire. Snakes curled from the girl's hair. She asked if anyone was here, and that she would like to buy some bottles of recovery potion. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere. A hand immediately grabbed the girl's leg. It was the hunter who was begging for his help. A pool of blood leaked out from under the door, and the girl went to the door that opened. Opening them, she saw an apartment in front of her. A man was lying on the floor, reaching out to her, and Linen was standing over him, sawing at his arm. Linen noticed the girl calmly looked at her and greeted her, telling her that she was welcome and that she had apparently come to pick up her potions. The man's suit was smeared with blood, and his face didn't show any emotion or concern. Linen had a big smile on his face and added that she should wait a moment and he would bring them back soon after dealing with this customer, the hunter lying under his feet who was covered in blood. The girl clutched her head and screamed loudly. A notification appeared stating that the long-haired ghost's fear of Linen increased by +30, and then increased by another +40. The girl in horror immediately rushed to the exit with loud screams, and Linen followed her with his eyes. The system window appeared. Ding. Your popularity on the Alley of Wandering Souls has increased by +1, then once again ding. Your popularity in the Alley of Wandering Souls has increased by +1, Jin. You managed to scare the long-haired ghost to death. The ghost's character changed from calm to timid. Linen received the achievement, High-Level Repeller. High-Level Repeller, due to the fact that his methods were too sophisticated and often caused fear and panic among customers, the disciple of the Bloodsaw Pharmacy is moving along a road that was already impossible to get off. Reward, Fear of Linen +1, Pain that Linen causes +1, ding. Your reputation in Wandering Souls Lane is +1. Linen broke off and stopped nagging the hunter. How was it possible to say that he scares customers? After all, he is always smiling and friendly, and his main goal is the comfort of his own customers. This stupid system shouldn't assign such humiliating achievements to people like him. While Linen was distracted, the hunter had already crawled away from the man. Linen noticed this and immediately turned around and saw the hunter behind him, who was trying to crawl far away. The doctor immediately rushed back to him with the chainsaw turned on and told him not to run away because the operation was not over yet. Linen, with a look of zeal on his face, began to nag the man again as he continued to scream and scream for help. Linen tore off another piece of cloth, and no, it was easy to see the hunter's humerus. He blew lightly on the exposed bone. Linen turned to the man lying on the couch and said that everything went perfectly and he was done. The poison that had entered his bones had been completely removed. The apothecary put his hand to his forehead in relief and added with a smile on his face that now all that was left was to regenerate the purified flesh and lost blood during the operation, and the hunter's shoulder would be completely healthy. The hunter said nothing, frothing at the mouth. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he didn't react at all to Linen beside him. He didn't understand what had happened as he turned to the hunter and tried to shake the poor patient. A system window popped up with the message, Jin, you took actions to raise your level and make the demon hunter lose his combat abilities. A new achievement, Painkiller. Pain Reliever, an achievement that permanently increases the value of pain caused to the client using various tools by +5%. The hunter squeezed his eyes shut and opened them wide. He didn't immediately understand what was going on, and the first question was where he was. Linen stood over the man with a smile on his face and asked if his patient had finally woken up. The man immediately jumped up from the couch and pulled out a pistol from under his bosom, starting to shoot in the direction of the man. He opened fire and menacingly demanded that Linen not dare to approach him and stand still. A notification appeared stating that the hunter's mental state began to drop by -10, then -5, then -1. Linen barely managed to avoid being hit by bullets, and the bullets landed around his silhouette. Linen tried to calm the hunter down and told his esteemed guest not to be nervous, that he had already treated his wound and everything was fine. The hunter looked at him incredulously, still holding the gun and pointing it directly at Linen. The apothecary smiled nervously and kicked the chainsaw to the side, trying not to make any unnecessary movements and telling the man that it was better for them to forget all their internecine conflicts. The hunter glanced down at his shoulder and carefully felt the wound. He no longer felt the hollow sensation of scraping flesh, nor the irritating sensation of black butterfly toxin. All those terrible sensations now seemed like a nightmare to him. Linen exhaled softly. The man asked him if the doctor had really dealt with it so quickly, to which he replied that the poison from the damaged muscles and bones had been removed from the shoulder, and it only remained to start the regeneration of muscles and blood in the body. Linen smiled as he held the flask in his hands and opened it. He added that to do this, he uses the best regeneration potion in his shop specifically for the hunter. The good thing was that the man was in good health, most of the muscles and blood were already almost completely restored. However, the small area on the hunter's arm still couldn't grow back enough, so Linen sewed a small amount of another creature's flesh on it. The apothecary added that the hunter should not worry, because he had already taken care of possible troubles. The hunter studied his hand carefully. There were several stitches and pieces of leather stitched together on his shoulder. He was surprised that it was someone else's flesh. He clarified whether it was really pork meat. There was one pink piece of cloth on his arm. The hunter frowned and shouted out what the hell Linen was doing when he sewed a piece of pig skin on him. He walked up to Lin En and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, lifting him slightly off the ground. Lin En tried to be unperturbed and replied that although the operation didn't go as well as he originally thought, but the result was excellent, wasn't it? He added that if there are any problems with this new prosthetic device, the hunter can always come to Lin En for a free consultation. Lin En wished the man a good secondary use. The man frowned again, looking annoyed and angry. He clarified what other secondary use was in question, and did Lin En seriously think that he had done him another favor? The system window flashed up, and it read, "The demon hunter's mood has become extremely unstable. The crisis level increased by plus 30%, the crisis level increased by plus 55%, and the crisis level increased by plus 88%. Lin En jumped up, slapping his chest with his hand. He said that with all due respect to his patient, although there were very small mistakes during the operation, but compared to the fact that he made a few mistakes, it was nothing, because if you remember what a hunter's body would turn into because of the poison of the black butterfly, then everything was generally fine. In this dark world, the most important thing was to stay alive." The man frowned and continued to hold Lin En by the scruff of the neck. A notification was displayed that the crisis level had increased to 99%. Slowly but surely, the grip on the apothecary's clothes began to loosen. The hunter slowly released him. A notification was displayed stating that appeasement experience increased by +1, appeasement experience increased by +1, ding. The level of the crisis is decreasing. Lin En held his throat, trying to stretch it a little and clear his throat. The man stepped back. He told Lin En that the doctor was right, because there really was nothing better or more valuable than life in this world. He added that as expected of a creature of the same race as himself, being able to live in this dark world until now was an extremely amazing thing. The hunter's face instantly brightened, and Lin En awkwardly scratched the back of his head and even blushed a little. He replied that it was nothing special, and the hunter, on the contrary, confirmed his words and added that such things always begin to realize only after torture. The hunter went back to the man and took him by the scruff of the neck again. He frowned, asking if Lin En was thinking that the man had just praised him. The hunter asked him again so that he would honestly answer the question about whether he had ever performed operations before or not. Lin En looked directly at the man and held up 2 fingers, saying that he swore that he had had a C-section before. Both father and daughter were perfectly fine, and they even liked him. The hunter looked at him carefully, thinking about the doctor's words. He dared to remove the poison of the black butterfly from the hunter's bones after a C-section. Although it sounded like complete nonsense, Lin En still really managed to heal his wounds. The hunter's frown deepened and he remembered exactly how the operation had been performed. He said he didn't want anyone to know that the hunter had lost consciousness. There was a notification that the crisis level has increased to 99%. Lin En, with a smile and a slight blush on his cheeks, replied that the man should not worry in any way, because the confidentiality of their clients is the key to their reputation. The crisis rate plummeted to 10%. The hunter moved away from the doctor and picked up his cloak, intending to pack. He asked how much he was charged, and that plus he would never dare come to this stupid store again because it was too expensive. Lin En smiled and folded his hands in front of him. He said that there was no need to pay for the operation, and it would be at Lin En's expense, but in the future, let the hunter visit their cute little shop more often. They would first do a favor for this demon hunter, and then perhaps they could use it as a money tree. A notification appeared that read, "Ding. You have completed the task. Your reward is plus 500 skull coins." The hunter put on a cape and before leaving, told Lin En not to think that his flattery would make him forget about what happened during the operation and what he did. Even though they were of the same race, the hunter had always been a loner and would never take a man like Lin En with him. The hunter pulled his hat down over his face and added that he advised him not to stay here too long, as he, as a human, had no chance of survival here. It was at great risk of becoming a monster's dinner. Lin En folded his hands and looked at the monster hunter seriously. He asked how he could leave this world in that case. After all, Lin En had absolutely no memory of how exactly he got here. He didn't know anything about the outside world from the inside, and the only place that was familiar to him was this very shop. The hunter smiled as he looked down at the boy. There were a lot of people like Lin En who came here from different worlds, but most of those who arrived had already been swallowed up by this world long ago. All he could say was that here in this world, the main and most terrible bottom was Sin City, and if Lin En wanted to leave this world, the fastest way was only to die. Of course, there was another way besides death, and that was to become stronger, strong enough to be able to escape. He pulled out a gun and held it to his face. Lin En frowned a little at the hunter's words. So he's going to stay here for the rest of his life. After all, almost every time he meets a monster, he is overcome by the fear of death. The hunter grinned and said that regarding Lin En and his methods, the monsters here were already afraid of him, not the other way around, right? The hunter added that without further ado, he was in favor of a fair exchange. Lin En had healed his wounds, so he wouldn't be able to treat him badly, especially after the doctor didn't even charge him any money. He opened his dark cloak and showed the doctor various wares, weapons, files, and more. In return, the hunter offered to look at his things and choose something that Lin liked and take one of them for himself. Lin squatted down and carefully examined the contents of the man's cloak. He frowned slightly and rubbed his chin, wondering what exactly he should have chosen out of all this. He noticed 2 revolvers strapped to his belt. The doctor thought it looked pretty good. These were the Witcher's revolvers. They belonged to the White Magician. Characteristic: legendary weapon. Capacity: 6 magic bullets. Description: one of the most valuable weapons brought by the demon Akaros from the Earth realm. The weapon deals extremely high damage to evil spirits, vampires, gargoyles, monsters, and anyone else. The weapon came in a set of 2 magic revolvers. Lin reached for his weapon, but his hands were quickly intercepted by the hunter. He looked at the doctor carefully. The man smiled and said that the guy clearly had a good eye. He immediately noticed the best of what he had. He held Lin's hand tightly, to which the doctor smiled and said that in his opinion, such a weapon was excellent. The man grinned and said that of course, and wouldn't Lin even look at who they belonged to before. The doctor asked if the man really killed demons with these revolvers, to which he said that no, he had never killed anyone with them, including monsters. To Lin's curious question why, he abruptly released him, so that the doctor collapsed on the floor, pulled out a revolver from under his bosom and fired it. Lin immediately turned pale and rolled down, looking at the bullet holes on his side. The hunter blew on the muzzle, which was oozing smoke from the shot. It was the best weapon, but these 2 revolvers had a serious flaw, and Lin should have noticed it by now. Lin exhaled, taking a closer look and asking if it was a human shape. The hunter chuckled at his words, adjusting his hat with his weapon. A human shape. Although it was beautifully said, but to be more precise, these 2 weapons were once cursed. No matter what angle you shoot from, the bullet will never hit the target accurately. That's why when he started shooting Lin last time, he never hit him, the bullets just outlined the silhouette of the guy. The man began to put the revolvers back in his shirt. Simply put, he usually used them just to look dangerous, and nothing more. They were not capable of anything else. Lin looked a little disappointed. He turned away from the man and said that since this was the case, he didn't really want those guns anymore. As soon as the doctor turned away, the hunter with a satisfied smile on his face started shooting at the guy again so that he only had time to jump away. The man said that he was the person who paid the most attention to justice and reliability, and since Lin chose this particular weapon, it means that he no longer had the right to refuse it. To do otherwise was to look down on the hunter. He decided to give Lin another chance and use the weapon, or the doctor could just walk away with nothing else. Lin decided that he should just forget about it as long as he put the gun away. The doctor said a little hesitantly that he still wanted a gun. With a satisfied smile, the man slapped the table and placed the revolver in front of him. He said that it took him a very long time to voluntarily get rid of this weapon because of the curse. Lin could now use it as a weapon, which was a relief to the hunter himself. Lin asked perplexedly what he meant by that. He picked up the weapon and held it out. He explained that he hadn't been able to get rid of the gun for a long time because of the curse. Only members of the human race could show such a keen desire to get something. However, these revolvers could only be transferred through fair trade. Plus, there weren't many people in this world, so it wasn't easy to find someone to give these weapons to. Lin pointed a finger at himself and asked if the hunter had deceived him on purpose. The man with an awkward smile on his face held up a finger and said that Lin tormented him before the operation as much as he is tormenting him now, so they were even. And since Lin had done him such a great favor, then he would tell him something very important. A notification was displayed that the hunter's favorability had increased by +20. The man looked a little flustered. The hunter said that tonight, under no circumstances should you make any noise, do not turn on the light, and even more so do not open the door to anyone. They had extremely suspicious creatures here. Lin frowned and asked if the man was referring to a particular monster. The hunter wrapped his cloak around himself, slowly disappearing into the shadows. He added that it was better for Lin not to know, and also that if he lived until tomorrow, they might see each other again. Lin watched the hunter disappear into the shadows. The doctor was sitting on a chair, examining the weapon in his hand. The demon hunter had told him much the same thing as the teacher. Lin will have to be more careful today anyway. Lin looked out the window and looked at the bunch of red eyes shining from there. It was still half an hour before nightfall. No normal creature should have come at this time. However, the pharmacist's level rose again. At this rate of growth, it won't be long before it becomes very difficult to handle. He looked at the little girl sleeping peacefully in front of him. It was a blood child of an evil spirit. Level 7. Feature: acts chaotically. Description: ghost spirits are formed from resentment and negative energy. This evil spirit was formed as a result of absorbing the blood of a large number of animal spirits. Once formed, it will consume the host's soul and flesh, then grow in size and become a plague. Lin held out his gun and pointed it at the sleeping girl in front of him. Yes, it was just the thing to try out the gun and see if it really didn't hit or not. A gunshot rang out, and the sleeping girl's eyes snapped open. Bloodchild's fear immediately increased by +10. Linen blew on the muzzle, blowing away the smoke. He was surprised by the result and the fact that the bullet really missed and did not hit the girl. Linen didn't believe in curses, so he decided that it would be a good idea to start shooting at the Bloodchild. The girl clutched her head in horror, not understanding what was happening at all. A notification appeared: fear of Bloodchild +10, fear of Bloodchild +10, fear of Bloodchild +10. Suddenly all was still. The front door swung open. Linen turned around and peered intently into the darkness. Many red eyes stared back at him. He immediately rushed to the exit and held out the lantern. Darkness enveloped him. Linen quickly slammed the door and locked it. The lock began to shake wildly. Linen was carefully looking at the front door with a gun in his other hand. Once the light of the soul lamp was extinguished and the sky was shrouded in darkness, this night would be his greatest test in this world. Because any monster can break into his hideout. Night fell. A notification appeared that read, "Ding. You launched the Sleepless Night mission. Quest conditions: survive until dawn the next day. Quest reward: +500 skull coins, +1 level, +1 special reward." Linen and the girl went into the room and hid on the bed under the covers. There was silence. He held the little girl close to him and kept the knife in his hand just in case. His face was rather restless. At the moment, nothing terrible was happening. Linen only hoped that this evening would pass quickly and calmly. It was already midnight. Suddenly there was a voice outside the door. The voice called out his name, Linen, and said that it was CJ, and he immediately opened the door for him. The voice was shouting that an evil spirit was chasing after him, and he had to hurry and let it in quickly. Linen abruptly jumped out of bed, and the girl looked at him questioningly. A teacher? How could he suddenly return so unexpectedly early? The voice kept calling out to Linen and telling him to hurry up and open the door for him quickly, otherwise his teacher would die a little more. Linen got up from the bed and went to the door. He replied that he was on his way, and the teacher waited for him a little longer. Linen was about to reach for the door handle, but after a second, he stopped and changed his mind. The doctor frowned and held out his knife. He shouted out that no one outside could help him and he was doomed to die. Linen suddenly raised his knife and stuck it right in the door. Red blood immediately spurted out from the cracks in the door. For a moment, all was quiet. A voice outside the door asked, how come Linen didn't even bother to check who he was before stabbing the door? Linen frowned and replied that if he was outside, his teacher wouldn't hesitate to stab him for speaking to someone incomprehensible. Besides, the teacher would never have returned at this time, so the person behind the door simply couldn't be his teacher. Linen leaned against the door and listened more closely. He heard a rustling sound, and at the same moment a clawed hand pierced the door. It was a gray hand with black claws. A notification appeared that Linen's mental state had dropped by -10. A hand reached through the hole in the door and dragged its claws across it, leaving huge, long footprints. Linen stabbed a knife into his hand in a panic. He was visibly frightened by the current situation. The monster behind the door threatened to devour him, that it wanted to tear him to pieces and chew his flesh slowly piece by piece. Multiple hands pierced through the door. One grabbed him by the hair, the other by the throat, and the other hands were grabbing at other parts of his body. The monster continued to threaten and shout that it would devour Linen. There was a slight look of panic on the apothecary's face. He remembered what was wrapped around his wrist. This was supposed to work, wasn't it? The glowing red thread was the hair of an evil spirit. He tossed a hair on his arm in the doorway. It formed many nodes and branches. They began to envelop all the hands that were stuck in the door. The monster began to writhe and scream as the hair continued to wrap around its arms. Linen stared at the painting in front of him in silence. Linen grabbed the overgrown tangle of hair and pulled it towards him. This ghost couldn't possibly be stronger than him. He would definitely be able to handle it. Linen held the resulting red stringy tail tightly. Suddenly, many of the monster's hands loosened on the door. I think he was dead. Linen picked up a knife and intended to cut off the resulting hair. It didn't matter if he was definitely dead or not, there were still a few more strikes to be made just in case. Linen stabbed the monster's hands. A notification appeared that read, "Ding. You killed a bloodthirsty ghost +1, your reward, +100 experience points." Linen was even a little surprised that the monster could die so quickly and just like that. Blood dripped down from the entrance, and the entrance was covered in the blood of a bloodthirsty monster. As soon as it was midnight, monsters came to the store's door. Who knows what else might be hidden behind them? Linen carefully closed the door, closing it tightly. He prepared a mop, cleaning up the mess from the huge pool of blood in the aisle. Linen thought that he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Suddenly, during the cleaning process, alarm signs appeared on which it said, "Warning. Warning. Maximum evil level monsters are approaching. The danger level is 100%. Linen roused himself. What do you mean, the maximum level of evil? Wasn't this the big guy who was supposed to show up tonight that the demon hunter had told him about? Linen stood not far from the door and watched her closely. Linen leaned his back against it and listened carefully. Suddenly, the monster's hands, which had been hanging limply, began to tremble. Abruptly, they sprang to life, climbing out of the door's trap and tearing them back out. Blood gushed out of the door, and the stench was terrible. Linen had to cover her mouth with her hand because of the strong smell. The doctor leaned over and saw something in the hole in the door. A dark black eye stared at him and followed him closely. Expanding, it disappeared after a moment. Something huge was standing outside the door. All that was visible was the red pupil on the huge black eye peering through the crack. Linen became nervous. He put a hand to his chest. This monster had an incredibly loud heartbeat. He saw a small piece of tongue in one of the slits of the door. The boy frowned slightly, lowering his gaze. Was this monster licking up his blood? A notification appeared that said, "Mental state -1, mental state -1. To him, the sound of the door being licked was pretty cute. The voice of a little girl eating ice cream immediately popped into my head. It's like a little Lolita, not a monster, is licking something. Linen was startled when he saw a huge tongue waving from side to side. No, he was definitely taking it back now. It could never be cute at all. A notification was displayed that the mental state had dropped by -40. The tongue continued to study the door and lick the blood off it as Linen stood at the side and trembled in terror. Suddenly, the tongue moved in his direction, licking his shoulder, cheek, and then mouth and nose. The guy's mental state got even worse and dropped by -50 again. Many tongues poked out of the door. Linen pressed himself against the door and tried not to panic, closing his eyes tightly. The main thing was not to panic. Keep absolutely calm and try to calm down as quickly as possible. Otherwise, and in the worst case scenario, he will definitely be devoured by this monster. The monster continued to lick Linen's face and cheeks as he tried to calm down quietly, closing his eyes tightly. A voice rang out saying that a doctor was urgently needed. Linen had to open the door as requested by the monster, complaining of a toothache. Linen was distracted by these words, letting go of his daze and horror a little. What? A toothache? Does this mean that the monster behind the door didn't come to eat him, but to meet the doctor? Linen quietly replied that their shop was usually closed at night. These are their rules, and he can't break them. The monster did not stand on ceremony for long and replied that if he did not help him, the monster would simply devour him. Linen didn't need much persuasion, as he opened the door and immediately bowed to the monster, inviting him to come inside. The Bloodsaw Pharmacy is at his service. A huge face appeared in front of him, like the face of a child. Level, race, combat ability, run, boy. The monster licked its lips, looking at him with its huge red eyes. Description: if you hear children laughing at midnight, if you see a glimmer of light in the dark, please do not go to it, because this is not a ray of hope, but a bait to the abyss. A notification flashed that the mental state had dropped by -20. The mental state had dropped by -20. Linen looked up at the monster. He apologized and asked how exactly he could help him. The monster opened its mouth, revealing its linen and revealing a giant mouth. Sharp, huge teeth were visible in it. The monster kept repeating about the toothache and the doctor, and that if Linen didn't cure it, it would just eat it. A notification flashed that Linen's mental state had dropped to -10. Linen could smell the stench coming from his mouth. His face was filled with fear and horror, and he was sweating profusely. The guy replied that the monster should not worry, and he would definitely cure him, because toothache is nothing, and you should not worry about it. In his head, thoughts kept telling him to calm down, because even though he was ugly, this was still his patient, so he had to go on as if nothing was happening, and his voice was still coming out. The monster continued to stare intently at Linen with its mouth open. He thought about how surprisingly she was even quite cute. Linen moved closer to the monster, asking what kind of tooth it was hurting. The monster replied that the posterior molars in the upper jaw hurt. He demanded to open his mouth wider so that he could take a closer look and understand exactly what the problem was. The monster opened its mouth, and Linen walked right into it. It landed on her tongue, completely sinking into her mouth. The task was highlighted, ding. You have started the task, cure toothache. Your quest reward, +1 special reward, favor, +50, +1000 skull coins, mission failure penalty, absent. Linen roused himself. Was there no penalty for mission failure? It was funny. If he doesn't make it, then he'll be out on his own. Linen covered his nostrils with his hand. It was too hard to see without the light. Now he will be forced to spend energy on unnecessary thoughts and play hard to get. The monster reached out its tentacles to its eye and tore it out of its socket. It stuck an eye in its mouth and used it as an extra light source. Linen was startled and recoiled for a second, but after a moment, he realized what it was for. A notification was displayed stating that the mental state has dropped to -1. The mental state has dropped to -1. In the mouth were various bones of strange creatures, skulls and other garbage. It was safe to say that the contents in the monster's body were quite diverse. Linen continued to hold his hand over his nose and mouth, looking around inside his mouth. Here, without exaggeration, there was a real dump. Suddenly, he noticed a weapon stuck in his mouth from the side. It was a spear with a snake wrapped around it, and it was also being held by a severed arm. It was a holy spear, characteristic, a unique item. Introduction: a spear that entered the dark world from another dimension. It contains associated blessings and has a strong deterrent effect on evil spirits and demons. Linen seems to have found something that caused the toothache. It was a spear, like a witch's weapon, out of this world. Still, this sacred object brings torment and pain to the patient. The monster demanded to pull it out, otherwise, if it didn't pull it out, it would devour Linen. Notifications flashed that a tentacle fragment of the Great Healer +1, the corpse of the Doctor of Black Magic +1, the hand of an unknown sorcerer +1, the eyeball of the Mad Doctor of Purgatory +1 were found. The fragments of these bodies belonged to different doctors. Apparently, before this monster appeared on his doorstep, he visited many other pharmacies. And those dead doctors were once monsters, unable to touch this lump directly, so they couldn't do anything to cure the monster. Linen frowned and flexed his arms. But he was human. The divine power shouldn't have hurt him. Hesitantly, he reached for the spear. He touched it with his finger, and a purple light passed from the point of contact. The behemoth opened its eye in surprise. Linen let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, this was his chance. He wrapped his arm around the spear. Linen turned to the monster and said that he was about to start drawing his spear. The monster immediately screamed loudly. Linen hoped that the spear could be pulled out, otherwise he would end up here just like his poor colleagues. Linen wrapped his hand tightly around the spear and pulled on it, almost pulling it out. The monster continued to watch as Linen struggled to pull that spear out of its mouth. He called out and said what it was doing there, and it would be better to help. The monster was a little surprised, but still shifted its eye to other tentacles and with other free ones reached into its mouth, wrapping it around Linen. He told the monster to get ready, and at his command, on the count of 3, he ordered it to pull. After counting out 1, 2, 3, they abruptly pulled the spear towards them. It struggled out of the monster's gums, and Linen flew backward, falling on his back. Fortunately, he did it. A notification was displayed stating that the goodwill towards Linen had increased by +20. The monster's eye stared intently at Linen. It started screaming that it was hurting, really hurting even though they pulled it out. The monster stared at the bleeding wound from where the spear had been. It said in a familiar manner that if Linen didn't cure it, it would devour him. Linen stood in front of the monster and told it, most importantly, not to worry and not to worry because Linen will definitely help him. I had to stay calm. If one didn't pay attention to the frightening appearance, this monster wasn't much different from his other patients. I needed to show him my good heart, and it would definitely work. Linen bowed in front of him with a nervous smile on his lips. He pointed to the side and told the monster to keep its mouth open and not move. Linen ran out the door of the house, hurriedly grabbing a bunch of different ointments, tools, and anything else that might be useful. He ran back and ran into the monster's mouth with a jerk. It seems that the power of the holy spear remained in the tooth, so the patient still felt a toothache. To completely cure the tooth, it was necessary to deliver a separation device to the root of the tooth. Linen was standing in front of a huge tooth with a hole in the center. However, the bleeding was too much. The monster once again took its eye in its tentacles and watched everything Linen did. He carefully placed the necessary preparations on the adjacent tooth. He couldn't figure out how to properly insert the drug into the wound. At his side was one of the monster's tentacles. He looked at the tentacle, and the tentacle was looking at him. Linen grabbed the base of it and asked if his patient liked the tentacle very much. He really needed it to take the pain out of him. Linen gave it a sharp tug and yanked it out by the roots. The monster gave a sharp cry of pain, dropping its own eye. Many tentacles rushed towards Linen, but they stopped behind the doctor's back and carefully looked at what exactly he was doing. Linen was holding a tentacle and injecting some drug from a syringe. He waved at the monster's eye and called for a light fixture, and quickly, so as not to stare at the extra time just like that. The monster immediately obeyed and started shining its eye while Linen held the tentacle over its tooth. He slammed it into the hole in his tooth and blood spurted out. The tentacle was halfway in, but not all the way in. It was too narrow to fit completely through the gap in the tooth. Linen looked around and carefully considered what exactly he should do. It must be inserted firmly and deeply. He looked around in the hope that he might find some sort of tool. Suddenly, he saw what he was looking for, a huge bone that looked like a hammer. He took a second bone with a sharper end and began to hammer it into the tooth. The monster was in shock at what was happening and the pain it was experiencing. Linen asked him to be patient, because he was going to put even more effort into his treatment than before. Linen continued to hammer a hole in his tooth. The monster kept shouting that it was too painful, and Linen asked him to wait a bit, because they were almost at the root and it would be much easier later. The monster's eyes were already starting to roll back in tears, and it was begging Linen to hurry up, otherwise it would definitely devour it. Finally, he was able to drive the bone all the way in, and it went in, covering the hole in the tooth. Linen finally got over it. The monster screamed in euphoria. The monster looked at Linen and said that it didn't hurt anymore. Linen smiled as he wiped the blood from his cheek and replied that of course, because the medicine finally worked, and all that remained was to check the rest of his teeth. The tentacles wrapped around Linen pleasantly and he laughed, saying that he had already stopped laughing, otherwise his whole body began to itch. A sign with information about what his trust is displayed. Increased to Linen by +20. One of the tentacles was licking Linen's cheek. He looked to the side and said that he needed to buy an electric drill like his teachers, and also buy safety glasses in this operating room. Suddenly, he had everything he needed that he had just asked for in his hands. Linen began to examine the other teeth. He saw one tooth and said that the monster's front tooth was corrupted by divine power. He turned on the drill, starting to drill it. If you don't get rid of the sacred power in the tooth, it will continue to cause unbearable pain to the monster after the medicine has taken effect. He continued drilling into the monster's tooth. Linen added that first he will try to clean the tooth itself and then seal it well and fix it with steel. The monster agreed quite well and believed him, saying that this was what it was all about. A sign with information about what his trust is displayed. It grew to +20. Linen demanded a bucket of water and animal tentacles immediately handed it to him. He continued to clean and drill it until the tooth was shining with cleanliness. The monster asked if there was anything else needed, and Linen replied that he really needed steel to put it on top of the seal, but unfortunately, he probably didn't have enough steel. And if the monster wanted to buy this material, then it had to do it at least tomorrow. The monster cut him off in mid-sentence and said that he would get steel. Together with Linen in their mouths, they sped down the road. The guy panicked and asked where they were taking him. They rushed to the huge steel gate. Linen looked at them carefully and asked that this gate that the monster was talking about was actually made of steel. It seems like it was just iron, not steel, from Linen's perspective. The monster activated its laser, shooting purple light from its mouth, which smashed through the giant iron doors. Someone else appeared in front of them. It was a steel puppet. Level, race, puppet, combat ability, extremely dangerous, description. A steel puppet whose powers are generated from the darkness itself causes terror even in the most terrible monster. It instills fear and makes you vulnerable. This puppet is a real nightmare for all representatives of the dark world. Linen stepped out of the monster's open mouth. An iron robot stood before them, its eyes glowing red. There was almost no expression carved into the iron face. Linen noticed him and recognized him. It was an actinic golem. One of these monsters had already come to their shop and was almost destroyed. The teacher fought with him for a very long time. He remembered the picture of his teacher flying a chainsaw at an iron robot. The monster rolled out its huge tongue and sprang up, smashing down directly over the golem's head. The monster landed on top of him, landing on top of the golem's head, causing it to immediately collapse to the ground. Linen was a little surprised by this picture. It was outrageous for him. Did they really have the same levels? There was too much difference between them. The golem fell and lay still, not getting up. The monster asked if one was enough for them to continue on. Several other similar iron golems started to come at them. Linen waved his hands and said in a panic that one would definitely be enough. Linen stood over the golem and concentrated. It only remains to give the steel the desired shape, and then he will definitely be able to help. Linen picked up a saw, sawing the steel into the shapes he needed. After a while, the monster's mouth was already shining. All of its teeth were treated and covered with a steel coating. Linen wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He was extremely satisfied with his work, and the monster's eyes were shining with joy. A notification appeared that read, "Ding. You have completed the mission. Your reward is 1,000 skull coins. Favor +50. You have received a special reward, Potion Formula +1. Ding. You have received the achievement, Top Level Monster Dentist. Top Level Monster Dentist. You are the first person who had the courage to cure the tooth of a top level monster and succeed in dealing with it. You get a new permanent stat, Top Level Monster Location +1, Inventory +10. The monster smiled happily with its toothy mouth and said that it wouldn't eat Linen and that he was cool. Linen bowed and thanked the monster for its praise, because such kind words from his patients motivate him to continue practicing medicine. The sign with the notification that the favor is displayed. It grew by another +40. Linen turned to the monster with a friendly smile and asked if his patient would like to use their new dental service. It wasn't easy to win over a monster of this level. It was necessary to do everything possible so that later he would become their regular customer. The monster asked curiously what the dental service was. Linen replied that it consisted of long-term maintenance of all his teeth and health checks at their pharmacy. He might be the first person to try such an exclusive service, and if you are satisfied, you can apply and become a regular customer of their store. The monster listened intently, leaning on its tentacle and thinking. Linen added that they will do the first cleaning completely free of charge. A notification appeared that read, "Ding. You have a new task, help. Take care of your teeth. Quest reward, 500 skull coins. Favor, plus 50. Linen rushed back into the monster's mouth with a bunch of cleaning items. A pile of garbage flew out of the monster's mouth, someone's hands, garbage, skulls and other remains. A notification appeared that read, Ding. You have received the severed arm of an unknown creature plus 5. Ding. You've got the unknown's limbs plus 54. Ding. You got a broken skull plus 31. Ding. You have received plus 132 GR of gold. Jin. You received enchanted armor of excellent level plus 1. Linen placed a bucket of dark flowing slime in front of the monster. The monster asked him what it was. The doctor replied that the dark slime creature could produce a large amount of antiseptic and refreshing foam. Combined with special bleaching and disinfecting agents, it can keep your teeth clean and bright, and your breath fresh. The monster smiled happily and agreed. A notification is displayed stating that the favor, it increased by plus 20. Linen picked up a huge brush. He said that the identification of toothpaste from the dark world was complete, and they could start brushing their teeth. Linen armed himself with a brush and bucket, stepping into the monster's huge mouth. He began to wash and polish the monster's teeth. Soap bubbles flew everywhere. The monster smiled and said that it was getting a lot easier. The monster's tentacles appeared next to Linen and he asked with a smile if he wanted to help him. He showed him a bucket with several smaller brushes and ordered him to take one for each hand. Linen guided and explained how to properly brush your teeth. He said that first it was necessary to clean one way, then another, and then another. They also needed to remove dirt between their teeth to prevent the infection from spreading in the future. A notification is displayed stating that the favor increased by plus 10. Favorability. Linen sat down and exhaled wearily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He said that now it remains only to see how the condition of the teeth has changed compared to what it was before. The monster grinned, his eyes twinkling with joy. He looked at his teeth and felt them with tentacles. A notification appeared that read, Ding. You have completed the task. Your reward is plus 50 skull coins. Favor, plus 50. Linen pointed a finger at the monster with a proud smile and asked if it was satisfied with the service rendered. He happily exclaimed that yes. Linen then immediately asked if the monster wanted to become a lifelong member of their shop so that he could come to them at any time of the day or night and treat his teeth for free. The monster enthusiastically replied that he wanted to. Linen took out a notebook and said that New needed the monster to give his name. He needed to write down the name to register in their system. The next time the monster comes to them, it will be able to get a gold membership card and a small gift made especially for it. The monster asked what name he was referring to. Linen said about the name that others call him, and the monster replied that he didn't have such a name. Linen smiled at the monster and asked if he could choose a name for it himself. He decided that the best name for him would be Tiny. The monster beamed and repeated its new name, Tiny. It pulled its tongue out of its mouth and started licking Linen and hugging him with its tentacles. The monster said that he really likes the name and thanks the doctor for everything he did. Linen laughed softly and replied that it wasn't worth thanking. A notification appeared with the description, Ding. You have named the highest ranked monster baby. New achievement, Supreme Namer. Top Appler. Have you become the first person in the dark world to name a top ranked monster? You get for this achievement, Kinship with a monster plus 10, the ability to remove the curse of time plus 1. Tiny carried Linen and turned to walk away. She said that the baby was very happy, a happy baby. Linen waved goodbye to her and told her to take her time and come to them more often. As soon as the baby was out of sight, Linen ran into the house and quickly boarded up the front door. He leaned against it and exhaled, putting his hand to his chest. He thought about how he only survived because of his charm skills. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to survive this night. That demon hunter must have been watching out for top-level monsters. However, he had never seen this monster in Wandering Soul Lane before, which made him think that there must be other, more dangerous and powerful sounds coming from the area where Wandering Soul Lane is located. Linen asked the system to open the character panel. A panel with information appeared. Linen level 5, race, human, strength, 17, agility, 18, intelligence, 21, stamina, 20, special reward, 8, kinship with a higher monster, 2, similarity with a monster, 10, skull coins, 2051, popularity, 34, description, crazy a pharmacist from the Bloodsaw Pharmacy. Just recently caused the chief demon hunter to go berserk in pain. Because of this, Linen has authority among top-ranked monsters, making even the most terrifying monster fear the apothecary's perverted nature. Linen sat at his desk and studied the information about himself. He was surprised that he had as many as 8 special rewards. Right now, he was definitely not a master of combat, so he needed to increase his stamina and agility, which would be very useful for him in the future. The little girl was sitting on the table in front of him, playing with a gun, entertaining herself. Linen continued the thought and thought about what was related to intelligence. It just increased understanding in certain processes, so at the moment, raising the level of intelligence was not very useful. The value of stamina increased from 20 to 28. Linen decided to forget about intelligence a little and improve his physical fitness because save your life is the primary task. He also remembered that before he named a high demon, he had obtained a new, special skill. He clicked on the desired table and a window appeared with the description, ability to remove a curse. You can select a curse and remove it from a creature within 24 hours. Only one curse could be removed at a time, the time until the next opportunity, 12 hours. It was possible that if he could erase the curse from these revolvers, then he would truly have the legendary weapon of all time. Linen snatched the gun from the poor girl, examining it carefully. Linen shouted, standing with the weapon, that the curse was lifted and a system window appeared with the description, ding. You use the curse ability. You can repeat the action only after 12 hours. Ding. You have obtained the power of the cursed river, 100% miss. Remaining time, 24 hours. Linen held up the weapon in front of him with a satisfied smile. Linen smiled and rejoiced at what had finally happened. Although he won't be able to use the power until 24 hours later, this weapon will definitely help him out in an emergency. Linen started firing his weapon, shouting that he was going crazy. Linen started shooting at the bottle, never hitting it once. The bullets began to circle the bottle without shooting through it. Linen frowned and said to the system, did the ability that he obtained turn out to be fake? He had erased the curse, so why was the hit rate still so low? A notification appeared that read, ding. You hit the target 0 times. Linen looked at the revolver in his hand in disappointment and became dejected. It seems that if you really want to use this weapon in real combat, then you will have to train a lot in order to learn how to control it and hit it. Linen placed the bottle next to the wall. After all, only with hard work can an iron bar be sharpened into a needle. Linen started shooting everywhere. A sign appeared that announced that basic weapon proficiency had been increased by +1. You had to understand that it was impossible to become a better shooter overnight anyway. Through the holes in the windows, he saw a bright light. A voice could be heard asking about who it was that broke into the territory. A notification appeared that said, you hit 75 items in the room, night shooter, you get +10 experience. Linen carefully boarded up the holes he had made in the window, so he tried to hide evidence from the crime scene. He dared to draw attention to himself like this, and now he was trying to hide. He ran to the bed and pulled the blanket over his head. It hit the target squarely. A sign appeared with a signature that read, ding. You have completed the task Sleepless Night, your reward, +500 skull coins, +1 level. Ding. You have successfully survived the first stressful night after the system woke up and experienced interesting events. You cured 5 patients, killed a demon +1, injured a demon +1, and had a strong psychological impact on patients. You have a feeling of cheerfulness and happiness. Linen woke up, rubbing the back of his head and yawning. Sunlight streamed in from the window. Then a sign flashed on which was written, ding. You have successfully reached level 6, you have opened the daily trading exchange system, which is updated every day, and now you can exchange your accumulated money for items of interest to you. Linen carefully read the notifications and thought about how noisy the system was sending out notifications so early. Next notification with information, ding. Friendly reminder, after completing level 10, you will be able to choose a different field of activity for your first shift at work, please wait. Suddenly, tentacles poked out from under the blanket. He immediately grabbed his weapon and fired, and a notification flashed up with the information that his weapon skill had increased by +1. Linen carefully looked at who it was. It was a little girl with her own little tentacles. A notification appeared stating that the blood child was unable to infect you, and its fear of you increased by +20. Linen leaned back on the pillow. Sure enough, she was trying to infect him again. No wonder he'd felt someone trying to enter his body last night. He remembered curling up in a ball at night and sleeping peacefully, with the girl's huge tentacles reaching out to the man from behind. He actually slept all night with the octopus. I wondered how much this child had grown overnight. Linen opened the system. A notification appeared with information about the hero, blood child of the evil spirit, race, evil spirit, combat ability, chaotic action, level 10. Description, ghost spirit born in the fusion of feelings and resentment, ghost energy, formed by absorbing blood energy in a large number of animal spirits. One day, it will devour the host's soul, flesh, and blood and gradually grow into the embodiment of disaster. P.S. Due to the fact that a person has a psychological shadow, his aggressiveness towards someone is sharply reduced. The next sign with the information flashed up, ding. Since the evil spirit blood child's fear of you has reached 1321 and your taming level has exceeded 200, you will trigger a special quest, Blood Baby Grove. Quest description, the evil spirit blood child has reached a specific status, the formation period of level 10, which means that plasticity at this stage determines the future growth direction and personality of the blood child, because you have played a huge role in its growth. You have received a qualification that allows you to make preliminary adjustments to the child. Objective: to complete the first stage of plastic surgery for the bloody baby. Quest reward: Spirit Infant Taming Skill plus 50, Base Experience plus 200. Lin and leaned back. Plastic: this means that this baby could still be changed. These feelings were extremely annoying to Lin En, and why couldn't they stop them right away? It seems that before forming, he was covered in fear and resentment. Of course, it was worth the risk, otherwise it would be a disaster. The following sign appeared with the information, ding. The target is an evil spirit, a huge resentment in the body of which will constantly change appearance and gradually turn into an extremely evil creature, and the owner will be assigned huge evil characteristics. If this is allowed to develop, the goal will not be achieved. Lin En held the little girl's head by the scruff of her neck, which had tentacles hanging out of it. It seemed like he should have suppressed her resentment with fear much earlier, before the formation. This really is a big disaster. A sign appeared stating that the blood child's fear had increased by +1. Lin En grabbed its tentacles, pulling them in different directions. He said with a grim face that if he did, he was going to change it completely. There was a notification that the blood child's fear increased by another +20. Lin En stood with the child and continued to shake him, saying what a prankster he was, since he had grown so many strange tentacles without his permission. A sign flashed that said blood child's fear increased by +20, then blood child's fear increased by +20. Lin En put her down, pressing her tentacles in and telling her to let Lin En's uncle do another facelift. After a while, a beautiful cute girl in a dress was sitting in front of him. A notification appeared with information on the sign, ding. You have completed the complete transformation of the evil spirit blood child and have had a positive impact on her inner development. The girl had cute ears sticking out of her head. Lin En walked up to her and poked one of her ears, saying with a satisfied smile that he was quite a genius for being able to make a suitable animal skin ear for her. Wasn't that super cute? Lin En looked at the girl sternly and told her to keep her face straight, otherwise she would break it. The following system window appeared with information, ding. The initial appearance of the blood baby was determined, and the direction of further development of the baby's growth was changed. Ding. Data processing has started, and data processing has been completed. Lin En looked questioningly at the information on the table. Next window with information, blood child, character direction, cunning, resentment, murder, psychological characteristic, distorted, collapsed, sick, growth direction, multi-armed monster, twisted in its shape, brings fear and disaster, carnage and disaster. Would you still like to adjust the character and direction of growth? The characteristics I saw are not at all encouraging. Lin En put his hand to his face, looking at the girl in front of him. He appeared in front of her with a huge smile and told her to just let him do it all by himself. Lin En tried to fix the little girl again. A system sign popped up with a new description, character direction, cute, well-behaved, kills. Psychological characteristics, good-natured, sweet, sick. Growth direction, sweet little Lolita, on the one hand a beautiful girl who brings people happiness and peace, and on the other, an evil spirit that sows trouble and death. Lin En carefully looked at the dancing girl. He asked the system if it could not be adjusted to all the characteristics. He only managed to change half of her evil appearance. A system sign appeared with the description, ding. The first stage of development is not enough. You can only configure 2 characteristics. Lin En sighed as he patted the girl's head. He said that in this case, she would have to wait until she reached a new level, then the 3 negative characteristics would disappear and she would become an ideal girl. The girl blushed slightly, not answering. Lin En shut down the system, saying that it was time to stop there as it was already time for him to prepare for the next patient. The system sign came out with the description, ding. You have completed the task, blood child has grown, your reward is, blood child taming skill plus 50, base experience plus 200. Ding. The first stage of development has been completed, and now the blood baby will enter a state of deep sleep to complete the initial behavior correction and plastic appearance. Lin En went back to practicing his revolver shooting skill. Signs popped up saying that his weapon skill was increased by +1, then his weapon skill was increased by another +1. Lin En then decided to clean up by sweeping the floors in the rooms. For this, he was awarded a +1 increase in housework experience, followed by another +1 increase in housework experience. He didn't know how it would work yet, but he was already looking forward to opening the exchange system. All attributes are generated by the system, and for sure, the quality should be up to par. Lin En couldn't wait with impatience. He leaned on his fist and asked the system to open the exchange function. It has already presented many unusual and interesting things. A list of items that he could purchase appeared in front of him. Item 1, Toxic Slime for 10 milliliters 50 coins. Item 2, Lucky Cat Doll that brings good luck 200 coins. Item 3, Baby Diaper 10 pieces 50 coins. Item 4, Formula for Flesh Growth Potion 500 skull coins. Item 5, Blood Demon Meat plus 5 100 skull coins. Item 6, Perfume Bottle 500 skull coins. The next notification appeared, ding. The shopping center interface opens. Lin En drooped. Obviously, these were not the incredible and interesting products that he had expected. He was indignant and shouted what it was, and did they really think that he needed all this stuff? You shouldn't have joked with him like that. He demanded to update the product range immediately. Lennon clenched his hand into fists. In response to his request, a notification was displayed. Ding, this function is not open yet. Please wait, it will automatically update at 5 o'clock every day. Lennon fell silent. Well, although this exchange center is diverse, but it did not meet Lennon's expectations. In any case, it can be considered as an additional way to purchase goods. Lennon crossed his legs, deep in thought. He looked carefully at the list of products and poked at the appropriate line. He decided to buy a toxic slime that could be used to make a simple potion in the future. A notification was displayed that -50 skull coins were debited. He looked at the lucky cat. The picture was of a red-haired cat with red eyes. The lucky cat doll that brings good luck? What was the use of it, I wonder? Lennon felt like he would be lucky if he bought it for himself. He looked at it carefully and still decided that he would buy a doll. Now he had something to send as a gift. A red cat with a huge smile and red eyes fell from somewhere in the sky. A notification was displayed stating that another -200 skull coins were debited. He looked carefully at the next item, baby diapers. He shifted his gaze to the little girl. Lennon thought that this could be quite useful for himself. After patting the girl on the head, he still decided to buy this product as well. A notification was displayed that another -50 skull coins were debited. Unexpectedly, Lennon Ion's eyes saw the following. Flesh growth potion formula. After taking the potion, the recovery rate of injuries can significantly increase. The necessary materials: blood demon meat, slime, tyrant flower, piranha growth hormone. Lennon carefully looked at the item with a satisfied smile. It looked really good. He was looking at the entire range of the store. There was even blood demon meat on sale. Lennon decided that it was also worth buying just in case. A sign showed that -500 skull coins were debited, and then -100 skull coins were debited again. The formula of the flesh growth potion, and the system rewarded him with a critical hit potion yesterday. Now that Lennon has all the ingredients he needs, he can make 2 whole potions. Lennon walked over to a table that was filled with various papers and folders. It was a good thing that he was able to buy so many different raw materials for his potions today. Yesterday, he was able to make a lot of money from selling small crochet teeth, just in time to exchange them for something more valuable. Suddenly, the door opened and an elderly, wrinkled old woman entered the room. In her hand, with its huge, long nails, she held what looked like a basket shaped like a head. It had a leather handle, and the bag itself was in the form of a head with sewn eyes and mouth. She turned to Lennon and asked if he could find some trash for the old woman. The system window with a notification appeared, in which it was written, Tink. You have received a new task, useless trash, task reward, +50 skull coins, +100 base experience, scavenger favor +50, special reward +1. Lennon came out to meet Grandma with a huge garbage bag and replied that yes, there is. The old lady said that did he really have so much extra junk accumulated today? Lennon clasped his hands with a smile and offered to load it all into the cart for her, and the old lady agreed, apologizing in advance for bothering her. A notification window appeared with the inscription, Ding. You have completed the task, +50 skull coins, +100 base experience, scavenger favor +50. Suddenly, her bag glowed with a purple light and she asked if there was something in the bag that gave off a top-level aura. A sign flashed up notifying that the scavenger's suspicion of him had increased by +10. Lennon smiled and scratched his head, answering that yes, just last night I cured the tooth of a monster of the highest rank. And this was what he had cleaned out of the monster's mouth. The old lady immediately shivered and turned pale, asking that Lennon had been inside the mouth of a top-ranked monster and it somehow didn't eat it. She used to think that Lennon was just a normal human child, but how dare he do such a thing? Lennon looked at the old lady and asked why she was so scared. After all, he didn't do anything wrong and just cured the patient. This was his main job. No matter who visited their pharmacy, they would treat them the same as everyone else. The old lady was not too impressed and continued to look at Lennon with the same disbelief. She asked how this was possible. In this case, Lennon is really a brave fellow. There were 3 soul hunters hanging around here last night, and obviously not with the best of intentions. The one Lennon helped was probably the smaller of the 3, and Granny advised him to stay away from them. A notification was displayed that the scavenger's suspicion of his person increased by another +10. Last night, on the street, Slaughter Lane and Evil Soul Street, and the nearby Shady Soul Lane, all the monsters were killed. 15 towering monsters and 10 demonic spirits were almost completely destroyed. The bounty hunter Ha that Lennon met yesterday supposedly wanted to cure his tooth, but what he really wanted was to feed on their alley of wandering souls. And from the looks of it, it was thanks to Linen that they were able to avoid the disaster in Wandering Souls Alley. Linen spread his hands with a smile on his face and replied that he thought that customer from yesterday was quite harmless and cute, and maybe in reality he can't be as evil as they say. The old lady paled and remained silent at Linen's words, clearly not expecting such a reaction. She screamed and said what kind of cute he was talking about, and how did he even think to call him that. Linen scratched his head with a smile and replied that he was actually really cute. The system window flashed up and said, "Ding. You have left a deep and indelible impression in the scavengers' hearts. Ding. Your popularity on Wandering Souls Lane has increased +1, Jin. Your popularity on Wandering Souls Lane has increased +1. The old lady drooped, looking down. She said that of course, in the dark world, you couldn't meet anyone who was normal, and especially not someone who looked normal. Linen had given her too much this time, and it would take her a long time to process it. She reached into her bosom, pulling out a human heart in her clawed hand. It was bright red and you could see that it was still beating inside. She handed it to Linen and said that she had picked it up recently, and he could take the heart for himself if he needed it more. Linen roused himself. A notification flashed that Linen's mental state had dropped by -10. The next system tablet contained information: the heart of a faceless demon. Characteristic: cursed item. Curse can be associated with a specific demon. It requires fresh blood every day. Description: every powerful monster carries a curse, especially its heart. If you can hear your own heartbeat, then you need to be careful because there is a high probability that this heart no longer belongs to you. Linen felt his heart start to pound. The old lady with a bloodthirsty smile and a heart in her hand added that if Linen suddenly wanted to kill someone, he could just think about it and the heart would start torturing the unfortunate person with the most cruel methods. And that's when Linen will find true happiness. Linen carefully looked at the old lady, grinning and taking the heart for himself. Of course, the old woman couldn't give something normal. Just by looking at what it does, you will know that this heart is a real killer. The old lady turned around, walking away, and said goodbye to Linen until we meet again. Linen thoughtfully said goodbye to the old lady, following her with his eyes. This old woman will come to them every day, so it's worth considering her as an NPC for later exchange in the future. Suddenly, 2 black horses appeared, running up to Linen not far away. It was a delivery, and the guy called them over. He was holding a black bag in his hand. He said that as usual, the warehouse is full of goods. Linen returned to his house with a huge black bag in his hands. He dropped it tiredly on the floor, looking at the door. There was a knock, which meant that someone had come again. Linen opened the door and was startled by what he saw: a young tall girl in a red dress with white hair and green hair. She was holding something in her hand. With a smile on her face, she said that the business seemed to be booming. A notification appeared with the description: evil spirit in bloody clothes, level, combat ability, acts chaotically, feature, it will consume your soul. Description: dark spirits distorted by beauty should never attract you with their charm, otherwise prepare for a nightmare. After taking a deep breath, Linen greeted the guest and asked if the girl had a medical condition that required urgent treatment. With a smile on her face, the girl replied that nothing was bothering her. She'd moved into their street this morning and was just about to visit the neighbors. The girl licked her red lips. She added that he should not greet her in such a formal way. Linen reached for his revolver with a smile on his face, pulling it out from under his shirt. He said welcomito her. For monsters that can't be determined by their power level, it will be useless to affect the psyche. They went inside and sat down together. If she really has bad intentions, then it will be impossible to stop her now, so it will be better to continue communicating in a friendly atmosphere. A sign with a description of the information flashed up. Ding. New mission: survive. Mission goal: before the evil spirit reaches 100% malice, keep your mental state value at least 0, and also make sure that the enemy's malice does not reach 100 for the first 30 minutes. Reward: plus 500 skull coins, plus 200 base experience, plus 1 special reward. Linen frowned. A survival quest similar to last night. Could it be that the woman in front of him was as dangerous as a top-ranked monster? The girl stuck her finger out on the table and asked why the doctor didn't look like the locals. And isn't he afraid of being eaten by disgruntled patients? Linen's mental state dropped by -10. The girl was sitting next to Linen at the table. Linen calmly replied that of course, although he was still scared, but it was his direct duty as a doctor to treat patients and protect their health, so he should treat his patients seriously, and this is the main principle of a doctor. The girl stood up and smiled charmingly as she stood next to Linen. She said, "What about those who are not, that is, not his patients?" The girl leaned close to Linen's ear and added that it was like if she just came to eat it. There was a notification that the danger level has increased to 61%. Linen replied with a smile that it was impossible, because she was so beautiful, so her heart should be just as beautiful. She is such an amazing and elegant lady, it seems that she is refined and graceful like a noble during a meal. The girl stood up and smiled, answering the guy's words with the fact that he was very eloquent. There was a notification that the danger level was reduced to 56%. She sat back down across from him and asked if he really thought she was very beautiful. Linen agreed, after which a huge smile appeared on the girl's face from ear to ear and huge sharp teeth. Toothy worms popped out of her mouth. She asked him if he still thought she was beautiful. The system window warned that Linen's mental state had dropped by -30. The woman's face contorted and Linen jumped out of his seat, backing away. One by one, a notification appeared that the danger level had increased to 81%, then to 85%, then to 90%. It opened its mouth right in front of Linen's face, and the expression on his face twisted. The girl asked if she was really beautiful. The danger level has increased to 99%. Linen blushed and reached out to kiss the girl on the lips. The girl just stared at the guy with his mouth open and the worms still wriggling out of it. She blushed and asked what Linen had just done. The danger level has been reduced to 50%. Linen's blush deepened and he replied that she came up to him so suddenly that he suddenly realized how much he wanted to kiss her. He also apologized for his rudeness, it's just that it completely matches his ideal girl type. She asked if she was really his type, and Linen said yes because he was crazy about slug girls with good teeth and tentacles. This was especially true for a girl like her, who was truly the white moonlight of his heart. The girl blushed and thought about how she felt so calm when she showed her beautiful and real face, but she was so excited to reveal her terrible face to him, there was definitely something wrong with Linen. The girl noticed the change in the guy's face for a second and asked what had happened and that he might have been really scared after all. She approached him, and Linen said that he really wanted to give her first-class oral care. The girl stared at his words. She clearly didn't immediately understand what she had just heard. Linen pushed a large mirror into the girl's hand. Her eyes were wide and she stared at her reflection intently. Linen told the girl to take a closer look at how much her smile had changed. There was a slight blush on the girl's cheeks with a modest smile on her face. She continued to carefully examine herself in the mirror while Linen stood nearby with his hand on his chest and smiled along with her. He came closer to the girl and suddenly slapped her on the shoulder, beckoning her back to earth. Startled, she immediately started up and frowned, finally turning her attention to her doctor. Her eyes were bright and her face was still flushed. Linen asked how she was doing and how she was feeling and if she was satisfied with the service provided. The girl hesitated a little with Atet, but replied that yes, everything was fine and even good. The girl turned abruptly away from the doctor, pulling her hat down over her face. She thought about how things didn't happen as she had imagined, and how would a normal ordinary person react like this. Linen, meanwhile, was standing behind the girl's back, not far from her, and was smiling amiably. Shouldn't this Linen have screamed in terror and fear, then run away as fast as he could? She immediately imagined her hands clinging to his arms and throat, wrapping her tentacles around his mouth. This guy wasn't afraid at all, on the contrary. With a calm face, he suggested that she clean her mouth. She glanced back at Linen as Tut stood there with a smile, hands on his hips. She turned away from him and frowned deeply. In the next second, she had an ear-to-ear grin on her face. She told Linen not to mess with her, and in fact, she was originally here on business. She asked him if he had operated on the pig-headed demon yesterday. A sign popped up with a notification that the danger level had increased to 71. Linen put his hand to his chin and frowned a little, agreeing with her words and replying that it was really him and what was the matter. Linen immediately thought that it couldn't be that she was sent by a pig-headed demon to take revenge on him. Could it? She looked at the doctor carefully and smiled as she replied that Linen had operated on his stomach, pulling the baby out of it. The guy immediately remembered an incomprehensible clod of meat, which was usually called a child. Linen asked who exactly she was since she knew about this case and was interested in it. She glared at Linen viciously and bared her teeth. Many worms immediately emerged from her mouth. She replied that she was the mother of this very child. Linen immediately raised his hands up with a nervous smile, and a little sweat started to run down his forehead. The guy replied that the main thing was to remain calm and only calm, and how could a beautiful lady like her look at this pig-headed demon? And even if she was a mother, didn't she have to give birth to a child to become one and not the other way around? The girl clenched her hand into a fist and told him not to make a fool of himself because the pig should have told Linen that a month ago he ate one of her tentacles, and unfortunately, the spawn is part of what fell out of it, and it should have already regained its true form. Linen scratched his cheek thoughtfully and replied that she was here to pick up her child. The smile on the woman's face became more malicious and wider. She replied that of course, besides, he should have already turned into a true dark monster, right? And she's looking forward to it. The lady took on an even more sinister appearance. Huge claws appeared on her hands, and many green eyes appeared along the entire length of her arms. She kept saying murder, anger, resentment, evil, and that her child has all these qualities that will make any person happy, and he will definitely become a skilled hunter, bringing trouble and nightmares to everyone. Linen frowned a little and wasn't entirely sure of her words. The sign that announced that the danger level had increased to 81 flashed. Then the sign that announced that the danger level had increased to 91 flashed again. Linen smiled nervously. He thought that he was definitely finished, because she would definitely kill him if she saw what the child really looked like, a cute little girl with ears and a ponytail in a peach dress. Linen backed up a bit. He told the infuriated lady that if she wanted to take him away, she would bring the pig-headed demon here to give her consent. The woman's eyes widened, and a green light shone from them. Right now, she didn't look like a beautiful lady, but a real monster. She said fine, she'd be happy to take him to him and get him to agree to it. The woman coughed violently, her mouth opened even wider, and a giant skull fell out right out of it. At first glance, it looked more like a pig's. Linen frowned and realized that the pig-headed demon was eaten by this ghost woman. The notification that the mental state has dropped to -20 is displayed, then the notification that the mental state has dropped to -20 is displayed again. The woman came closer to Linen and told him to give her the child immediately, and only then would she possibly forgive him and spare him. Linen smiled nervously, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. He replied that of course he would give it to her, but her expectations might not be justified quite a bit. She heard a noise. The curtain hanging in the aisle swayed in the wind. She immediately jumped out of her seat and started shouting that it was her child and let her see her baby. Linen tried to stop her and catch up with the woman, telling her that he would not advise her to go there yet, but the woman no longer listened to him and answered, "What unexpected turns can we talk about, or does he mean the game of evil fate?" The lady was already happily imagining what her child might look like, from incomprehensible giant insects to other strange and creepy creatures. She opened the curtain and saw a cute little girl sitting on a table, swinging her legs back and forth and humming a song. The woman froze in disbelief for a moment. She stared at the girl for a moment, and she stared back at her. She pointed a finger at the child and asked who the girl was. Linen replied that this girl was born to a pig-headed demon, and it was his daughter. Isn't that cute? She just stared at the doctor with a murderous stare. The woman thought that no, she couldn't believe it, and this definitely couldn't be her daughter. She leaned closer to the girl, or else she was holding out her little hands to her. The woman pulled out one of her tentacles and threw it in front of the girl's feet, causing her to be momentarily taken aback. She wrapped the tentacle around the girl's leg, but the girl shrank away from it in concern. The lady held her head and screamed in horror that it was really her daughter after all, and what did Linen just do to her? The lady returned to her original form. She was looking at the child carefully. Linen watched them from the side and scratched his cheek thoughtfully. A notification about the one that said, "Ding." The formation of the blood child of the evil spirit was completed. You managed to change the original form and adjust the views on the life and values of the child in accordance with the previous settings of the host. Now the blood child is at the level of development, but this completely contradicts its original direction of development, a shock to the spirit of a woman in labor. Linen opens the hero information board, blood baby of the evil spirit, level 10, combat, chaotic, description, children of evil spirits, created out of malice and resentment, are real evil. But due to someone's intervention, they can change their direction of development and become not so terrible evil. Linen thoughtfully read the description provided on the tablet. A notification flashed that the current level of taming was 351, and the current level of fear of you was 591. Linen reflected that her appearance had definitely changed from before, and her taming and fear were just as pronounced. Linen smiled maliciously. He shouted in the girl's direction for her to immediately stand at attention. The girl immediately straightened up in horror. Linen gave you the command to turn left, and she immediately turned left. The doctor put his hands on his hips and looked down at the child with a satisfied smile, thinking about how obedient she was after all. And it seems that it was obedience that drained her strength. Although she develops a sense of duty and pride as she grows up, this is certainly not very good for patients, but they try to find the best way to satisfy their clients. Linen bent over the little girl and picked her up, addressing the lady in front of him. She didn't look particularly enthusiastic about the way her baby looked. Linen said that in fact, her daughter was completely healthy. The lady stared at Linen in horror. He smiled nervously and looked down at the girl, adding that if she was sure it was her child, then she could adopt her. The girl was looking at the woman intently, putting a finger to her lips. The doctor leaned over her and tickled her cheek, saying that now the little girl can call this aunt in front of her mom. The little girl smiled and reached out her hands and called her mother, which made both she and Linen a little shocked. The girl pressed her lips together tightly and then cupped the woman's face and kissed her on the cheek. A notification was displayed with the information that the mental state fell by -10, and then again the mental state fell by -10. The woman started waving her head from side to side in horror, the veins on her face bulging. She started shouting out that it was impossible, and there was no way she could be her daughter. It contained the power of 1,000 evil spirits, and was made up of countless malice and hatred. A dark veil surrounded the woman, and she clutched her head and leaned back. She kept shouting that her daughter should be more perverted and disgusting than herself. The lady pointed a finger at the girl, and the girl stuck out her tongue and looked at her with a stupid look. The woman said that just by looking at her, it was clear that she was the most pure, and in her eyes there was definitely something most terrible, namely purity and innocence. The girl was engulfed in dark flames, and she continued to scream. Linen stood to the side and watched in horror, holding the poor little girl close to him. She stared furiously at the child and began to talk about how it was probably just an illusion and a deception, and in fact the reality was different. Dark shadowy hands reached out to the uncomprehending child, who continued to stare intently at the girl. She wrapped her clawed hands around her small shoulders and started talking about how she was just like her, turning into a beautiful woman to lure her prey, just like it was supposed to be and nothing else. Beneath that innocent exterior, there was an evil and loathsome soul, she was sure of it. In response to all the frantic cries of the woman, the girl smiled and hugged her face, happily snuggling up to it. A notification was displayed that the mental state dropped by -10, and then again the mental state dropped by -10. The woman screamed loudly, and the child flew off to the side. Linen intercepted the girl and stared at the woman questioningly. The lady was lying on the floor, leaning against the wall, and said that usually her offspring are evil spirits, which are her evil continuation. They should turn into twisted creatures, so how so? Linen anxiously walked over to the lying woman and asked if she was all right. The woman grinned. Her eyes went wild, and huge, long worms popped out of her mouth. She started blaming the doctor for everything and asking him what he did, and what kind of tricks were they anyway. A notification about the one that said, "Ding. The danger level has reached 91%. The beautiful lady's face was distorted almost beyond recognition. Her smile stretched from ear to ear, huge fangs were visible from her mouth, and her mouth was like an abyss. Her eyes were red with rage, and her hair was like giant leeches. Linen averted his gaze to the side and held up a girl who didn't change a bit in her face. On the contrary, she continued to stare at the lady with a slight blush on her cheeks. She smiled at the woman and moved closer, giving her a peck on the cheek. Linen held the little girl in his arms, moving her closer to the woman. The monster immediately flushed with surprise and squinted at the child. Her smile was not malicious, but more or less kind, as much as a monster can be, and her eyes softened a little. She looked at the child and said that it was not necessary to approach her. Linen continued to hold the baby in front of the woman's face. Several signs flashed up with information that the danger level was reduced to 71%, then the danger level was reduced to 61%, then the danger level was reduced to 51%. The woman fell to her knees and turned away. She kept shouting that it was impossible, and she just couldn't be her daughter, it was just impossible. The system nameplate with immorphation was displayed, on which it was written, "Ding. You have started the task, Evil Mother, task, make the would-be mother accept the fact that the blood child is her daughter, and eliminate the negative attitude towards the child. Mission reward, plus 300 skull coins, plus 100 base experience, plus 50 evil spirit favor." Linen thought about it. This system really sees fit to slip them all sorts of strange tasks, but can this evil spirit get rid of its malice? However, this was possible only with the help of this very child. Linen clenched his hand into a fist and took a deep breath. He leaned over the girl and began to squeeze her with a smile on his face, saying that isn't the lady happy with how beautiful and healthy her daughter is. The woman stood up and laughed, replying that then let him ask if he would be happy if he saw his own child growing up as a ghost. Linen calmly replied that why shouldn't he? The woman said nothing. She thought about how she had almost forgotten that this doctor was the kind of pervert who was interested in scary evil spirits like her. 3 would say that, of course, they would be happy if their children grew up looking like ghosts. The woman smiled and leaned a little closer to the child. She said it was fine, he would always look like a ghost, but what if his daughter also looked like a ghost? Would he still be happy about it? Linen looked towards the child and asked what would happen if his daughter looked like a ghost like her. The doctor leaned over and pressed his cheek to the top of the baby's head, telling her that he would be the happiest father in the world if his daughter was as cute as she was. The lady indignantly exclaimed that he could eat as cute as this ghost, and that was wrong. And it was necessary to stop this circus altogether, because Linen did this to her daughter and she will never forgive him for it. She decided to leave it out for now and ask him if he really wanted his child to become an evil perverted monster with huge tentacles. Linen held the child out in front of him and asked how she thought she would like an evil, incomprehensible creature that immediately attacks her as soon as it sees her, or would she prefer a cute, good child who says mama when they meet? The girl looked at the woman with a smile and called her mother again. The lady immediately blushed and stared at the child in front of her. A placard flashed with the information that the experience of subduing increased by +1, then again the experience of subduing increased by +1. Linen added that she herself wanted the child to be really kind and bright both externally and internally, didn't she? However, she is an evil spirit, and because of the shackles of tradition, she has never dared to admit it to herself. A small, happy girl opened her arms as she walked towards the woman. The lady screamed loudly and told him to immediately stop it all now. Its tentacles abruptly swooped down on Lin En's face. However, he again managed to take the girl in his arms in time and put her in front of him. The woman's tentacles began to tickle her, causing the little girl to smile happily. The lady fell to her knees in defeat, drooping down. Lin En thought about what was almost ready, and he understood exactly how to deal with it. The woman stood in front of the guy. Lin En looked at her with a smile. He told her that in fact, deep down, the lady agreed with him on this point and with everything he had said to her earlier. The doctor offered to tell her again about farting, to which the girl blushed and protested, saying that she hated cleanliness. Lin En came closer to the lady and said that she couldn't hide it from him, and didn't she see it for herself? When she was in human form, she would act even more confidently. The lady tilted her head down, her mouth returning to normal, and the huge teeth and fangs were no longer visible. Lin En added that her eyes were especially beautiful, full of the charm of a beautiful girl. She couldn't pretend, because it was a feeling that filled her heart. He moved closer to her and gave her a confident smile. He added that she also had a perfect body and face, and wasn't that the case? The girl's face flushed with embarrassment. She was about to reach out to Lin En's face to do something to him, but he intercepted her in time. He told her not to be angry and to listen to the rest of what he had to say. Previously, she said that she usually catches and kills prey using her dark charms, but this is a dark world and such creatures. As humans, there were very few people here. The lady listened intently, saying nothing. He added that one beautiful appearance was not enough. Lin En gave a thumbs up with a satisfied smile and added that of course both of her faces could charm him, so he wouldn't mention it separately. This way, she really didn't need to transform into a beauty to lure in prey. She does this because she strives primarily for beauty from the bottom of her heart. The lady continued to stare at him in silence, her mouth slightly open. A notification flashed that the danger level had dropped to 41%. Lin En walked closer to the lady, who was looking up at him. He said, addressing her as Madam, that although she was indeed an evil spirit, but he thought that an evil spirit who was looking for beauty shouldn't be ugly. And she's definitely not the broken evil monster she claimed to be earlier. Lin En touched one of her tentacles on her head. He put his hand on the top of her head and gently stroked it. A notification flashed that the danger level had dropped to 31%. The doctor added that, for example, in his eyes, she is very beautiful not only externally, but also internally, because she radiated the very light of her mother. That incredible light of the heart that is more human than itself. A notification flashed that the danger level had dropped to 20%. He turned to the girl with a smile, and the lady followed his gaze. He asked to look at it. From the fragments of the evil spirit that it exuded, such a small child hatched. Didn't she see the truth after that? The truth about kindness and beauty in the depths of your heart. The girl stared at the child in surprise, her eyes and mouth wide open. He thought that everything was going just fine, and he urgently needed to take advantage of the victory. A sign appeared with a notification about the one that said, ding. Crisis level reduced to 5%, then ding again. The degree of crisis has been reduced to 0%, ding. Blood evil spirit is kind to you, sensitivity increased by +10. Lin En continued to persuade the girl with a serious expression. He said that she, like the child, wanted to know why all the other evil spirits were distorted and destroyed, but he was the only one with a beautiful face and charming eyes. Did she really think that he, a small man, could actually turn an evil spirit that she herself said was broken into such a cute and beautiful child? Of course not, he couldn't believe it himself. A notification was displayed that the speech experience was increased by +1, then ignoring your skills by +1, then the eloquence experience was also increased by +1. The lady was charmed by his words. She held out her hand, blushing and looking at him with frozen eyes. Lin En quickly took advantage of her confusion and stuck out his finger with a smile on his face, saying that she definitely should have taken this child, such a beautiful lady. After all, this child was the most precious gift given to her from above. Such a cute little boy, all she had to do was just think, is there a single creature in this world that might not like her? The woman thoughtfully agreed. Lin En put the baby in front of him again, handing it to the woman. There was silence, but not for long. The woman scratched her temple, blushing. The doctor's words almost completely convinced her. Lin En approached her with a smile on his face and asked her what she thought about it. The lady hesitantly replied that yes, it seemed that there was some truth in his words after all. A notification with information was displayed, on which it was written, ding. Congratulations on completing the quest. Survive. Your reward, +500 skull coins. Base experience +200. Special reward, contagious aura +1, ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Mother of the evil spirit, your reward, +300 skull coins. Base experience +100. Spirit favor +50, Jin. You receive the achievement off-script speaker. In one of your random speeches, you successfully convinced a person with unkind intentions towards you. You get a permanent bonus, the probability of success of persuasion +1, the woman attractive +1. Linen smiled happily and winked. He coped, and it's done. Linen was holding the baby in his arms. He told the woman to come closer and put aside this obsession and hug her beloved child as soon as possible. The girl had almost completely regained her normal appearance, and of the unusual ones, she only had eyes on her hands. She clasped her hands to her chest and looked away in embarrassment. Her hands went to the child, and the girl's hands went to the woman's. The girl snuggled up to her mother and licked her chin. The lady stared at the baby in her arms, fascinated, and thought only that she had never felt this way before, and was this what it meant to be a mother? Warmth, joy. Obviously, she must have hated these feelings, so why was she enjoying it? Linen smiled contentedly as he put one hand in his pocket and asked the girls what it was like. After all, she should have immediately felt a surge of joy and happiness. The woman held the little girl in her arms and replied that it was quite unusual. Linen stuck his thumb out in front of him and replied that it was normal, because first-time mothers are often at a loss. The lady arched one eyebrow and said nothing in response to the man's words. The doctor added that just like the first time she would feel embarrassed for the same reason. The little girl covered her mouth with her hands, and the woman shook her head sharply. She stuck out a finger at Linen and said that for an ordinary person, he was quite a man, and don't let him think that just a few words could change the fact that her child was the reason why she wouldn't be interested. And now she lives next door to him, and someday she'll get interested again, and then she'll sneak up on him at night and eat him. The little girl clung to her mother and agreed affirmatively, licking her cheek. The woman looked puzzled and blushed. With the little girl in her arms, they headed for the exit, and she finally told Linen that she should go, wait and see later. Linen said one last thing, that she could take her time and he would wait for her next rejection. After they left, Linen collapsed wearily on a chair and took a deep breath. It was finally safe. Linen frowned and thought that no, it seems that he still needs to improve his skills. Otherwise, if he gets into the same or similar situation again, he might not be as lucky as he is now. He remembered the image of an angry woman with claws on her hands and tentacles on her head. Moreover, this woman finally said that she would come to him again, and he can't say exactly when she's going to do it or when she's planning on attacking him again. Linen frowned a little. The teacher was supposed to be back tonight. Then everyone will definitely be safe. Linen looked out the window thoughtfully. He suddenly remembered that the system used to give a special reward. He opened the system window, which had the following information: contagious aura, quality, rare passive skill, description. When performing a persuasion action, there is a high probability of increasing the target's persuasion and reducing the target's malice. Attributes: appease skill forever +1. A bright light formed in the middle of Linen's body, and books began to fly around him. He said study loudly. The doctor frowned gravely as he headed for the exit. A man appeared in front of him. He was wearing black and gold armor, his hair was long and white, his eyes glowed red, and on his face was a smile that looked more like a snarl. A system window appeared with the description: Black Knight, level, attribute, chaotic neutral, combat ability, extremely strong attack and defense. Description: Death Knight walking in the dark world, has a strong fighting spirit, seeks to challenge all the strong in the dark world and has a strong desire for power. A lamp burned brightly over the door. He stared at the man who had appeared in front of him. Linen thought about the fact that there was another werewolf in front of him right now, and judging by his skills, he definitely belongs to the category of elite bosses. The Dark Knight turned to Linen and said that he needed some strong enough combat equipment. The man held out a huge bag of contents in front of him, and Linen looked at it carefully. The system window was displayed, in which it was written, Ding. You start the task, prepare a powerful battle potion for the Black Knight, rewards for completing the task, base experience +20, skull coins +100, the speed of a new visit to the Black Knight +1. Linen smiled slyly and bowed to the guest, inviting him to come inside and saying that the man came to the right place. In all of Wandering Souls Lane, the most effective drugs are only available at their blood saw shop. The knight asked if they were the only pharmacy in the area, and Linen, while arranging the bottles on the shelves, said yes, because all the others were closed, because they only made the best products. He turned back to the man with a good-natured smile on his face, and there were a lot of things in front of him, tubes, files, and more. Linen asked what exactly was the auxiliary potion that his guest needed. After all, their shop has all kinds of medicines, a variety of categories, and the knight's enjoyment was absolutely guaranteed. Linen picked up the green bottle and looked at it carefully. He said that this power potion, for example, is a big hit with them, and it can significantly increase his attack power. He handed the knight a potion, offering to taste it. The man immediately snatched it up and sniffed carefully, pouring the contents of the bottle into his mouth. The knight stood in silence, not noticing any particular effect. He immediately shouted indignantly about how it was useless and the enhancement of his combat abilities with this potion was almost negligible. Was Linen deliberately teasing him? The man broke the bottle he had drunk. A notification flashed that said that ding. The danger level was now 10%. Linen turned back to the shelves and replied that the main thing was to stay calm, because he still had some excellent medicines and they were carefully prepared by his teacher. Linen thought that the danger value had increased. If he couldn't satisfy him with medicine, then he would most likely attack. Linen handed him a flask of glowing purple liquid, a grim smile on his face. He said that the knight could try it, and this time it was absolutely guaranteed that the man would be satisfied. A sign with information about the item flashed up, and the item description was written, Rage Potion. It can significantly improve all-round abilities and cause the target to fall into a state of rage. The knight snatched the phial from him and immediately poured the contents back into his mouth. Linen thought that everything was fine, and this time, the effect should satisfy the man. The knight broke the second bottle with a sinister smile, saying that the power was still not enough for him. In his opinion, this potion could only be useful for weak creatures, but to him, these effects were practically nothing. Linen backed up slightly, sensing the man's malevolent aura, and told him to wait a bit while the doctor looked for something else that would suit him. A system sign appeared with a notification that, ding, the danger level has increased to 20%. Linen started giving him various other bottles in a bit of a panic, but the knight kept saying that it was trash and didn't affect him. In the meantime, the notification again flashed that the danger level has increased again and is already up to 30%. Linen handed the man another potion, a small red potion in a cone, to which the knight said that it could only help with hemorrhoids and that was all. A notification was displayed that the danger level had increased again to 40%. Linen became visibly nervous, sweat began to roll down from his face, and a wry smile appeared on his face, which clearly gave away the guy's worries. He handed the knight another yellow flask. The knight rejected it again and said it still didn't fit. The system sign came up again, indicating that the danger level had increased to 60%. The knight smiled viciously and arched one eyebrow, saying that there didn't seem to be a better medicine in his shop than hemorrhoid medication, and Linen only wastes his time with such nonsense. A notification flashed that the danger level had increased to 91%, and then, ding, the danger level has increased to 95%. Linen looked at the pile of empty flasks that the knight had drunk. Linen nervously thought about what he was going to do. The knight took out a huge sword from his back and leaned on it. His eyes were blazing with rage. One by one, a notification was displayed that the danger level had increased to 96%, then the danger level had increased to 98%, then the danger level had increased to 98%. Linen spread his hands and with a calm expression told him to wait for a while, because there was still one potion left in their shop, and in Linen's opinion, it should have already met the customer's requests and requirements. However, Linen didn't need much time, since the potion should be prepared immediately on the spot. The knight looked at Linen with interest, revealing huge fangs. He said that if the knight was disappointed, he had every right to kill him on the spot. The knight paused thoughtfully, his red eyes boring into the boy. A notification was displayed that the danger level was reduced to 5%. The knight arched one eyebrow and said that he was giving Linen half an hour to refine, and if he didn't find a way to satisfy him, then Linen would definitely kill him. A description notification flashed. Critical Impact Potion, Quality, Special, Materials, Root Level Biological Tissue +1, Burst Fruit Pulp +1, Hell Clover +4, Black Bat Wing +1, and so on, minor strange side effects. Linen turned away from the man, turning back to his lab and conjuring a potion. Linen said that he hopes that this formula will be able to meet the customer's needs. Fortunately, the materials you bought this morning are just ready for use. The most difficult part to find is the biological tissue at the root level, which was obtained last night when he was treating the teeth of a bounty hunter. Various ingredients were showered down, from paws to someone's eyes. Linen closed his eyes and frowned. He thought that although his level of medicine cultivation wasn't very high, but under the guidance of a teacher for 2 years, his skills had improved significantly. He recalled the image of the teacher who conjured various potions. Linen confidently furrowed his brows and set to work. First, he ground the powder. One of the cones was burning on the fire. A notification about the one that said, ding, you have ground medicinal powder, processing experience +1. Then we extract the pulp and clean the mucus. Linen stirred the mixture over a hot fire. A notification with new information was displayed, on which it was written, ding. You have extracted the pulp of the burst fruit, processing experience +1, ding. You have obtained slime, recycling experience +1. After that, it was necessary to add the wings of a black bat and the fangs of a tarantula. Linen threw various fangs into the cauldron. He mixed up the contents, various bones and skulls, strange substances. A notification about the one that said, ding. You have improved the critical hit potion +1, medicine refinement experience +10, ding. You've perfected critical hit potion +1, alchemy experience +10, ding. You have improved the critical hit potion +1, alchemy experience +10. Lin En poured the finished contents into several bottles. At first glance, it was a reddish dark liquid. Lin En thought about how they had waited for a long time, but this was his special critical strike potion. The knight leaned on his sword and looked at the bottles carefully, asking Lin En if he was really sure that this was the best potion they had. He added that the doctor should assess the situation sensibly. If he fails to please him, he will be immediately killed. Lin En furrowed his brows slightly and carefully looked at the contents in front of him, saying that absolutely, he guarantees customer satisfaction. Inwardly, he thought uneasily that whether or not he could pass the threshold depended solely on the effect of the potion. The knight opened a red cone, and red smoke came out of it. He took a deep breath of the red smoke and said it smelled good, which was already a pretty good sign of survival. The knight's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought about why some incredible power had started to grow in his body just from the smell. The knight began to slowly pour the newly brewed potion into himself. Lin En carefully watched as the man swallowed it. The phial in the knight's hand shattered, and a red glow enveloped him. The knight clenched his hand tightly into a fist, showing off his muscles and feeling an incredible surge of strength. He clearly felt this power and how the power of his entire body was literally screaming with incredible power, as if there was a wild woman inside him, dancing incredible dances. Every cell in his body was fluttering. Lin En smiled. The effect of this potion was quite good. Suddenly, the knight let out a loud cry, and the armor on his body broke into pieces. He clenched his hands tightly into fists and started swinging them at a super fast speed. The knight was delighted and talked about how the medicine was incredibly strong, and how many years he had wandered through hell, but he had never tried a potion that could increase combat power so much. The potion was too wonderful. Lin En only managed to dodge his punches. The knight happily asked what kind of miracle potion it was, because the effect was so explosive that he had never seen it before. A notification was displayed that the danger level was reduced to 0%. Lin En cleared his throat into his fist and said that it was their special critical damage potion. The doctor gave a thumbs up and a dazzling smile. He told the ghost that the knight definitely deserves to have such a potion. The knight smiled happily and enthusiastically clenched his hands into fists, replying to Lin En that he didn't expect such critical damage from the potion, especially since he didn't expect that in a place where birds do their things, there is actually such a powerful potion. With this potion, he can crush that pesky demon hunter, right? Lin En scratched his head with an awkward smile and said that although this potion had a very strong effect, but as a responsible salesperson, he wanted to remind that this potion had some minor side effects. Lin En frowned seriously and added that however, the specific type of side effects still needed to be studied. The knight smiled confidently and asked what other side effects the doctor was talking about. After all, just looking at his exploding body and terrifying strength was enough to make everything clear. Now the knight wasn't even afraid of death, so it was ridiculous to talk about any side effects. The knight was happily showing off his muscles as he continued to pound his chest. Suddenly, a breeze blew out of the open front door, and all the knight's gorgeous hair was blown away, falling off his head and leaving only one bare skull visible. Lin En looked at the ghost in horror, but he didn't even seem to notice the new hairstyle yet. He kept talking about getting Lin En to look at his perfect muscles, which the ghost kept proudly showing off to him. Lin En gulped loudly and pointed at the knight with a trembling hand while stuttering. The knight continued to show off his muscles, and the bald spot on his head also continued to show off and glisten in the light. Lin En looked on, sweat running down his face, and said that the side effects seemed to have taken their toll. The knight still didn't notice anything, asking about the fact that he didn't even feel them coming. Lin En smiled wryly and hesitantly pointed a finger at the man's head, saying that the knight should touch the head. The man didn't understand what was going on and put his hand to his head. He carefully rubbed the bald spot on his head. The knight's eyes immediately widened. The knight looked at Lin En questioningly, and he looked at him. The knight looked at the fallen hair. They were on the ground. Was this the side effect Lin En was talking about? The knight still seemed to hear the sound. There was a brief silence between them. A second later, the knight grabbed Lin En by the scruff of the neck and started shaking him violently and shouting that he was going to kill him. Lin En stared uneasily at the knight and said that didn't he say himself that he wasn't afraid of death? Why, then, was he worried about such a small side effect? The knight became even angrier and replied that the doctor had not warned him that he might go bald at all. Lin En smiled nervously and said that even though the knight was now bald, but what a huge power he now had. The doctor showed his thumb and squeezed them together, leaving a small distance and saying that it was a small price to pay for such a huge power. The knight's eyes rolled back in his head. He thought about how he had always been a fighter who chased after great strength, but this really wasn't what he expected. What about his image of a long-haired knight? A black knight without beautiful white hair. However, the effect of the potion was truly amazing. There was no denying that. The growth rate of strength almost doubled after he drank it. It was an excellent result. He let go of Lin En and looked in the mirror. He kept thinking about what to do with the fact that he was bald. What is baldness compared to gaining such incredible strength? He looked carefully at his reflection, noticing a bare, bald head. The knight pointed furiously at his bald spot and asked that even considering the fact that he was bald, why did his head keep flashing and glistening? Is she a light bulb? And whose other heads did they turn into flashlights? Do they still publish ding ding? The knight continued to shout out furious words in annoyance towards Lin En. The doctor ruffled his hair uneasily and told the ghost to calm down, and maybe that was one of the side effects, too. Adding a few special effects, didn't it emphasize the knight's uniqueness? Ghost closed his eyes and squeezed them shut, red smoke coming out of his nose. He gritted his teeth, holding his forehead as he asked how much the potion cost. His fists were clenched tightly. Lin En replied that the cost was 1,000 skull coins, definitely worth the money. He specified how many more such potions he needed. Including the bottle he drank, there were 10 potions in total. The knight slammed his hand down on the table and replied that he needed all the potions available. Lin En frowned a little, warning in advance that there might be other side effects, and wasn't there anything wrong with that. The knight grabbed Lin En by the scruff of the neck and pointed at his red glowing bald head, saying that his head now looks like this. Did the doctor think that he was still afraid of going bald? The knight demanded to collect all the potions for him, and if the guy dares to argue with him, he will definitely kill him. The knight left the shop, his bald head illuminated by the flashlight in the dark. Lin En happily waved goodbye with a satisfied smile on his face and thanked him for the purchase and invited him to come back in the future. And if he needed a similar medicine next time, he could even give him a small discount. Someone on a horse was passing through a field covered with various unfamiliar plants and fire. He jumped down from his horse, landing right on the ground. His head shone brightly. It was a knight. He turned to his opponent and was surprised that he had come, and that he thought that his enemy was too timid to fight and that he would not dare to come. The hunter was standing in front of him, drawing a pistol from its holster. The knight smiled maliciously. The hunter said that he had been waiting for him for a long time, the Black Knight. The two men faced each other. The knight reached for the sword on his back and said that he would not be a hunter today. Today, he will be the hunter. The hunter laughed out loud, surrounded by an orange glow. He told the man that he couldn't kill him 10 years ago, so what's the point? Now, obviously, nothing will change either. He had so desperately run here to die by his sword, and he was ready to take him down. The knight opened the potion and replied with a malicious smile that they would have to see who would defeat whom. Ghost immediately poured the contents of the flask into his mouth. He held out his sword and told the hunter to attack him. The hunter noticed that there was an incredibly strong impulse coming from the knight, a magic potion, but it was useless. The man smiled and replied that no matter how much medicine there was, the gap between a hunter and a knight was unbridgeable. However, seeing his persistence, he was willing to give it a shot. Suddenly the hunter's eyes widened. He looked at the knight's head and thought that it must have been an illusion, but he definitely saw something flash in the knight's helmet, and it even seemed that it was still with some strange sound effect. The knight's bald head flashed once more, and the hunter noticed. There was another flash. What was it? The knight frowned and said that the ghost must have prepared some powerful hidden weapon for him to deal with, didn't it? The knight looked down at him and said, did the hunter think they were the same? After all, Hell's Knights never use hidden weapons like rats, these are dark deeds. The knight's head, meanwhile, began to glow with an even brighter light, and the hunter opened his mouth in surprise at the sight. He clenched his fist and pointed a finger at the ghost, saying that he was going to talk about it again, like he didn't have anything hidden. After all, he had just heard something that from right out of his helmet. The knight rubbed his bald head in a puzzled manner and said that he just needed to know that this wasn't it. The hunter began his interrogation and assumed what exactly it was, a magic bomb. A holy scroll, magic flash crystal. The knight denied all his assumptions, eventually falling silent on the hunter's last word. The knight exclaimed in exasperation and said that no, it wasn't like that. He walked around the hunter, and the light from the bald spot on his forehead blinded the poor man, and he tried to cover his blinded eyes. The knight took off his helmet and bared his head, telling his opponent that it was only a small price to pay for defeating him. Although he was bald now, he was stronger. The knight swung his huge sword fiercely at the man, shouting that according to this human child Lin En, his critical strike should have already been ripe for it to be delivered, and this day would be the day of his funeral. The hunter shielded himself from the glare and impact, trying to protect himself. It was so bright that he couldn't even see where the knight was exactly. The knight struck the ground with his sword, and it opened up. There was a knock on Lin En's front door. When he opened the door, he saw a hunter he already knew, battered and bleeding profusely. The man was leaning against the aisle, breathing heavily. A notification appeared with information, Demon Hunter, Alcaros, race, human, score. Lin En was taken aback and told the man that it had only been a day, and how did he manage to get such a serious injury? The man limped inside, clutching the wound on his arm. He viciously told the doctor to stop talking nonsense and let him hurry up and cure him, because the sooner the better. He can pay twice as much if he has to. The system window was displayed, on which the information was indicated. Ding. You have started the task Heal the Wounds of a Demon Hunter. Rewards for the task, plus 200 skull coins. Base experience plus 300. The favorability of the demon hunter will increase by plus 20. The hunter walked over to the table and dropped into the chair next to it, leaning on the table with one hand. He said that he met one loser, but they didn't really fight with him before. He had no idea what kind of medicine he was taking, but suddenly, the enemy became very strong. Cuts people with knives and hands with its critical damage. The hunter clenched his teeth and frowned, slamming his fist down on the table. Linen clarified about the critical damage. The hunter continued his story and added that especially the bald head that flashed wildly every time the hunter was about to attack, it blinded him so much that he could not hit the enemy in any way. His opponent must have enchanted his forehead with some sacred attributes. Linen clarified about the bald spot. The hunter continued to complain and talk about how that bald pumpkin seemed to have drunk that pink potion. And when the hunter finds out who exactly gave his opponent this cursed potion, he will personally kill and burn it. Linen looked over his shoulder at the man and wondered if he was really talking about him. So the Black Knight bought the potion to kill the hunter, and why did he suddenly feel like he was in danger again? Linen smiled nervously as he grabbed the bottle he needed and continued to squint at the hunter. Fortunately, he didn't suspect him, otherwise he would have had to hurry. The hunter was examining his wounds and talking about how it hurt a lot. Linen turned to the patient and handed him a few bottles with a smile on his face, saying that they were several bottles of recovery potion, and one of them was worth 200 skull coins. Once applied, it guaranteed that the hunter would be as alive and well as a bull. The hunter took Linen's proffered potion and began to drink it, when he suddenly noticed a familiar bottle out of the corner of his eye. It was lying somewhere to the side, and at the bottom of it you could see the remains of a dark red liquid. The hunter frowned slightly. It was exactly the same potion bottle that the other guy had drunk. Suddenly, something flashed past Linen's face, and the hunter immediately grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, glaring at him. He started to blame Linen and say that such a good boy could pretend to be innocent, because he couldn't even think that it was Linen himself who gave him that potion. Linen waved it off and asked what kind of medicine they were talking about and why hadn't he heard anything about it. The hunter looked at him in silence, not answering for a while. A second later, the man flushed and loudly began to say that Linen probably wanted to frame him, because the hunter clearly saw how that bald loser knocked over a bottle of potion before the decisive fight with him. He had the exact same bottle, literally like the one on Linen's desk. The hunter continued to shake the boy violently from side to side. Linen smiled nervously and replied that the bald loser the man was referring to was the Black Knight. The hunter grinned viciously in response and said, as the doctor himself thought, who exactly he was talking about. Linen smiled awkwardly and still admitted that this customer had actually come to his shop to buy a batch of potions, and had rewarded him so handsomely that he had paid as much as 10,000 skull coins. The hunter gritted his teeth and asked, what kind of expensive medicine were they that cost as much as 10,000 skull coins? Linen smiled smugly and thought to himself that there was an opportunity to earn money right here and now. Exclusive collection. Linen, like a real speaker, began to broadcast to the distinguished guests that the sale of a new critical potion had just started in their store. It will help you deal critical damage. This is an essential choice for killing. Exclusive collection, official release. Hurry up to buy now, there is a discount for beginners. The hunter yelled furiously at the doctor and told him to stop selling immediately, because he was just asking about why it was necessary to help the dark thing kill its own kind of people. Linen held up his index finger and replied with a smile on his face, telling him not to rush to such hasty conclusions, because firstly, he didn't even know that the Dark Knight was going to kill him, and secondly, he came to him to buy things and spend a lot of money, so he just couldn't. Linen waved his hand awkwardly. But the hunter interrupted him and asked with a downcast look and a frown, couldn't Linen treat others the way he wanted to be treated himself? Now the hunter only thought that this traitor Linen was only trying to deceive him, but he didn't see any other solution in the case of the Black Knight. The hunter grinned and asked what the price was. Linen smiled and replied that the unit price was 2,000. But since they were both from the same race and the hunter was a regular customer, Linen would make a 20% discount, and the total price would be 1,600 especially for Mr. Hunter. The man put the muzzle of a gun to the guy's forehead. He said that either he's going to kill him and rob his store, and why don't they do that? Linen immediately fell to his knees and begged, saying that they were blood relatives, literally creatures of the same race. It is said that we rely on our parents at home and rely on our fellow humans when we leave the nest. Such a relationship between them is better than a parent's. These feelings fill your gut from the inside out. The hunter stared at what the doctor was doing in front of him in disbelief. Linen's face was tear-stained, with tears streaming from his eyes and other various liquids flowing from his mouth and nose. He went on to say that he even made a 20% discount because they were with a hunter of the same race, and he said that he would kill him right now. This hurt Lin En's heart too much. The hunter replied irritably that he already understood everything, and he wasn't going to kill him. Lin En grabbed the man by the gun pointed at him while pleading, and the man irritably demanded to let him go right away. Lin En rose to his feet in an instant and smiled contentedly as he agreed to their deal. The hunter thought that a day after their last meeting, this child's hideous abilities had improved significantly, so it wasn't surprising that he was still alive. The hunter scratched his cheek and handed the boy a huge bag of coins. He told Lin En to stop talking nonsense and how much did that bald pumpkin buy potions for, and how much would he sell them to him for. The hunter had a lot of coins. Lin En broke into a satisfied smile and said that everything would be fine soon. Lin En placed a few colored cones, purple and red flowers, in front of him and began to calculate that a total of 10 bottles of critical potion, plus the healing potion he had just given to treat wounds, totaled 16,900 skull coins. The doctor suggested rounding them up to 17,000, and the hunter could pay that much. The hunter took his goods and turned to leave, thinking that he had a clear feeling that this guy was definitely lying to him. Lin En bowed on the way out, thanking him for the purchase. A sign with a notification that read, "Ding. You have completed the task. Heal the demon hunter's wounds. Rewards, plus 200 skull coins. Base experience, plus 300. Hunter's favor, plus 20. Lin En held a bright sparkling coin in front of his face and smiled contentedly. I made so much money so easily. He thought about how didn't this medicine make people bald. Apparently, he will have to start the hair transplant business again. Critical damage potion. Hair transplant service, constant cash flow. The knight sat on his horse, his incredibly bright bald head shining. He was thinking that the demon hunter was too heavily injured and clearly couldn't run too far. He should have been here, he could feel his breath. If he killed it, he would be able to significantly improve his battle rating in the dark world. The knight descended from his horse, stopping not far from a dark alley. Hundreds of years had passed, he wouldn't miss the chance. After all these years, he would finally be able to kill it. Suddenly, he noticed a dark silhouette suddenly appear behind him. Whirling around, the knight held up a huge sword, indicating that he had finally found it. The ghost looked questioningly at his opponent. At first he thought it was a light bulb. Bright sunlight shone from him, and the bald spot on his head, among other things, shone brighter than anything else. The knight stared at him and couldn't understand what was this inexplicable feeling that had come over him. He recognized the hunter. They looked at each other in silence. The hunter drew his weapon, pointing it at the knight and telling him that now they can continue their battle. The knight realized that he had also taken the same potion. The hunter smiled contentedly and patted his head, saying that even though he was bald, he was several thousand times stronger. And don't let the knight think that he was the only one who could go bald, because the hunter went bald too. And now he will stand aside, because the hunter was better than him. The knight frowned and replied that they seemed to have returned to their original positions. However, he was much brighter compared to the hunter. The brightness of the hunter's head became 300 watts. He clenched his hands into fists and answered. Then it was obvious that his light was brighter and flickered much more often than the light of the knight. The brightness of the ghost's head became 400 watts, and he chuckled and said that his radiance seemed to be much brighter after all. The hunter frowned, and the knight returned the gesture. They charged at each other at the same time, and their weapons clashed. The knight started shouting that the hunter was bald and still wasn't even on par with him. He will succumb to it and allow the huntress to copy him. The hunter bared his teeth and responded to the ghost's attack by saying that he, a bald, stupid pumpkin, had hated him for a long time. And don't let him think that just because he's bald, he can beat him so easily. The two men started exchanging mutual insults, shouting at each other. The hunter shouted that how did he dare to attack him at all, he would definitely get his bald pumpkin for it. And the knight replied that the bald man, either he would die today, or the knight himself. Some of them will die bald. A system notification was displayed, which read, "Ding. Congratulations on getting the achievement. Potion Maker, you get 200 initial experience. Pharmacist, for selling the same medicine. You earn more than 20,000 skull coins. You get permanent bonuses, +1 to all attributes, +1% of additional revenue from sales." Lin En carefully studied the information in the window. Everything is the same as before, the same bonuses. The next system window appeared, and it said, "Ding. Your level has increased to 6. The system has opened a new vision feature for you. You can log in to use this feature at any time." Lin En studied the information carefully with a smile. I wonder what kind of ability it was. Vision. The following system information board was displayed. Vision is a product of the dark world, an area of vision that intersects with the dark world and the mirror world, stretching over 10 million years. As long as the creature is within the dark world, it can log in through a special vision stone. You are able to exchange information with others. After dying in a vision, you will be thrown out, but this will not cause much damage to the real body. Lin En found himself in a place similar to the Matrix, surrounded by various ugly creatures. He put his hand to his chin and reasoned that the description made it sound like a conscious world and a virtual internet network. People didn't seem to know much about the dark world. Didn't he need to use the vision stone to log in? The system's information board flashed up and read, "Ding. The system has successfully entered your data. The cost of entering this system is 500 skull coins." Linen frowned in displeasure. As many as 500 coins at a time sounded too expensive for him. A button appeared in front of him, hanging in the air, showing one eye wide open. He held out his index finger. In any case, there was no need to worry, because he had earned a lot of money, so at least it was possible to try. Linen pressed the button, and a thick green light enveloped him. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise. The guy started to dissolve until he was completely gone. All that was left in space was a huge eye hanging from above, which carefully watched Linen disappear. Linen found himself in an empty green space. Was this the vision? The guy looked around. The system window was displayed with the information, "Ding. You have successfully passed verification and logged in. There are 11 servers, 900 cities. Please note that within these 900 cities, the Supreme will forbids any conflicts." Linen carefully studied the sign that appeared above his head. He reasoned, the Supreme will. Perhaps it had something to do with that eye above his head. Was this the god of seeing this dark world? Is he the one who created the dark world and the vision on such a large scale? Linen turned to the system and asked how it was related to this higher will. He felt that they were very similar. After some time, the system window with information flashed up, which said that they were not connected in any way. 1,000 skull coins. Linen carefully looked at his hand. Okay, there were really a lot of mysteries in this world, and it would be necessary to deal with all of them soon. A green symbol appeared on his hand just below the palm, with an eye in the middle and curled patterns on 4 sides of it. First of all, Linen wanted to understand what he was going to do now. A system window with information was displayed, which said, "Now you can view information through the runes on your wrist. Please note, if it is not necessary, do not disclose your coordinates and personal information, otherwise there may be consequences." Skull coins are the currency used in the vision. The system automatically transfers 1,000 skull coins to you. Linen tapped the eye symbol on his hand. He thought about how this should be the system's control panel, and if so, it was much simpler than the previous one. The system window displayed information, description, race, alien race, identity, none, resource, 1,000 skull coins, degree of danger, slightly dangerous. Linen looked at the image in front of him, a bit hazy and only remotely resembling a human outline. Linen thought that this system was similar to the concept of the dark world. Thanks to it, he will be able to find out any information from all over the world. Spirits and other disembodied strange creatures swam around. Linen looked at them carefully. There was nothing on the borders. Apparently, it was divided into regions. The system said that there are 900 cities here. The territory is probably quite big. It must include information about the Alley of Wandering Souls. A system information board flashed up, stating, "Identification, to request information about the battle near Wandering Souls Lane, where Demon Hunter and Black Knight are currently fighting. All living beings in the vision territory must pay 20 coins. Linen clicked on the appropriate pointers in the system window with a smile on his face. He speculated about what it might be. If it was a vision ability, then, he thought, there was a fast channel for instant information. He clicked on the accept button. A notification was displayed that -20 skull coins were debited. Linen was shrouded in green light. He was transported to an alley, a dark place where nothing could be seen. This place was the Alley of Wandering Souls. Linen didn't expect this sight to be so exciting. There also seemed to be the sound of a fight. In the distance, he saw yellow and red light collide with each other. Linen walked closer to them and saw the already familiar faces. It took him a moment to understand why the Monster Hunter and the Dark Knight were fighting here again. Their great swords were slashed, and they glared at each other, their brows furrowed. A system window flashed up with the description, Black Knight ranked 171st on the Dark Hunt list, and Monster Hunter ranked 143rd on the Dark Hunt list. Unbelievable. They're really fighting in the Alley of Wandering Souls. 2,013 viewers, 5,412 likes. The two of them had always been enemies. 2 years ago, they had already fought each other in the Hellfire Plains. Wait, don't you think their appearance is a bit strange? Both, after all, bald. Why do their heads sparkle? This is very strange. Very strange. I'm here to watch the battle, but now I can't take my eyes off their bald heads. So bright. Very bright. My steel eyes hurt. Although I do not know why they are bald, but clearly there is less hair than it was. How interesting. Linen looked at them, dumbfounded. So bright indeed. Linen looked at all this and didn't understand what exactly was going on. What is it? The audience? Why does his journey have likes and viewers? Is the dark world keeping up with the times? Linen thought about it. Wait, if he can set up a shop here and develop a business, it'll be much more convenient for him to sell medicines and potions, won't it? But he wasn't the only one who could enter the vision, his teacher, too, so why didn't he use this method of advertising? Okay, it wasn't a priority anyway, it was better to figure out the ways of transmitting information in this world first. This is the only way Linen can start developing comfortably here. Linen touched the symbol on his wrist. A system window appeared in front of Linen's face with information. There were also regional broadcasts. This is really the same as online games. The sign that appeared read, "Blood baby, uncles and aunts, have you seen my mother? If yes, then contact me. I will reward you handsomely. Skeleton demon, don't go near her. Last time, it ate my hand. If I didn't react quickly, she would have swallowed me whole. Stay alert. Long-haired ghost, neighbors. I want to remind everyone that the pharmacy in the alley is terrible. Yesterday I went to buy medicine, and guess what I saw? Long-haired ghost. That pervert doctor rode a man with a chainsaw and dismembered corpses. I ran away in fear. As soon as this news broke, the channel became popular. Bloody baby, yes, exactly. This store is great. This man cut up a doll yesterday. He even gouged out his eyes, they still hurt. Linen frowned a little displeased. Is the doctor a pervert? Are they about him? What liars? The doctor frowned and started tapping the system window quickly, telling himself that he should immediately refute the rumors, otherwise it would be bad for the reputation of their store. A sign appeared that showed a portrait of a blonde girl with a woman's face and the suggestion "click to view." He clicked on the sign and a window flashed up with a little girl being held by a tentacle by the scruff of her neck. She waved her hands and cried. Below was a window with comments: "Blood baby, long-haired ghost, skeleton demon, evil queen, my daughter, blood baby, long-haired ghost, skeleton demon, evil queen. The man said that my daughter is the embodiment of truth, kindness and beauty in my heart, but I always felt that he gave me an ordinary daughter because she is the same, just like everyone else." I had 2 buttons labeled photos and clicked to open. Just below it was a huge tentacle and the inscription of a flaming ghost. Hey, when I went to that store yesterday morning, this doctor was sitting and making something. I do not know if this is your daughter. The next image looked like a huge worm, even lower 2 huge worms with thorns and comments, evil queens, and a private chat. Please tell us everything in more detail. Linen sighed wearily. It was all over and now she knew. Linen clicked the log out button that appeared. Linen was immediately transported to an open shop. He appeared right in front of the entrance, the front door standing open. Linen hurried to close the door immediately first. Just as he was about to close it, a woman's hand with long, sharp nails appeared behind it. The lady looked in and said, "Good job, Linen," but why was it closing so early? Or was he just afraid of something? Linen put his hand to his face, taking a deep breath. It was late, and she was already here. The doctor said no, and he just didn't feel very well, so he wanted to close the store early and get some rest. A sign appeared saying that the confidence level had dropped by -10. She walked over to the man, putting her hand on his shoulder. The girl said that she was very sorry, because initially she wanted to thank him for taking care of his daughter. A notification appeared with information that the danger level had increased to 79%. Linen started to take out the gun from his bosom and replied with a smile on his face that he just had to do it, and for such things there was no need to thank at all. The lady quickly approached Linen and replied that although there was no need for thanks, she still wanted him to accept them. A system window appeared with information about the one that said, "Ding. You start the task. Survive. Task reward plus 200 skull coins. Base experience plus 200. Special reward plus 1. Then another system sign appeared, which indicated that the danger level increased to 81%, and then the danger level increased again to 85%. Linen frowned, sweat pouring down profusely as the girl's face moved closer to the guy's. The system window flashed again, indicating that the danger level had increased to 90%, and then increased again to 94%. Suddenly, another figure appeared in the passageway. She asked if they were still closing or not. The lady frowned in displeasure as she noticed a new figure in the aisle. It was the old lady. Her eyes were bright purple. Linen immediately took the opportunity to move away from the girl, saying with a smile that it was true that something was not good for him, so he wanted to close up early today and rest for a while. The young man immediately asked how his grandmother was doing. She replied that she was getting old, and no one still wanted to treat her like an old woman, but what he had given her today might be something else that hadn't been used for so many days. Linen smilingly replied to the old lady that not a word more. After all, he had just collected something that might interest her, so how about he show it to her right now? The girl continued to stand off to the side, glaring at the two of them. The old lady thanked the guy. He handed her something. A sign with information flashed up, on which it was written, "Ding. You gave Scavenger, Demon Hunter's long hair plus 1, ding. You gave Scavenger, the Dark Knight's white hair plus 1. The old lady frowned a little in frustration and said that when she passed that alley, she saw 2 strangers fighting, that her eyes hurt from blinking them, and did Linen's hair go bald. The guy nodded and confirmed, saying that they were his regular customers. The old lady replied that everything was clear, and that she would never have thought that the people who had recently appeared in their Wandering Souls alley would make such connections. Lin was a serious young man. She added that she wouldn't take anything this time, and would he mind if the old lady took a little break at his store. Lin happily replied that of course, and he would be only too happy, so she could stop by as soon as possible and rest as much as she needed. The girl continued to stand off to the side, her aura growing darker each time. The old lady thanked him as she went inside. Fortunately, the old lady had arrived on time, otherwise his life would have been in danger. And as long as the old lady is around, she won't dare harm Lin. It was possible to relax a little. The lady behind him frowned sadly. A sign appeared with the information, "Ding. You have completed the task. Survive and dispel the evil intent of the evil spirit. You get rewards, 200 skull coins, basic experience plus 200, special reward book of skills for diagnosing curses plus 1. The old lady walked forward and stopped next to the blonde girl. She asked Lin who the lady was, and the doctor said that she was his patient and a recently moved neighbor in the neighborhood, and also just a nice and friendly woman. The lady adjusted her hat on her head and said, with a sideways glance in his direction, that since he was busy, she would leave him alone for the time being and not distract him. In the evening, she plans to cook a delicious dinner and would very much like to invite him to her house. Her house was number 45. The lady opened her mouth, baring her fangs and exposing the deep throats of the worms swarming inside. She added that she very much hopes that Lin will not refuse her invitation. There was a sign with information about that, on which it was written, "Ding. Activating a new mission, a bloody dinner." The following sign appeared with the description, Scenario 1, accept the invitation of the evil spirit and go to visit him. Scenario 2, decline the offer and stay alive this night. Reward, plus 1000 skull coins, plus 500 base experience, plus 1 special reward. Lin visibly frowned, averting his gaze and giving a wry smile at the girl's words. She turned her back on the old woman and Lin and left the store while the doctor stood and waved after her, saying that they would be happy to see her here again. As soon as the lady disappeared, Lin let out a sigh of relief, clearly glad that she had finally left, and he really hoped that this was basically the last time they met and he would never see her again. The old woman turned to the guy with a smile on her face and asked if Lin could give her something to eat, and let him not do anything that would provoke the ghosts to turn against him, otherwise they would haunt Lin for all eternity. Lin exhaled and thanked the old lady, adding that if it wasn't for her, there was no telling what would have happened in the end. The old woman waved him off, turning to leave, and said that you were welcome, because it wasn't much, and if it wasn't for him, their alley would have long since ceased to exist. But even though the old lady could help him once again, what happens next with Lin would be none of her business. The old woman turned with her bright purple lantern in one hand and her basket in the other and walked away. Lin fell silent for a while, thinking. Yes, he had managed to avoid trouble this time, but there was no way to be sure that he would be so lucky next time either. Lin looked up and looked at the wall clock. Lin really hoped that the teacher would come back tonight, otherwise there would definitely be problems. Lin looked at the lantern hanging over the entrance. He turned around and was about to leave, thinking that the teacher probably wouldn't be coming back today. So what was he supposed to do? After all, it will soon be night. From the half-open front door, many pairs of red eyes stared at Lin. He put his hand to his chin and thought about how he had only 2 options, stay in the store and survive, or apparently, if his luck turned against him like last night, he would meet his death very soon. Lin stood in front of the open door, looking at the path in front of him. Sure, he could have gone to dinner with the woman in red, but that was even more creepy. Lin closed his eyes tightly and swallowed. It was necessary to remain calm and first of all get a grip on yourself. In any case, you first had to go to the chat rooms and search for information. Lin opened his eyes and a purple bright ball appeared in front of him. Lin reached out his hand, touching it with his index finger. A system sign appeared with a description of the correspondence. Flaming Ghost, Your Highness, have you finished the human meat yet? Queen of Evil Spirits. The guy was lucky, a scavenger passed by and, since the relationship between the old woman and the guy is friendly, I did not kill him in front of her. The skeleton demon. Are you talking about a scavenger with human skin? I advise you to be careful. Queen of Evil Spirits. Gossip is interesting. Oh, I'm not afraid of this old lady. Flaming Ghost. Our queen is invincible. Lin recoiled, carefully looking at all the information given to him. His head began to spin. It was all over, and it seems that he should have gone to this banquet anyway, even if he didn't really want to. Lin frowned and thought he couldn't hide from the danger, so it was worth taking the initiative and attacking first. But wasn't it just dinner? Lin hid the gun in the holster of his belt. He opened the front door and frowned, looking straight ahead. A cool breeze began to blow. Lin had a lantern in one hand, and his other hand was tightly gripping someone's heart. He, Lin, wasn't a vegetarian either, by the way. The doctor stepped out of the door. He slammed the door behind him as soon as he was outside. Scary dark shadows and alien pairs of eyes stared at Lin. He immediately waved his head and trembled, his lips tightly pressed together. He swallowed loudly to himself. Well, Linen nervously opened the system table. In the window that opened, the following information appeared. Linen, level 6, race, human, strength 17, agility 18, intelligence level 21, health 34, skills, infectious or. The hero can increase the success rate of lobbying. Curse diagnosis. When the diagnosis process for the presence of a curse is performed, then it can find out if the opponent is under a group curse. Linen rubbed his chin nervously, clenching his teeth tightly as the breeze blew over him. What a lucky thing it is to be in this world with all the characteristics of a body and a few life skills. Linen walked forward, holding the lantern out in front of him. He looked around carefully. If you can't physically resist the darkness, you can always outsmart it. Linen came to a shabby house. Its walls were made of stone, and the roof and doors were made of ordinary wood. Lights were visible in the windows. Linen swallowed loudly, curling his lips. He opened the front door, crouching slightly to peer inside. Linen said that he came to visit Madame. Linen walked a little further down the corridor. It was quite long. On the sides of it were countertops with various utensils. The doctor held the lantern higher, trying to see what was on the wall. In the dark, it wasn't immediately clear what exactly these huge things were, but in the light of a flashlight, it turned out that they were human remains. Several dried-up bodies and remains of humans and other creatures hung from the ceiling, head down. Linen flinched, his eyes widening and turning bloodshot. Linen took one of the remains by the skull and pulled it towards him, giving the skeleton a funny tickle on the cheekbone. The doctor smiled nervously and told the corpse that he wasn't as handsome as he was. Linen walked even further, examining the remains of the creatures. Many of them were tied up rather crudely with iron chains, some were tied with only one leg and hung grotesquely from the ceiling. He reached the end of a long corridor and saw a portrait of a girl hanging on the wall. The painting hung over the dining table, various dishes were placed on the table itself, and there were 3 chairs around the table. At 2 opposite ends of it were candle stands with candles burning in them. Linen walked closer to the table and asked if Madame was here. He looked around. There was no answer to his question. Linen went behind the table and sat down at the right end of the table, placing the lantern on the table. On the huge mirror, Linen could be seen sitting at the table. Statistics, total viewers 500-401. Madame sat cross-legged and watched the doctor through this huge mirror. In one of her hands was a glass filled with something red. She smiled, her eyes glowing turquoise in the dark. She said that the doctor had finally come to see them, and it was a good thing that he had, because everyone here was waiting for him to die, so they should have waited just a little while to see this spectacle. Comments from various viewers were displayed on the giant screen. Blood Puppet, I don't think it's a good idea to kill him now. He's a disciple of the Blood Saw. If you kill his disciple now, the Blood Saw will finish you all off. Flaming Ghost, how can the queen be afraid of this? This Blood Saw is a psychotic killer, and so is his student. The little man must pay for what he did in our alley of wandering souls. Ghost Skull, Evil Queen, how do you plan to kill him? Linen, meanwhile, sat down at the table with his hands folded in front of him. Madame, who was watching him, smiled maliciously as she adjusted her hat on her head, a look that didn't bode well. She replied that she thought just killing him would be too easy, and she wanted to break his spirit and then calmly enjoy his fear-stricken face. With her other free hand, she cradled a small girl lying in a kind of wooden cradle. In Madame's opinion, Linen should have paid the full price for the horror he had done to her daughter. The woman snapped her fingers, and a huge wall of one-eyed tentacles appeared behind her. The Madame grinned and told them all to take a closer look at what exactly she had come up with. One of the tentacles reached out toward her. She gave it a sharp squeeze and yanked, ripping off the tentacles. Her eyes were bloodthirsty and mad. She told everyone to just wait a bit, and then they would witness Linen's painful death. Linen yawned loudly, covering his mouth with his hand and crossing his legs. Suddenly, he was surrounded by the chains that held the corpses. The dead rose up, some walking toward him, some crawling. Linen smiled nervously and decided that it must have been a hallucination, and he was definitely imagining things. He heard a strange thud behind him. Whirling around, he saw a lot of bodies moving straight towards him. Linen immediately started thinking that he probably hadn't imagined it after all, and a huge crowd of corpses was actually walking towards him. Linen immediately jumped up from his seat, pushing his chair to the side. He closed his eye, taking a deep breath, and then opened it to see a withered dead man rushing toward him. Linen frowned, looking straight ahead. He kept in mind that he should just watch them and not make any sudden movements. But as soon as he turns away for a second, these vile creatures will immediately come to him and devour him. Linen's face was dripping with sweat, and he kept his eyes wide open. You couldn't even blink. Linen carefully looked at the crowd, but he couldn't stand it and closed his eyes sharply, and after opening them, he saw the face of a dead man in front of him, ready to rush at him. The doctor screamed loudly. Comments from the audience on the screen of the huge mirror began to pour in, as expected from the Blood Queen. The way she made a person scared is so amazing that if I were that guy, I'd be terrified too. Yes, yes. Anyone would be horrified to see the bodies of so many dead people suddenly come to life. He is clearly very scared since he can't even blink, but if he does blink again, his head will immediately be bitten off. The madam was watching the show carefully and laughing horribly, showing her sharp teeth. But this was just the beginning, and all the fun was waiting for Linen ahead. Suddenly, the woman's expression twitched. Linen walked closer to the corpse and grabbed its jaw, opening its mouth wide and looking inside. When he saw the golden tooth, he reached for it and jerked it out of the dead man's jaw. No one knew how to comment on it. The corpses also stared at him questioningly. The corpse that he had just pulled out a tooth shifted its gaze to his hand, where his golden tooth rested. Linen patted the corpse's shoulder and said that he didn't even expect it to have such good teeth. Comments appeared on the screen. Blood puppet, just now. What did he take out of that dead man's mouth? Flaming ghost, similar to a gold tooth, gold is highly prized in the human world, like we have skull coins. Linen looked at the crowd of dead people in front of him with a smile. Blood puppet, it doesn't look like he was scared at all. Evil queen, impossible. I can see that he's just pretending. Ghost skull, look out. He moved. Linen crouched down slightly, carefully observing the corpse in front of him. All he could think about was that he couldn't get it together. A few more comments came up. Ghost skull, does it look like it's going to run away? Linen shifted his gaze to the other corpse. These mummies seemed to have considerable powers. He took out a huge knife that he had hidden under his white cloak beforehand. The commentators watched intently, waiting to see what would happen next. Linen abruptly twitched and flew this knife right between where his buttocks used to be. Madam jerked, horrified by what she saw. Her eyes widened in surprise and her brow furrowed. Linen kept stabbing the corpse in the same place. The blood puppet wanted to write something, but it just sent a blank message. The flaming ghost wrote, he stabbed him with a knife. He stabbed him with a knife. Linen walked away from the corpse that had fallen limply to the ground with a smug smile. Ghost skull, so much for the mummy. Linen moved on to the next mummy. When he saw the doctor, he looked down at him questioningly. Linen swung the knife. There were comments that he was some kind of maniac and something was wrong. Linen stabbed him right in the same spot as the last mummy. Someone wrote that their puppets didn't scare him at all. It seems that he gets crazier and crazier when he stabs. No, I've had enough. I don't want to see this disgusting picture. Yes, he's not afraid of them at all. And many other surprised comments from watching viewers. Linen smiled viciously and frowned, addressing the crowd and asking who would be next. The crowd in front of him trembled. Watching this, the madam viciously clenched her teeth and frowned. The mirror in front of her reflected a huge crowd of corpses. She shouted out that there were no more restrictions, and their main goal was to kill Linen. Magic enveloped the corpses, and their eyes glowed red and bright, and fangs appeared instead of their normal teeth. The corpses howled loudly. Linen grinned and held up a knife. He charged straight into the crowd of corpses in front of him. One by one, they suffered the same fate of being killed by a kick to the anus. The corpses continued to advance, but Linen deftly avoided them, running between the rows, and the corpses fell one after another. Madam slapped her forehead, closing her eyes. The creatures wrote comments that said, "This is, wow, this man is so cool." They were all killed, and he doesn't seem to have a drop of fear in him. He's not afraid at all. How does he want to escape? Ghost skull, why did he escape? Did he really run away? Linen dealt with the entire crowd. They were lying in a pile on top of each other. The doctor ran for the door. The comments on the screen read, "Flaming ghost, how is it? First you played brave, and now you're getting cold feet." Ghost skull, wait, what is that sound? There was an impending commotion. Flaming ghost, that voice sounds so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Blood puppet, hush. This sound is getting closer and closer. Linen returned, kicking down the front door. He held the knife out in front of him and shouted loudly at her not to frighten him, because he was getting a little impatient. Linen was gripping the handle of the knife tightly. He added that today he would chop them all into pieces and feed them to his baby. The crowd of monsters immediately stirred up. Linen rushed over to the corpse and began slashing at it furiously. A notification flashed that the mental state dropped by -1. Then again the mental state dropped by -1. Then once again the mental state dropped by -1. The madam watched him closely with a serious expression. Blood puppet, don't look. Don't look. It's too scary. He doesn't even spare a corpse. Long-haired ghost, and it's not bad. He's about to finish everyone off. Haha. Flaming ghost, he's not normal at all. The queen shouldn't treat him like an ordinary person. He looks scarier than any monster. Linen broke off after hearing the system. The system window flashed up and said, ding. The blood puppet's fear level in front of you has skyrocketed, and your reward is plus 100 base experience points. Ding. You've terrified a flaming ghost into clutching at your heart in fear, and your reward is 150 experience points in fighting shadows. Ding. You were able to prevent the long-haired ghost from 2, your reward plus 200 exp. Ding. Your popularity in Wandering Souls Lane has increased to 30. Linen was standing in the middle of the corridor with a chainsaw in his hand. He carefully looked around and asked what had happened, because so many experience points were added in vain. And the creatures with those names are his former patients, but he hasn't seen them here. The doctor calmly shrugged his shoulders with a smile on his face and noted that it was strange. He reached into the painting on the wall and rummaged through it. Taking out a file with some contents, he poured the red contents into a glass and took a sip from the glass. Linen sat down on a chair, crossing his legs. The doctor smiled contentedly and thought that the wine was certainly not bad. New comments appeared on the screen. Blood Doll, I believe that this doctor is a person who is the leader of the group and is responsible for the game and his teammates. Responsible and smart, I think it's a very good idea to be around him all the time. Long-haired Ghost, haha, I'm sure this kid isn't worried about his money at all, he certainly won't be robbed. Flaming Ghost, that's right, I think this guy is hard to catch off guard. Madam smiled at herself in the mirror. She said it didn't matter because he would still be a weak little man. The woman pulled her hat down over her eyes and added that since he wasn't afraid of the corpses, then they should come up with something more sophisticated. Linen looked at the glass carefully and frowned. He whirled around, hearing something and asking about what that noise was just now. Behind him was the same painting he had seen before. It showed a woman in a red dress and hat, with her hair pulled back and a cute smile on her face. Linen took a closer look at the painting. He thought that it was strange, and how could there be oil paintings from the human world here? He folded his arms and stared intently at the painting. The painting's gaze frowned and shifted to him. The doctor immediately started up and was surprised that the painting's eyes were moving. Suddenly a hand was laid on his shoulder. Linen whirled around, and there was something sinister in front of his face, reaching out with its hands towards him. A ghost with long black hair falling over its face stood in front of Linen with its mouth wide open. Linen looked back with a slight smile on his face. The screen lit up with new comments from viewers. The flaming ghost, indeed, such an illusory ghost was the most terrifying to look at. Long-haired Ghost, I'm afraid that if I turned around and saw such a picture, I would definitely be scared. Skeleton Demon, really? You're a ghost yourself, aren't you? Afraid of your own kind. Long-haired Ghost, but I used to be a human and everyone is afraid of ghosts, everyone knows that. The madam took off her hat and smiled as she looked at Linen in the mirror. She laughed. In her opinion, he was already so scared that he couldn't even move. Come on, scream, beg for mercy, show her your confused and helpless look. Linen smiled charmingly and said, hello, pretty girl. Everyone gaped. Even the monsters to the side opened their mouths, and so did Madam. The doctor took Ghost's hand and led her along, saying that he knew it was just a show, and she was just an extra who was hired by the evil queen. So Linen suggested not to waste time on worries and quarrels, but to go well to the table and eat with him. The ghost behind him opened its mouth wide, its red eyes flashing. Linen ignored this and told her to go ahead and take her seat. Linen spun around and swung his hand, taking the ghost's head off its neck. The doctor was indignant at why she opened her mouth so wide. Everyone watching started up in surprise. Linen stood there calmly and flexed the hand that he had just hit. New comments are displayed in the mirror window. Flaming Ghost, wait, something's not right here. If the ghost lost its head, then how strong must the slap have been? Long-haired Ghost, can this doctor touch ghosts like this? Skeleton Demon, we're in trouble, we're in trouble. The ghost's head rested not far from his body on the floor. Linen walked over to her and picked her up by her hair, causing the ghost to open its mouth wide again. The doctor brought the head back into place and placed it on the neck, saying that there was no need to scare people so much and couldn't she just be a pretty girl. The ghost stood with its mouth wide open and was surprised that Linen could touch her. Linen smiled and furrowed his brows as he displayed a flask of green liquid in front of him. He explained that he was a pharmacist and dealing with evil spirits was his job. How else do they think O could operate on ghosts without a special potion to touch them with? The ghost said nothing, looking at Linen. Linen raised the ghost's hand to his face and said by the way that his name was Linen, and they could get to know each other better. New comments appeared on the screen. Flaming Ghost, this. What just happened? Events are taking increasingly strange turns. Long-haired Ghost, this man is a pervert, and this ghost girl is really ugly. Skeleton Demon, it's not like that, this person definitely messed up something. Madam frowned, clutching her head. She had completely forgotten about how good this guy was, and the greater this illusion, the more it corresponds to her, that is, the ghost's appetite. What was the matter? Didn't that really scare him? The ghost stood in front of Linen with its mouth wide open. No, a creature from the dark would never let its mistress down. The ghost's face contorted, the scalp at the point where his brows met pulled back to reveal his brains, and his mouth opened even wider, revealing a long, protruding tongue. Linen stared at her in silence for a moment, then smiled happily. He reached out to her and told her that he really liked her, and the ghost turned around in horror and started running away, shouting at Linen not to go near her. Linen grabbed the ghost's arm with an awkward smile. He frowned and smiled, bowing his head and telling her that he knew perfectly well that she wanted to scare him, but she wasn't good enough at it. And let him show her what real horror was like. He leaned her hand against his chest with a smile on his lips. He asked the ghost if she could feel the pulse. The ghost quizzically asked what he was doing at all. Linen replied that what he was saying was that he was going to show her the real horror. He moved the ghost's hand further under his clothes, pressing it to his chest. Linen asked, "How about we clarify something? Did the ghost touch something like this, something warm that still has blood running down it?" Yes, she was holding his heart, and that was what she was touching. The monsters opened their mouths in shock. A notification flashed that said mental health dropped by -1, 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 mental health dropped by -1. Lennon moved closer to the ghost as it stood with its mouth wide open. With a smile on his face, the doctor added that everything is correct, and gradually they will have to pinch each other's heart. This will allow the target to clearly feel the fear that covers the heart. After that, you should make sure that he is watching and sees how your hand slowly pulls the heart out of his chest until it sees the flesh. The ghost stood with a heart in his hand. Everyone stared at the scene in silence, watching carefully. Even Madame leaned closer to the mirror, her mouth hanging open. With a smile on his face, Lennon wanted to add something, but he abruptly bumped into the ghost, so much so that everyone watching immediately started up in surprise. A notification flashed that the blood puppet's mental state had dropped by -50, the flaming ghost's mental state had dropped by -50, the skull demon's mental state had dropped by -60, and the long-haired ghost's mental state had dropped by -40. On the street outside the house, various screams could be heard merging into one loud one. A notification was displayed about where different comments from viewers were written. Skull Demon, stop it, oh, stop it. Go home, I really want to go home. Blood Doll, Mom is, please stop scaring us. Flaming Ghost, just don't read this, don't read it. Lennon took the heart that was handed to the ghost back and gently blew on it, blowing away the excess garbage from it and saying that it was not worth worrying too much, because this heart belonged to one faceless creature and does not belong to him, but just in case he carries it with him. Lennon winked and gave a thumbs up, asking about how it went and whether the performance made a proper impression. So it is. First you need to strain the mind of your interlocutor and then create scary sound effects and illusions. This will allow your opponents to break themselves in their spirit, take them by surprise. Lennon held the heart in his hands and asked if the ghost had learned it. The ghost looked a little droopy, giving off an ominous aura. She said that it was useless to study, useless, and let Lennon not come any closer to her and get out of here. A notification appeared that said, mental state -10, mental state -10. Ding. The blood puppet's attitude towards you has changed from fear to extreme fright, reward, plus 200 base experience. Ding. The skull demon's character has changed from brave to cowardly, reward, plus 300 base experience. Ding. Long-haired ghost's character trait has been transformed from hysterical to very hysterical, reward, plus 300 base experience. Lennon looked up at the notification window and thought that this was strange, and how could he have gotten so much basic experience? Did they all watch it like it was some kind of reality show? Comments were displayed on the mirror screen. Blood Puppet, the Queen, the Queen. We need to stop the live broadcast. This guy is not a normal person who tolerates violence. Demon Skull, it hasn't cracked yet, but we'll look at it again, and I hope it breaks first. Flaming Ghost, Queen, it seems that your daughter was disfigured and frightened to tears by him. This guy was specially trained in this scare technique. Madame frowned in displeasure, folding her arms across her chest. She was thinking that Lennon was such a scoundrel, she wanted to fool him, but it turned out the other way around. The woman slammed the table hard and said that this was the end of their live broadcast right now, after which she would go down and kill him on the spot right away, and let them wait for the good news. Madame started, glancing back at the mirror. She studied his face. Lennon was discovered. The guy was standing in front of the girl's picture, and the eyes on her face dimmed and turned into dark slits in the picture. The creature's comments flashed on the screen. Bloody smile, Queen, don't take it personally. I recommend that you throw yourself down, choke him and slap him, and then chop off his head. Skull Demon, that's it. Don't let it open its mouth, just chop off its head with one blow to avoid possible trouble. Long-haired ghost, you, no, isn't that too tactless, stranger? Long-haired demon, oh, heh, I just said without thinking, never mind. Evil Queen, don't worry, but wait for the good news, because I plan to take his head and put it in the corner of the room, so he will answer for everything that he did to my daughter. Madame pointed at the mirror. She looked horrified. Her arms and legs were gone, blood was pouring from those places. They were torn off, there was a huge swarm of giant tentacles behind her back, her eyes were mad, and her mouth was open and showing a bunch of sharp teeth. She now looked even more terrifying than before. She said that she had put up with Lennon for too long and that it would finally happen today. Instead of the arms and legs, there were more muscular versions, and the veins on the arms were swollen. Suddenly, a ghost ran into her room and told her that Linen said that he couldn't wait to see her anymore, so he wanted to come to her in person. He had just walked out the door to find himself in the backyard. The madam's mouth opened wide, her eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on her face were bulging. All she said was what a nasty boy Linen was. The madam quickly moved into the courtyard, passing unusual plants and various bones scattered everywhere. She turned to Linen and told him to come out to her immediately. She roused herself, seeing a familiar silhouette in the window. Her face twisted. She realized that Linen seemed to be in her bedroom right now. She rushed into the bedroom, shouting as she went that there was only one road for Linen, and that was the road to hell. Suddenly, she was startled when she saw Linen holding a baby in her arms. Anger twisted her face. It reached out its tentacles to Linen and demanded that her daughter be released immediately. The doctor held the little girl close and replied that this was how Madame showed her hospitality. After all, she had invited him to dinner. However, he received nothing but shock and fear because it was cold and unpleasant down there. The madam gave him a murderous look and told him not to dare pretend to be kind after all that he had done to her daughter, or will Linen continue to lie about how it wasn't him who did it. She clenched her fists tightly and stared at the doctor, adding that it was his fault, but he still wouldn't stop talking about how her daughter was a reflection of kindness in herself. She desperately wanted to tear him to pieces. Linen raised his hand with a calm expression and replied that he didn't care what the madam knew exactly there. However, he swore that he didn't have the slightest intention of fooling her. Lightning struck outside the window, and the guy commented with a smile, saying that there was thunder and rumbling outside just now. Suddenly, everyone fell silent at his comment, and Linen actually blushed a little. He awkwardly put his hand to his forehead, telling her that she had just seen it, too, and the lightning had struck so hard just as he was speaking. And wasn't that enough to prove the truth of his words? Madame folded her arms and laughed mirthlessly. She still gave off a vicious and displeased aura. Linen sat down on the bed with the little girl and said that yes, it was still his mistake, but he did not want to harm her, but rather the opposite. Madame was indignant and said that he could continue to make up such nonsense, and she would see how long he was going to make it up on the fly. Linen smiled awkwardly and replied that even more so when his daughter was born. She should have seen how wrinkled her face was back then. If he hadn't corrected something about her, it was possible that the pig-headed demon wouldn't have recognized her as his daughter and would have given her up, and where would he go? So out of the kindness of his heart, he made this child cute. A notification appeared stating that the danger level had reached 87%, then the danger level reached 97%. Linen held up his hands and said that of course, there were other reasons to claim that he was telling the truth. The madam impatiently demanded that he say everything immediately. Linen said with a smile on his face that he was scared to death and that he was afraid that when her child completely turned into a good being, she would kill him because she was supposed to be an evil spirit. The madam opened her mouth and said it was a reasonable explanation since the girl was her daughter after all. Linen added that in addition, he wants to use his knowledge and experience and see if he can make the girl more suitable for the requirements of the madam. The madam asked if he really wanted to practice his abilities on her child's face and if there was any good reason for that. Linen raised his hand in front of the madam and immediately said yes, there is. Linen smiled and scratched his head, saying that he wanted a relationship with a cute girl or something. The little girl looked at him happily. Madam was startled by his answer. Linen immediately waved it off and added that it was just a joke and shouldn't have been taken so personally. The madam immediately lost her temper and said that it wasn't funny at all. Her eyes glowed with a bright, fierce fire, and many tentacles appeared behind her, which immediately rushed towards Linen. He covered himself with his hands, shouting loudly for her to stop, and he actually had a reason. Her tentacles stopped right next to his face, asking him again. Madam asked what other reason there might be. Linen slightly pushed one of her tentacles aside and replied that he was, to be honest, a simple doctor and many of his patients were kind to him, and so they became friends. They will be very angry and upset if she kills him, and then they will start taking revenge on Madam. For example, two bald men are still fighting to the death. The madam's eyes were bloodshot again and she asked if Linen had mentioned the Witcher and the Dark Knight, were they really his friends? Madam immediately added that she would never believe such a thing. Linen rummaged in his pockets for a bit and took out two pistols from his bosom, holding them out in front of him. With a smirk on his face, he replied that it was up to her to believe him or not, but she probably knew everything from his weapon, didn't she? Madam opened her eyes wide and asked if those were the spook's revolvers. Linen confirmed her guess. She said that a hunter never leaves his revolver, and how could Linen have got it? Linen turned it over in his hands and replied that since they were of the same race and he liked it very much, he made a similar gesture and gave a gift. And if he is in danger, one shot and he will immediately come to his aid. Linen held the gun out in front of him, pointing it at the lady. Since the hunter had left the territory of Wandering Soul Lane, it wouldn't take long for him to get here. Somewhere in the distance, a bald hunter sneezed. Lin rummaged in his bosom again and took out something else, namely hair. Madam, horrified, asked him what else it was. Lin replied with a smile on his face that it was a sign of his friendship with Uncle Hai, his chest hair being the longest and curly in the entire world. Madam was a little taken aback and asked again about the chest hair. Lin added affirmatively that today, when he was getting his hair cut at his uncle's, he told him that there was a dark seal on Lin and trouble might haunt him, so he gave him this to drive away evil spirits. The woman asked if the hair on his chest can also scare away evil spirits, and with a smirk, holding up a finger in front of him, Lin replied that yes, and if any evil spirit dares to harm him, then uncle will definitely feel it. Lin put his fingers to his temple and said, "Come to think of it, there isn't a person who dares to cut off another person's hair that cares so much about their reputation, right? But I took the risk and did it, and there was nothing for it. Didn't that show how close we were?" A black knight somewhere in the distance also sneezed. Madam frowned. That's right, she had already fought a black knight and demon hunters once before, and both of them were great fighters. According to them, if any of them really shaved their heads, they would definitely be dead by now. No wonder Lin was so weak but still alive. So that was the reason Lin was so cocky. Lin stood in front of the woman with his arms folded and a proud smile on his face. Lin smiled. He thought about the possibility that the madam might be bluffing, and it was a good thing that he had noticed and understood it in time. Madam frowned and said it couldn't be, and he was probably trying to trick her again. The Dark Knight and the Witcher have been at war for centuries, and as you know, even a friend of the enemy is your enemy, so it's impossible and they just can't be friends of Lin. Madam pointed a finger at Lin. He looked at her in surprise, his mouth hanging open. The woman smiled triumphantly and added that she wasn't so stupid, she had seen through him easily, and Lin shouldn't have tried to deceive her. The doctor smiled and said that she probably didn't know something important. They might seem like sworn enemies, but they were actually a couple of lovers who were dying to love each other. Madam's mouth dropped open in shock. Meanwhile, the hunter and knight continued their battle. They jumped away from each other, and the hunter held his sword out in front of him, complaining that he sneezed all the time and that he probably cursed and remembered him all the time. The knight gritted his teeth in displeasure and replied that it was not necessary to hang this nonsense on him, and in general the hunter himself slanders and mocks him in his thoughts. The knight will definitely put poison in his food today. They clashed again. Lin was sitting on a chair. Crossing his legs, he continued that they would rather not talk about them anymore, but rather discuss his teacher, his wandering soul in this alley. How many did he cut with his chainsaw? Lin is his only disciple and heir, and does Madam think that he will allow someone to kill him? Also, the scavenger in their wandering soul alley loves him so much that he's always treated Lin like his own grandson. Lin can't imagine how upset his grandmother would be if such a smart, good, and obedient grandson suddenly died. A sign flashed up saying that eloquence increased by +1, then eloquence increased by +1, then eloquence increased by +1. Madam immediately lost heart and thought that it was just a horror, and she screwed up terribly in front of him. Although she wanted to madly chop him into pieces, but don't underestimate his friends. Lin frowned and noticed how discouraged the madam was at his last statement. Lin took out something red and shiny from his pocket, showing it to the madam with a smile on his face. He asked her if she knew what it was and if she had ever seen it before. The madam opened her eyes wide, her mouth hanging open. Lin added that it was true that it was a fragment of a tooth from one of the ghost hunters. The woman recognized this and remembered what it was. They had eaten many creatures from their street yesterday. She remembered the monster's huge mouth that stretched out in front of her. She barely managed to get out of one mouth, not to end up in the other. Lin grinned contentedly. And this is the kind of creature that even king-level overlords are forced to retreat from. And Lin was actually able to get even a piece of their teeth. Lin held it up with 2 fingers and smiled, saying that the madam probably knew yesterday's news about how many creatures had died near Wandering Soul Lane yesterday, which was literally innumerable. And why does she think only Wandering Soul Lane escaped this fate? The madam continued to stare at the doctor in shock, asking why. Lin replied that it was all because one of the hunters was a friend of his. Once upon a time, a monarch with great power appeared in the world of darkness. A man with long black hair and a large build sat on the throne with his arms folded and a frown on his face. During his reign, his subjects were well fed and clothed, and his soldiers wore armor worth millions. In front of the man was a huge crowd wrapped in dark robes. And then one day a noble monarch insulted a monster of the highest rank by intending to subdue it. The man was standing in front of a creature, red and large, with huge horns on its head. The monster couldn't withstand such humiliation, and in an instant during the day, it destroyed all the creatures in the great monarch's territory. It killed everyone. Only ruins remain of the once glorious kingdom. Human remains and bones lay among the huge houses, shrouded in dust and smoke. When the crown on the Lord's head finally fell to the ground, a new law appeared in this dark world. Madam listened intently, her mouth hanging open. She thought that if she understood correctly, Then one of the bounty hunters was really Linen's friend. It was possible that the ones he just mentioned could be dealt with by her, but if it displeased the bounty hunters, then they would find her and kill her in the most brutal way, even if she somehow escaped to the higher world. Linen spread his hands and said that even though he was weakened, his connections with other creatures were still very strong. In fact, she shouldn't have been angry with him, since they were neighbors after all. Linen smiled brightly and added that shouldn't neighbors take care of each other, help each other out in difficult situations, and keep each other warm on cold nights. Besides, she's so beautiful and wise, like an older sister. Linen took one of its tentacles in his hand. A notification flashed up that said eloquence increased by +1, then eloquence increased by +1 again. Madam's eyes widened as she noticed that smile on his face again, which was telling her, "You want to sleep with me, but you can't." The woman laughed out loud. Then she turned around, and a second later turned back, telling him that he was right, and as they say, close neighbors are not as good as relatives, and it will be better for them to get along well in the future. The little girl in Linen's arms reached out with her hands. The madam returned to her original appearance, looking like an extremely beautiful girl once again. She thought about how she could only restrain herself for now, but once she got the chance, she would definitely kill him. Linen replied that it was a good thing that it ended like this, because he wasn't going to lie to her, of course, but what he said earlier was only a third of a lie, but it didn't mean that it was all for the sake of fooling her. Although kindness is indeed something out of the ordinary in their situation, he still sees in Madame qualities that other evil spirits cannot possess. The madam bowed her head, asking if he really thought that of her, but her mind was filled with thoughts that Linen was probably just deceiving her again, and that he was a total scoundrel. Linen walked closer to the woman and looked down at her, telling her that she was actually very beautiful. Madam blushed slightly. Linen looked around and said that her room was very nice. The interior was well appointed, and not far from Linen there was a dressing table with various care products on it and a red table mirror. The doctor added that unlike those cold and disgusting rooms in the dungeon, it was obvious that Madam had carefully arranged her bedroom. The madam immediately shook her head sharply from side to side, saying that it was an accident, and thinking that he didn't have to try to flatter her because she couldn't be fooled. She held the little girl in front of her, wrapping her arms around her and holding her close as the child reached out with her arms towards Linen. The guy pointed a finger forward, adding that whether it was the walls, the bed, or the table and chairs, they all gave a feeling of freshness and lightness that you would never find in the homes of other evil spirits. Linen looked at the blue flower vase that was resting on the windowsill. He said that this lily was particularly beautiful. It was very difficult for such a delicate flower to survive in such a dark world. It blooms so much that it's definitely thanks to Madam's careful care. The girl frowned slightly, blushing and telling him not to say anything stupid. Linen's brows drew together and he grinned. Fine, he's perfectly attuned to the rhythm. A notification was displayed that the level of preparation for the attack has increased by +50%. Linen smiled at her and said that as he remembered, she hated her daughter's cute appearance, didn't she? Madam asked what was wrong with that, and the doctor said that he would like to ask her then about what happened to her outfit. Linen pointed at the little girl. She was wearing a red vest and dress and a purple bow tied on her head. He asked if Madam had just knitted that dress and waistcoat. Madam immediately blushed and began to stutter, and then replied that well, there was no point in denying it, since he had already seen everything. Linen said that it was just that the baby was so cute that she wanted to kiss and hug him all the time, didn't she? The woman immediately began to deny his words and tell him not to say such stupid things. The doctor began to get closer to her and tell her that it wasn't really a terrible thing that every mother wanted to be close to her daughter and spend all her free time with her. It was the same for the two of them. Even though the madam was an evil spirit, there was true human love in her heart, and it seemed to him that if they lived in the human world, they would be the sweetest girl in the world. Madam blushed and her eyes glittered as she clarified what he was really saying about the human world. She began to think that it seemed that she would never be able to forget her human life, and if she hadn't died then, she would still be an ordinary girl in the human world. An image of her standing with her daughter and hugging a man's hand appeared in her mind. She could get married, have children, and then live a happy life with the person she loves. However, reality constantly told her otherwise. She was already dead, and she's just an evil spirit with an ugly and disgusting face. So she had to take the form of an evil spirit and let the hatred fill her from the inside out. An image of a terrifying monster with huge tentacles on its back appeared in her mind. The hope for humanity was already buried deep in her heart. Linen looked at her with an attentive look from under his brows. She had never even thought that the secret that she had been burying for years would be discovered so easily by this doctor. They stood in silence for a while when a system sign appeared that read, "Ding. Your task, deal with the evil spirit's grievance. Current progress of the task, 11%. Reward for the first stage of the task, plus 500 skull coins, plus 500 base experience, plus 1 special reward." Linen thought that everything had gone well, and the bait had just worked. But to deal with her hostility, it was necessary to find the right point of impact. Linen frowned, slightly smirking, and after a second, his face changed and assumed an innocent expression, telling the madam that she didn't seem to like the way she looked when she turned into an evil spirit at all. Did she? And he could make her human forever if only she wanted to. Madam smiled at his words and asked him what he was talking about, and it was better not to think that if he once corrected the appearance of her daughter, it meant that it would be possible to influence her too. Her daughter was just a baby, and the evil spirit curse hadn't formed in her body yet, so he was able to straighten her brain in time. Madam leaned forward a little, putting her arm around the girl's shoulders. After a second, her expression changed, her eyes lit up with a bright light, and she frowned. Her hands trembled, taking on a distorted appearance. Her fingernails turned into long claws, and huge bumps appeared on her hands. Madam said that he was going to see her face take on the appearance of an evil spirit right now, since he probably hadn't seen a real evil spirit before. That was her real identity. Madam grew in size, her body a shapeless mass, her mouth a maw from which her tongue protruded, one eye swollen shut. There were growths and eyes all over the body. She asked how Linen felt right now. Was he still confident that he would be able to stand on his own feet at the sight of her? The little girl sat down on the floor and began to cry, rubbing her eyes with a small fist. Madam looked like a real strange monster, and all that remained of the old lady was her light blonde hair. The curse, the pain, the resentment, all of it had made her what she was now. And did he really think that a simple scalpel could change all that about her? Linen was silent. A notification flashed that said the mental state dropped by -10, and then the mental state dropped by -10 again. Linen thought about what he could do, since this evil spirit's body was so ugly that it was beyond even his comprehension. He tried to calm down a little and tried to think of something, or she would kill him at any moment, any second. A system window popped up that said the danger level had reached 80%, then the danger level reached 90%. Attention, attention, the danger level was approaching the critical mark of 100%. Linen closed his eyes and frowned, thinking that he clearly hadn't expected this kind of setup. Linen opened his eyes again and said that he knew what to do. Madam was already behind the doctor, her mouth wide open. He turned to her and grinned. He grabbed her arm and told her not to move. There was a notification about the one that said, "Ding. Diagnosis of the curse, ding. Curse diagnostics complete. Curse of the evil spirit, the creature's sudden death has accumulated countless grievances. The purpose of causing harm consumed the spirit. The more resentment and hatred, the stronger the curse and the more distorted the form of the spirit. This is an extremely high-level curse." Linen smiled. He could use the time-limited ability to remove the curse. A new system window was displayed, which said, "Ding." The limited ability to remove the curse was applied together with the Huntress revolver. "Tell me, do you want to switch the ability?" Linen confirmed it. A bright, blinding light began to radiate from the place where he was holding Madam. Many small spirits began to fly up from the monster's body, enveloping her in a purple glow. She looked up at the sight. Its ugly shape began to distort, disappearing completely after a while. Lying in a pool of blood was a naked young girl with blonde hair. In Linen's hand was a gold brooch. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding." The curse was successfully removed. The effect of the ability to remove the curse, 12 hours, ding. Plus 1 curse removal experience. The girl sat up, tucking her hair behind her ear and looking around. Linen walked over to her, crouching down in front of the recumbent girl. He smiled and said that he really wasn't lying. The madam touched her face and said that it was simply impossible. She covered her face with her hand, asking the doctor if he was really able to lift the curse from her. Linen replied about how it could have been otherwise. He is a doctor and would never deceive his own patients. He picked up the little girl and crouched down in front of the madam. They stared at each other in silence for a moment. A second later, the girl took off and began to jump happily, no longer worrying so much about the fact that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Linen looked at the girl, and she looked at him, asking the system if the curse was really lifted, because it was like the madam was acting more crazy than before. After a while, a system notification was displayed with the following information, "Ding. You have completed the first stage of the task, Evil Spirit's Offense, reward, plus 500 skull coins, plus 500 base experience, special reward, plus 1 evil soul lamp. Ding. The evil spirit's favorability towards you increased by plus 10. The evil spirit's favorability towards you increased by plus 10. Linen frowned slightly and asked that he had already been here for more than half an hour and she still didn't come out. What was she doing there? Also, did this system fail? Why is she constantly saying that the favorability has increased and has already exceeded 300? The notification flashed again, stating that favorability increased by plus 10, favorability increased by plus 10, and favorability increased by plus 10 again. A voice came from behind him, saying that she had made Linen wait too long. The guy jerked in surprise and turned around. There was a beautiful girl standing in front of him, wearing a beautiful pink dress with ruffles. She apologized and said that it took too long to change her clothes. Linen blushed slightly, looking at the girl in front of him in shock. Was it really the same person in front of him? Madam sat down next to Linen with the little girl in her arms and said that she sincerely apologized to him because she had done many terrible things towards him and she was really very, very ashamed. Linen smiled awkwardly, saying that it was fine because neighbors should live together and understand each other, so it was fine. She blushed slightly and looked away, telling him that even though he was saying that, deep down, she still blamed herself. She couldn't have expected Linen to help her so much and even get rid of the curse. A notification about the one that said, "Ding. The evil spirit's favorability towards you has increased by +20, Jin. The evil spirit's favorability has increased by +20. Linen stuck out his index finger and replied with a serious face that in fact, he only helped to remove the curse temporarily, but not forever, and it will only last for 24 hours, after which it will be the same as before. Madam turned on him and asked him if it was really only 24 hours. Linen confirmed her words with an unreadable expression. Linen said that she can come to him every day and remove the spell, so it's not permanent. Madam immediately jumped up to the doctor with a joyful expression on her face, so that he blushed and recoiled slightly from surprise and began to exclaim and ask Linen if she could come to his store every day in this case. A system notification about Tom was displayed, which said, "Ding. The evil spirit's favorability towards you has increased by +20, Jin. The evil spirit's favorability towards you has increased by +20. Linen smiled and gave her a thumbs up, telling her that of course, and as his neighbor, she gets a 20% discount. The girl on her knees repeated it and gave the same thumbs up with a happy smile. Privately, the doctor thought that he was incredibly smart, and this would not only reduce the danger level, but also give him a steady source of income. The madam's eyes shone with joy, telling her what kind of discount she was talking about, and would she really have to pay. Linen smiled nobly and put out one hand in the girl's direction and put the other to her chest and replied that it takes a lot of strength and energy to get rid of the curse. And in the end, it will be a small amount, and for the sake of their friendship, he can offer several free receptions and a 20% discount on subsequent receptions because he also has to earn money somehow. Madam listened intently, her mouth slightly open. She frowned, making a sad face, and asked what the price was then. Linen turned towards her in surprise and asked, did she, such a powerful lady, have no money at all? The madam arched one eyebrow and considered, putting her finger to her chin and replying that she didn't really have any because it was useless. Whatever she wanted, she could always devour her enemy and get what she wanted. The girl leaned slightly closer to the doctor, pointing a finger in his direction. Linen smiled nervously and said that since she didn't have any money, she could exchange it for other things. Various organs, herbs, cursed items, anything, as long as the price was appropriate. The madam smiled as she moved closer to Linen's face and asked how much did he think she was worth back then. The doctor immediately closed the eyes of the girl sitting next to them. Linen immediately flashed red as he looked at the girl in front of him. Madam slightly faked the strap of her dress. She was about to rush towards Linen, but then he turned away in embarrassment and started waving her off, telling her to stop immediately. Madam replied that he had called her little sister before and that she liked it very much. She crawled closer to Linen. He was still insanely red and replied that their shop doesn't accept physical payment, to which the madam replied, didn't he himself say that they accept anything that has any value? Madam crawled up to him, looking up at him and asking the doctor if he didn't think she was valuable enough. Linen straightened up and began to think about what he should do in this situation. After all, he was only a teenager. He was definitely not prepared for this. This experienced woman was scaring him. A system notification flashed, stating that the mental state had dropped to -10, then the mental state dropped to -10 again. The madam lifted herself up, slightly looming over the youth. Linen became nervous and began to think about what he should do, because if things continued like this, he would not only lose money, but also his own safety. The girl was even closer and whispered in his ear that he should not dare to delay any longer. Linen closed his eyes tightly and put his arm around the girl's shoulders. He flushed and said sharply that he couldn't do that. Madam stared at him questioningly and asked him if he had never kissed a girl before. Linen didn't say anything, closing his eyes and blushing, and the madam asked him the same thing again. Linen averted his gaze, and the girl continued to press him, asking him if he really didn't even hold a pen at all. A system notification appeared that said, ding. You feel that you have been very much insulted. Madam put her hand to her chin and mused about what was really going on. She was once again in close proximity to Linen and cupped his cheek while the doctor looked down in embarrassment. Madam said that in this case, she could teach him everything herself. The next day, Linen sat on the edge of the bed, his hands clenched into fists, thinking. A system notification flashed that said, ding. Congratulations to Linen for unlocking the achievement, wonderful first experience. You got +200 base experience, wonderful first experience. The main character Linen made a serious step from a boy to a man. The main character gets new growth bonuses, +1 level of constitution, +1 level of endurance, +1 level of strength, plus 1 level of strength, plus power level. Ding. The evil spirit's favorability has increased by plus 50 Jin. The evil spirit's attitude has changed from neutral to positive, reward, plus 400 base experience. Not far from Lin, Madam was standing, pulling one of her stockings over her leg. She told him not to forget that his sister was coming tomorrow night. She really wanted to go to the pharmacy and get proper treatment. She came up behind him and poked Lin on the shoulder, causing him to jump up and immediately blush, telling her that of course he would go back there first. The madam smiled sweetly and told Lin to help his sister get rid of the curse, and then she would teach him new, more powerful knowledge. Lin immediately jumped up from his seat and rushed to the exit. Madam chuckled as she watched the retreating silhouette through the window. The system window flashed and said, "Ding. You have successfully completed the mission, Blood Feast. Your reward, plus 1000 skull coins, plus 500 base experience. Special reward, Blood Demon Cloak, quality, highest, characteristics. While using it, you can hide your breath and essence. Introduction, invisible and powerful evil spirits always cause fear in people's hearts. Therefore, the monsters of the dark world created the Blood Demon Cloak, which allows you to become as invisible and intangible as evil spirits. Be careful, when wearing it, you also lose all your defensive abilities. Ding. You have reached a new level. Please distribute your attribute points." The following system window was displayed with information. Lin N, level 9, race, human, strength 31, intelligence 35, physical stamina 44, available points 16, popularity 64. Lin N sighed wearily as he studied the windows that appeared in front of him. He cried out indignantly, when did he become a psychopath with a twisted heart? Why did he spread fear? And what did it mean to seduce good women and make them pay for it? After all, even though it was his first time, it was ungodly taken away from him. Lin gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath. He leaned back in his chair and sighed wearily. The system window lit up and he upgraded his physique, changing the value from 44 to 66. Fortunately, he had fully recovered his physical fitness and had become quite resilient, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have made it through the night. Similarly, all attribute points will have to go towards improving physical abilities. Lin looked outside the window, noticing that it had already started the third day and the teacher still hadn't returned. Could something have happened? The system window labeled Event Horizon was displayed, and Lin clicked on it. Go to the Event Horizon to find out the latest news. Another system window was displayed, notifying that minus 500 skull coins had been debited from the account. Lin was transported to an empty green space where he had been before. Lin clicked on the system window, which displayed several new comments. Blood Doll, Queen, Queen, Queen. How are things going? Is that person already dead? Was he still alive last night? Flaming Ghost, Queen, please tell us in detail what happened. Long-haired Ghost, what a fool. Skeleton Demon, Queen, are you there? That guy who bullied your daughter is already dead, right? Evil Queen, Blood Puppet, Queen, you have appeared. How are you? Did this guy get what he deserved? Evil Queen, he's very powerful. Blood Puppet, what? Flaming Ghost, what's so powerful about it? Evil Queen, I was very annoyed yesterday. He's a really capable doctor. I shouldn't treat him so harshly, but I'll keep my word. Since I said I'll eat it, I'll definitely eat it. Stranger, Evil Queen, let's close the subject. He was too strong. I need to get a good night's sleep. Bye. Blood Puppet, Skeleton Demon, why do you need to sleep? Did something happen to you? Please explain. Long-haired Ghost, why do I feel like something incredible has happened? Flaming Ghost, Queen, please explain everything. Queen, what's up with that guy? The Queen, Skeleton Demon, this is a joke. A joke? Could it be that an ordinary person not only didn't die, but also dealt with the Evil Queen? Lin sighed loudly, arching one eyebrow. This woman is as direct as she can be, and she can only say things out loud. Especially on the Event Horizon network, news travels faster than the speed of light. Lin scratched the back of his head and decided to forget about it, clicking on the signs he needed and going about his other business. A system notification flashed that said you were on the local area channel's topic page, and you spent a few skull coins to write a message. Lin thought about it. This regional channel was very similar to the Alley of Wandering Souls. The teacher should not be here. Suddenly, he noticed something, the World Channel. You have the right to publish your news here without the teacher's permission. Lin pressed the button of the World Channel, asking in surprise that this was also, it turns out, some kind of permission was needed. He frowned carefully. He would have to narrow down the search a bit, but he hoped that he could find something interesting if he succeeded. The system window flashed up and read, important message, has anyone been to Wandering Souls Lane? Did you see the maniac in the pharmacy? If someone knows something, please tell me, thank you in advance. Another system window was displayed, in which there was information that you had successfully placed your news in the World Channel, having spent minus 1000 skull coins on it. Lin raised his head, looking at the giant eye above him. However, many of the settings in this channel were too similar to online games. Maybe here he will find answers to all his questions, maybe he will even get news from the human world. Linen suddenly started up, noticing something out of the corner of his eye. It was just another system window, with a huge green pentagram in the center and accept agreement written on top. The world channel was a bridge that connected the dark dimension to the rest of the world. On a mountain in the middle of the ruins stood a humanoid creature with horns, wings, and glowing purple eyes. Creatures on other worlds can make a pact with creatures from the dark dimension through sacrifice. After signing the contract, creatures from the dark world can travel to any other world in the form of a demon messenger. Linen carefully read the information in the system windows. Connection to the rest of the world. Summoning demons, then. Linen smiled happily. Since that's the case, then can he use this opportunity to go back to his own world? A system window with a send button appeared in front of him, and he immediately clicked it with the words that the system should send him a contact immediately. Linen stood there for a while, but absolutely nothing new was happening. The system window was displayed with the following information: unfortunately, you do not have enough rights to enter into a settlement agreement. Linen sighed in frustration and frowned. It seems that in order to have more rights, one had to constantly raise one's level and authority. Linen added sadly that it looked like it would have to be postponed for a while. A sign that read shopping area appeared. Linen looked at it questioningly and thought that it seemed quite interesting at first glance, and it was necessary to take a look at what exactly was there. Teleportation. Shop for elite weapons in Sin City. Linen found himself on a dark street surrounded by huge buildings and various silhouettes. Various signs were burning brightly everywhere. Sin City Elite Weapons Shop sells huge black stones suitable for humanoid creatures. Price 11 skull coins, focus to perform teleportation. In front of Linen was a huge skull with its mouth open, and a purple stone was burning brightly in the center. Shop Magic Eye offers services for restoration and modeling of limbs, sell high-end organs. Price negotiable, focus to perform teleportation. A huge lantern in the shape of an eye shone directly on the heart. Cyclops Slave Shop sold lady foxes straight from the purple world, skin white, spirit controlled, trainable, price 5 black goo coins, focus to perform teleportation. Chained to the stone was a girl with long pink hair and fox ears, her face showing sadness. Linen looked around carefully. It all looked exactly like the same stores for players in online games. The boy walked forward on the dark road. He was wondering if traveling through such worlds does not cause a person to become addicted to the internet. The guy looked at the sign on his arm. Even the features were similar to online games. A system notification was displayed that said, "You have unlocked new features. Go to store. If you enter certain names and codes, you can go to the store you are interested in." Shop creation. Spend 10,000 skull coins to open your own shop. Trading formula. You can go to a special high-value item trading area to get additional auction and purchase services. Another window appeared in front of Linen. He decided to try opening an online store here first. However, the system said to repeat the operation. Linen thought for a moment, then realized what the matter might be and started shouting out the teleport pharmacy blood saw. He found himself in front of the doors of a huge building. Linen was standing in front of him with his arms outstretched. As he thought, Master had already opened his own shop here. Linen opened the shop's door a crack, looking inside. A system window popped up over Linen's head saying that authorization was not detected, please try again. Linen put his hand to his chin thoughtfully. Instructions. Is it possible to enter a password? But the teacher never told him about any passwords. The system window appeared and said, authorization failed, please register your store again. Linen took out the tablet and thought to himself that there was no need to worry unnecessarily, and one should just make a guess on what would be correct according to the teacher's preferences. However, the system window appeared again and said, command error, access denied. Linen frowned in displeasure as a window appeared in front of him, where he tried to enter 2 phrases. One is already 200 years old, 2 is the cutest. And then again, command error, access denied. Linen sighed wearily, trying to enter another phrase, I love dill. Linen was sure that he already knew his teacher well enough. The next window said that access was successfully obtained. Linen went inside, noticing that the layout of the store was almost identical to the real one. Even the products were completely identical. It looked like routine maintenance was being carried out here. Linen looked up, looking carefully in front of him. This was the front desk interface from their store. He carefully studied the price list, inspection 500, reception 1000. In Linen's opinion, it was too expensive. Isn't the real store's income enough to cover the teacher's expenses? A system notification was displayed, which contained the information, maintaining cleanliness and order in the store is 500 skull coins per day. The daily maintenance costs of this store are 1 black frequency and 1000 skull coins. The remaining capital of the store, 4000 skull coins. Linen clicked on the window labeled store log. Another system board flashed up with information. Day 90, full set of adult demon organs. Get 5 skull coins. Day 93, sell the demon head from hell +1, get 1 black frequency. Day 95, rest. Day 97, soul eater eyeball +2, get 2 black cells. Day 93, sell the demon head from hell +1, get 1 black frequency. Day 95, rest. Day 97, soul eater eyeball +2, get 2 black cells frequencies. Lin frowned. These were the organs of monsters. Was this the teacher's real source of income? No wonder the teacher always came back with a couple of bags and then went back to the operating room. The pharmacy is just a cover. The illegal sale of monster organs is the teacher's main business. Lin was alarmed. These monsters were very strong, they were legendary, and only in front of the teacher they could not resist. It seems that the teacher was much stronger than he thought. The image of a teacher with a furious look that could be seen even from under the bag, chopping someone with a chainsaw, immediately appeared in my head. Lin frowned and clenched his teeth. He continued to read on. 105th day, I was approached by an old friend of mine from the Mage Association, invited to the Hangman's Tower to investigate some of the strange things that have been happening in the association lately. I haven't been a member of the Mage Association for 10 years, and it's a bit strange to be approached now. Lin frowned. This post was written 3 days ago. It seems that this was the reason for the teacher's departure. Tower of the Hanged, the Mage Association. Probably, his teacher was once a member of this organization, and since the teacher was invited by an old friend, there shouldn't be any surprises, so he didn't have to worry. Lin immediately closed his eyes tightly and shook his head from side to side. He reached out to the system and ordered it to bring him back. Now he knew about such a wide platform. So, the most important thing for him right now was to earn a lot of money and make a name for himself. Lin frowned, clenching his hands tightly into fists. To thrive on such a popular platform, you had to have a good enough product. With the unique recipes that the system creates, it will definitely be able to open up a vast market for goods in the real world, and then they will be able to use the money received to further increase their authority on the platform. Lin was standing at the table, conjuring various potions. A notification about the one that said, "Ding. You made 1 Fatal Strike Potion, ding. You made 1 Fatal Strike Potion, ding. You have perfected the Fatal Strike Potion." Lin knitted his brows, smiling contentedly. One day, he will go to the World Channel and return to his own world. Pharmacy bloody saw. Lin was determined that now was the time to get rich. Advertisement: you have spent 1,000 skull coins to purchase ads. Above the house, a bright purple light shone on a sign that read, Blood Saw Pharmacy. Here you can find the best fatal blow potion. After receiving it, your attack power will increase significantly. Just 3,000 skull coins per bottle. Limited quantity, 300 bottles. The price is justified. On a first-come, first-served basis. Only with us. Hurry up to buy. Lin stared at the open door, rubbing his hands together. It was set up to meet a huge flow of customers. However, there was no one there. His only guest was a passing leaf, blown by the wind. Lin tried not to be sad and smiled. Everything is fine, another half hour and there will definitely be no free space for visitors. The main thing was not to spend any more money. 2 hours later, Lin kept pacing back and forth like a caged tiger. Still no one was there. 3 hours later, Lin was already sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. Still, there was still no one there. He jumped up from his seat and began to indignantly say that the ad was scrolled 5 times in a row because he spent as much as 5,000 on it, and so far not a single coin from this ad has paid off. They just force him to do something, so Lin will show them how they sell in the human world. Lin started tapping something in the system window that appeared with quick hand movements. After a while, fireworks exploded brightly over his house, and an advertising banner above the house showed a girl with huge breasts, showing a heart out of it, horns on her head and a smile on her face, urging click here. A notification appeared that read, Sensation. The secret to making a sick man fatter and stronger is revealed. The greatest healer passionately shared the secret, which caused the Witcher to blush, and the queen shouted that it was not enough who drank this potion. 1 bottle, and the clothes will disappear. 2 bottles, and you will ascend to heaven guaranteed. 3 bottles, you're as furious as a bulldozer. Do you want to be a real man with the power equal to the sky? Come to the Blood Saw Pharmacy. Lin smiled smugly. This is just the first trick, and then more. Another window flashed up and said, you have registered a new username, Little Octopus Monster. You have registered a new username, Lolita Smile. You have registered a new username, Mr. Dark Macho. You have registered a new username, Fast as a Bullet. You have registered a new username, Professional Shopper. The next window was filled with comments. Little Octopus Monster, wow. The expectorant potion at the Blood Saw Pharmacy isn't very expensive, right? They give all men a ticket to the queue. Madness that not every man can stand. Lolita's smile, no way. How can you just share such a treasure of medicine with the public? And that's for just 3,000 skull coins per bottle. Why is it so cheap? Mr. Dark Macho, don't be silly. Be careful, otherwise they will raise the price of medicine. Let anyone buy it. Doesn't it smell, by the way? Quick as a bullet, is this potion really that effective? Professional buyer, very effective. After getting addicted to all sorts of potions, I was able to increase my combat power by 2 times. Every time I attack, I can land a perfect hit. Quick as a bullet, can it explode? Mr. Dark Macho, anything can explode. Get your potion and try it out for yourself. I assure you, you will not regret it. Linen smiled contentedly. A second later, a lot of monsters rushed towards the pharmacy. He saw notifications appearing one after the other, systems that had the names of various creatures written on them one after the other. Dark Giant Rob, please come to our store. Fallen Spirit Bull, please come to our store. Spirit of the Virgin, please come to our store. Multi-armed Demon, please come to our store. Linen opened the door and saw many creatures in front of him in the courtyard. Someone shouted and asked if the miracle about the effect of such a magic potion was really true, and it is only sold in this pharmacy. Is there really a top-notch potion that can make you super powerful and make even the evil queen convulse in fear of this potion? Linen stepped back, and the passageway was crowded with monsters, pushing each other aside. Cyclopes, walking corpses, bulls and other local interesting contingent. One of them said that he urgently needed 10 bottles of his potion, and he wanted them immediately right now. The other talked and asked Linen about whether he was really the best demon hunter, and he needed as many as 50 bottles of a similar potion, and he urgently wanted to try it. Linen thought with disappointment that the people here were of course simple, and even too simple. He looked away thoughtfully, smiling, since they were standing on the doorstep of the pharmacy and begging for his miracle potion to be sold to them, ready to take several dozen at once. It would be a sin not to earn some extra money. Linen looked at the huge crowd of creatures in front of him and now didn't quite know what to do in such a situation. In front of him were human-like creatures, orcs, and many other native species. There were people shouting everywhere, some of them shouting that they should get out of here and that Linen should give the bottle to him. And the other creature replied indignantly, how dare they, because he was the first, and Mr. Linen had to dispose of the medicine already prepared without fail. Someone else in the crowd shouted out about whether Linen would accept meat, and if he would let them into the store, that would definitely be a good sign. Linen grinned nervously and scratched the back of his head, thinking that this was really unnerving. There were only 30 bottles of potion in the store right now, and 10 bottles of them were already reserved by regular customers. Linen smiled and pondered the words of the customers who asked him what he would do then. A human-looking man with a long mustache and a monocle over his left eye squeezed through the huge crowd. He held out a huge bag of skull coins in front of him and said, drawing attention to himself, that he was willing to pay as much as 4,000 skull coins just for one bottle. And if Linen is not enough, then he will give another 500 skull coins per bottle on top, because this buyer, judging by his words, had a lot of money. A monster with a skull-shaped head standing nearby was outraged and told the customer not to think that only he had so much money. Skullhead stated that he was willing to pay as much as 5,000 skull coins for one bottle of the potion, and that he was willing to take all 30 bottles at once, and if the potion worked, he promised to buy from Linen every month. The monster held up a chest of skull coins, placing it heavily on the table. They started haggling, and someone said that $5,000 could be considered, because he would be willing to pay as much as 6,000. The stakes began to rise, and the figures of 7,000, 7,500 skull coins for a single bottle began to sound. Linen was only too happy with the many hands outstretched in his direction, each holding a huge bag of skull coins in front of him, and with a happy smile on his face from such enrichment. He said that customers should not argue among themselves and make purchases wisely, because after all, it was not easy to earn money and they can pay immediately or transfer the required amount to the Linen account. The doctor was laughing happily as he sat in the middle of a huge pile of gold. Bags of skull coins were scattered everywhere. Chests were bursting with the amount of money he had earned. Linen sat on the floor in the middle of riches and talked about how whoever said that conscience was above all else. His conscience didn't show him anything, but he actually genuinely thinks that marketing techniques are great. The system window was displayed with the following information. Ding. You have earned 1 W skull coins. Ding. You have earned 1 W skull coins. Ding. You have activated the achievement, Black Medicine. Your reward, plus 500 base experience. Black Medicine, special achievement. You can get a one-time income of 30 W skull coins by selling the same type of product. You get a permanent bonus. Revenue from pharmacy sales increases by 1%. Intelligence plus 1. Eloquence plus 1. Linen smiled maliciously as he held the bag of coins in his hands, thinking that even though he wasn't deceiving his customers, potions really did increase one's combat power. This was only slightly different from what consumers considered combat power. Linen roused himself, remembering something important. He pulled back his sleeve, revealing the seal, and pressed it with his index finger. There was an important matter to return to. This time, he will sell the potion cheaply because he can no longer deceive his good long-time customers. Linen clenched his hand into a fist, a bright light enveloped him. At the same time, two huge armies, armed with armor and weapons, stood opposite each other. One of the troops was led by a man with long blonde hair, sharp elven ears, and green eyes. He frowned gravely. Across the table, red eyes stared back at him, glinting brightly in the dark. One of his subordinates ran up to the man, and the servant turned to the captain and said that the royal court's supplies had finally arrived. The subordinate held out a huge box in front of him, which contained many potions. He added that in addition to the healing potion and the power potion, there were also 5 bottles of the fatal strike potion that the royal court had just urgently purchased. It was rumored that this potion could increase a person's combat power by more than 2 times. The captain snatched out one bottle and frowned in disbelief, asking if it was really twice as much and if it had any serious side effects. The servant hesitated slightly and replied that they shouldn't have been. Meanwhile, a horde of huge monsters stood in front of them, making threatening noises. The captain frowned. A giant paw flew straight at them, and the captain and his men immediately drew their weapons, ready to repel and defend themselves. The monsters rushed into the crowd of opponents. They began to attack each other, and the elves were noticeably but slightly inferior. The enemy was outnumbered, so it wasn't easy to defeat them. With the force, the captain could break through and kill the mother, the progenitor of all troops, but he wasn't sure if he had the strength to do so. The captain frowned gravely as he assessed the situation. In his other hand was an open bottle of potion. It's time for them to use their secret weapon. The captain held the potion to his mouth as he drank the contents of the phial. He could feel the radiance radiating from it and the power surging towards him. The captain screamed loudly, his eyes flashing red. When they heard this, they turned to look at the captain and saw him standing before them, naked and bald, his bald head shining like the sun in the sky. His hair was flying in rags. He became several times bigger and more muscular. The captain smiled and told his charges that he had become much stronger. One of the servants exclaimed and asked the commander to pay attention to his hair, which was no longer there. The captain continued to show off his strength by taking various poses, just like in a bodybuilding contest. He showed everyone his biceps and showed off his shape in every possible way. The servants were a little taken aback, only noticing that their captain was now actually bald. The captain held up his weapons and shouted for everyone to follow him. The monsters immediately began to fly in different directions. Some of them he tore to pieces, and there was nothing left of them. His servants were standing in the middle of the field, their bald heads shining and standing naked, but in good muscular shape. The zombie girl was broadcasting while sitting in her jacket with her hands folded on the table. Her face was missing her nose, lips, and skin in some places. She told the audience that strange things have been happening in many areas of Sin City lately, and all of them were related to baldness. Below, she suggested reading a detailed report on current events. At the bottom of the news program was a strip that read, "A 10-year-old boy was seriously injured by a certain potion. The kid was naked, his bald head gleaming." A system sign flashed on which was written, "Disturbing news. In Sin City, a 10-year-old boy suddenly lost his head from a magic potion. The power overwhelmed him, thereby disrupting the work of many organs in the boy's body." A huge wooden ship plowed through the expanses of the sea. Another system sign flashed up, which read, "Disturbing news. The ghost fleet that was wrecked in the Silent Sea was saved. The cause of the crash presumably lies in the sudden appearance of a high-frequency flash, which was used as a beacon for passing ships. They managed to find the location of the ghost fleet. Discontented vampires and werewolves stood in the same crowd." Another system sign popped up, which read, "Disturbing news. A certain werewolf in Sin City suffered an attack from his own associate. After the wolf stripped off his clothes, he suddenly went berserk and covered his hair. His strength had increased significantly, and he had successfully escaped from more than a dozen vampires." Linen, meanwhile, stood over the huge cauldron and conjured up his new preparations. He added in +1 bloodthirsty monster meat, 1 liter of compost slime, 1 devil gecko tail, dark bat feces. A system sign flashed up that read, "Ding. Your popularity in Sin City has increased 10 times. Ding. Your popularity in the Dark Elf Royal Court has increased 5 times. Ding. Your popularity in the Hermit Group has increased 10 times. Linen arched an eyebrow thoughtfully and genuinely didn't understand what was going on here. However, he continued to work on his potion, continuing to add different ingredients to it. He kept telling himself to add a piece of the bounty hunter's tooth after mixing it completely. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding. Alchemist experience +1, ding. Alchemist experience +1, ding. You have mastered the basic alchemy technique. Reward, +1 intelligence, +200 base experience." Linen looked at the flask in his hands and smiled contentedly. Now it was ready, he would definitely become rich after this. The system window flashed with information. Muscle growth potion, a great potion. It can quickly heal your injuries and regenerate broken limbs, but there are also some minor side effects. He was suddenly interrupted by a knock outside the pharmacy door. Linen slowly walked to the door and opened it, looking at who the guest was. A girl with 2 long braids and a plate suit was standing in front of him, shivering a little. The girl said that she urgently needed surgery, and for this she would pay well. Linen walked inside and pointed to a table with a chair opposite, inviting the girl to sit down. She stood silently by the table, but didn't sit in the chair. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and explained that her hand had been eaten by a monster, and it needed to be treated urgently, otherwise the hand might not be saved later. She held up her injured arm, her right arm bitten off almost to the elbow. The girl was glad that she was finally able to find a pharmacy, and she really wanted Linen to treat her. A system sign flashed up that read, "Ding. You have activated a new mission, plus 200 skull coins, plus 200 base experience, plus 1 special reward." Linen looked at the girl carefully and told her not to worry because their blood-saw pharmacy was the best in all of Wandering Souls Crossroads. The girl held the stump and smiled slightly, asking if the rumor was true that if you didn't mention the fracture, there was a chance that someone would be reduced to ashes and forced to return the medicine. And did Linen just happen to want to drug her, tie her up, and hide her in the attic for indecent behavior? Linen frowned and didn't understand what the girl just said. An awkward silence fell between them. The doctor frowned seriously and honestly told her that of course he didn't want to. The girl immediately bloomed with joy and believed Linen's words. A system sign flashed up that read, "Ding. Black Moth's favorability towards you has been increased by plus 10. Linen with a puzzled face didn't understand what had happened and why the favorability suddenly increased. He shifted his gaze to the girl and arched an eyebrow, asking her why she was suddenly asking such a strange question out of the blue. The girl gritted her teeth and made an evil face, replying that when they migrated to this world, the elders specifically told them that the local creatures are the most real evil. Many of her gatherings were deceived by the bad guys and turned into their toys, so Linen had to be careful, according to her, so as not to unexpectedly become deceived by such scoundrels. She immediately smiled at Linen and asked if he was also the same liar. Linen was slightly taken aback, not understanding what she even meant. He picked up a rag and started dipping it on part of the severed arm and replied that no, he wasn't one of those guys, to which the client calmly exhaled and was happy with his answer. A system sign flashed up that read, "Ding. Black Moth's favorability towards you has increased by plus 10. While Linen treated her wound, the girl poured the contents of an incomprehensible bottle into herself. Linen frowned and thought to himself, didn't the elders warn her to be more vigilant? And after a few sentences, she had already begun to trust him so much. If she was deceived, she would not be surprised, because she literally had "I am easily deceived" written all over her body. Linen squeezed a rag soaked in blood into a basin of water not far from him. The basin was already streaked with blood. As he wrung out the cloth, he asked the girl what she had just told him about all her fellow humans migrating, and did that mean they would no longer belong to this world? The girl turned her head towards him as she leaned her elbows on the chair and replied that as she had already said, this kind of secret information should not be leaked to the circle of unfriendly creatures, so that they could not be traced in case of anything. Linen retorted and asked if this meant that he was also an unfriendly creature, and added with a serious face that he was also very friendly, by the way. The girl immediately agreed and said that in that case, since he was friendly, she could tell him everything. Linen didn't say anything, just didn't say anything. She went on to say that they really want to relocate. They are going to settle in the mountains north of the Hellfire Plains, where there is water and food, which will be enough for their tribe to thrive, a good and spacious place. She shifted her gaze in front of her and sighed, saying that in the end, she really told him everything, and now she was afraid that if the bad guys found out about it, then his entire clan would end. Linen smiled awkwardly and asked that she, from the looks of it, should be a strong warrior of her clan. The girl frowned. She took out a huge sword and held it out in front of her, saying that she was a powerful knight, the commander of the Goblin clan, and the first great warrior to pass through hundreds of trials. Linen could call her Yu. The tip of her blade is the direction that her clan will move in. Pathfinder of the Goblin clan. Pathfinder of the Great Territories. She is the light that breaks through the world of darkness. Pioneer of distant descendants. Great Lord Yu. She's ready to lead her clan to the ends of the earth. As the girl stood with her sword raised over her head and burst out like this, Linen stared at her in silence. Silence fell between them. The doctor was outraged and said that the wound started to bleed again, and she needed to sit back down. The girl closed one eye and apologized for not helping at all, but just the opposite. Linen only thought that not only was this goblin too simple and easy to deceive, but she was also a bit feeble-minded, and how she even lived to her age was still a mystery. Linen exhaled and frowned seriously as he examined his injured arm. He asked if she wasn't planning to go to the Hellfire Plain, which is the north? And how did she end up in their alley, which is to the south? The girl smiled smugly and snorted, telling him not to say such incomprehensible strange things, because she, as the commander-in-chief, always went to the north and never deviated from the direction. Linen looked away and asked her where north was, and the girl stuck out her index finger to the side and pointed out where she thought north was. Linen exclaimed that it was the south side, to which the girl looked at him with a puzzled frown. She smiled happily and replied that it was impossible, because she was the one who led her tribe, and she definitely wouldn't have gone in the wrong direction, she was sure of that. Besides, they had already traveled 2,000 kilometers, and all this time, her intuition told her that everything was fine. The girl patted her chest. Linen raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked the girl if she always acts on intuition, to which the girl stuck out her index finger and smiled in response. How could it be otherwise, because absolutely everyone in her tribe does this. Linen asked, how far away is their starting point from where they wanted to migrate? The girl held out her palm, showing 5 fingers, and replied that somewhere the distance was 500 kilometers. Linen immediately replied that she literally just replied that they had already walked 2,000 kilometers, and the girl nodded. The doctor asked why their 500-kilometer journey had taken 2,000 kilometers and they still hadn't arrived. The girl looked down at her hand and frowned sadly, saying that yes, it really was quite strange. Linen thought to himself that of course it was strange. 2,000 kilometers from home, and she still couldn't figure out that she was going in the wrong direction at all. She was insulting the whole world by her existence. The doctor exhaled loudly and went to the desk, opening a drawer. He pulled out a small compass from the table, showing it to the girl with a satisfied smile on his face. He said that he would be willing to sell it to her out of old friendship for just 200 skull coins, and thanks to this thing, she would definitely not be lost again. The girl's eyes sparkled. She looked at the object carefully and asked how it should have been used correctly. Linen explained that it was a compass, a very mysterious tool that helps to determine the direction, and that he would actually sell it for 1,000 skull coins. He smiled and showed her the compass, explaining that the arrow-shaped pointer pointed her south. The girl immediately jumped up happily and exclaimed that it was an amazing thing. She thanked Linen and immediately agreed to buy it. A system sign flashed up that read, "Ding. Black Moth's trust in you has increased by +30. Ding. Black Moth's trust in you increased by +30. Linen turned away from the girl who was admiring the compass while twirling it in the air, and thought to himself that it was actually quite embarrassing for him to actually manipulate her. A system notification flashed that read, "Ding. Congratulations on getting the achievement, 100x profit, plus 200 base experience. 100-fold profit, a special achievement that can be obtained by selling any item at a price 100 times its real value. You get a permanent bonus, intelligence +2, morale -1. Linen abruptly turned back to the girl and slapped her on the shoulder, saying that he, as her close friend, should have warned her about something. He frowned seriously and said that those who say they are good are not necessarily so, and those who say they will not lie to you may actually be deceiving you. Don't eat what they give you, don't contact others, don't go to their homes. Just remember these words, and then she is guaranteed to get to the place she needs." The girl smiled awkwardly and scratched her head, thanking Linen for this advice, but she wasn't quite sure that she would be able to remember it at the right moment if anything happened. Linen rolled his eyes and exhaled loudly. It was useless even to remind her, since she had already been deceived. But since she's still alive, it means that she must have had a lot of defensive and life-saving methods. He pointed a finger at her stump and asked how exactly she got such a serious wound. She said that was how the giant bit her. The girl began scratching her head and smiling awkwardly, adding that this monster is much stronger than her, so she is definitely not a match for him, and if she did not dodge the attack in time, he would not only bite off her arm, but also her head as well. Linen stared at her dumbfounded and only nodded in understanding, saying that in order to prevent the infection from appearing, it would be necessary to conduct another stage of examination, so she needed to remove her armor for this. The girl looked up at him awkwardly and said that a knight never takes off his armor in front of strangers. Linen asked her how he would put her under anesthesia if she wasn't going to take off her armor. It would just be a waste of time. The girl frowned and once again refused in the affirmative, explaining that the anesthesia would affect her reaction speed. Because she was a knight, a little pain would be nothing compared to her strength. Linen, with an indifferent face, asked her if she was sure, to which the girl bowed her head and replied affirmatively that yes, she was sure. Linen took out 2 scalpels and crossed them in front of him with a bloodthirsty smile, saying that he would only be happy and that she was the second such daredevil that he happened to meet here. They moved to the operating room. There was a table nearby with various working tools on it. The girl was chained by her hands and feet to the table. She looked at Linen and said that they can start at any time and that she actually feels like a fish in water here. Linen stood over her, pulling out a knife, and with a smile on his face, he replied that if she couldn't take it, she should just scream, and the main thing was not to bite off her tongue. He warned me that he was about to start working with a knife. She closed her eyes and frowned, telling him that she had already told him that her pain tolerance was at its maximum and she wasn't going to do anything. Linen wielded the knife, stabbing her stump one blow after another. The girl's face turned blue, and she immediately screamed loudly. She started twisting and protesting that she was in pain, and why was he hurting her so much, even more than usual? Was he using something strange that was causing her extra pain? Linen replied dispassionately that it was only the very first cut, and then the smallest of all the upcoming ones. He arched an eyebrow questioningly and pulled out a cone with green contents in front of him, asking the girl if she would like to use anesthesia in this case. The girl panted, tears forming in the corners of her eyes, and replied that her pain tolerance was at the highest level, that knights had perfect stamina, and she refused. Linen continued to use the knife, and the girl again screamed loudly, indignantly telling Linen to take it a little easier, and that he was pressing too hard with the knife, which caused her unbearable pain. Linen nevertheless continued with his work and asked the girl that wasn't it her who said that she had the maximum level of pain resistance. The girl continued to scream and replied that yes, she had the maximum level, but each incision went beyond the maximum level of how much she was in pain. She kept shouting that she couldn't go on like this and that she was about to burst with pain, that she was breaking wildly, and Linen shouted back at her to calm down because there wasn't much time left. The girl screamed and screamed for help, shouting that she was going to be torn apart, and that she just wanted to go home, and not just this. Linen tried to calm her down, but to no avail. Suddenly the girl jumped up and began to say that she was going to kill him on the spot. He took the initiative and put a glass flask in her mouth and told her to bite it harder and just wait a bit, because everything will be ready soon. He started cheering her on. A system notification was displayed with the following message. It is written that the knife skill has increased by +1, the knife skill has increased by +1, the knife skill has increased by +1. Linen continued his work. The girl tilted her head to the side and stared blankly in front of her. After a while, Linen put the knife away with a satisfied smile and declared that he was done. A system sign flashed up that read, "Ding. Your knife skills have reached the intermediate level, reward, plus 300 base experience. Ding. Your operational skills have reached an average level, reward, plus 300 base experience." The girl lay senseless, tears streaming from her eyes, but her bitten off hand was carefully treated and bandaged. He pulled the glass flask out of her mouth. Linen leaned over the girl with a smile and said that the first stage of the operation had been completed, and now they were ready to start the next stage of the operation. The girl moved her hand slightly. She sat down and touched her head, saying that it was so awful, almost like she was in a dream. Linen smiled and replied that the answer was more or less normal. The girl frowned, blushing slightly, and stuck out a finger in Linen's direction, telling him that he was the first man to cause her so much pain. Linen roused himself. She also added that he was also the first man who dared to put something so disgusting in her mouth. She moved her finger to the flask in the man's hands. He hesitated a little and said that it was just so that she wouldn't take a bite out of her mouth. The girl blushed and looked down with a smile on her face, telling Linen that he had made a lasting impression on her and she would never forget what he had done for her. A system sign flashed up that read, "Ding. Black Moth's favorability towards you has increased by +20. Ding. The Black Moth's favorability has increased by +50. Linen stared dumbfounded in front of him, his mouth wide open. Can this also increase favorability towards him? Linen was holding a flask, and in front of him was a huge bowl with a green liquid inside. He said that the first stage was completed, which means that the next step was to regenerate the severed limb. However, the cost of a new limb is very high. He asked if the girl had brought enough money with her. She stared at him questioningly. Linen thought that just the sight of her aroused sympathy, so he was willing to give her a discount for the surgery. The girl averted her gaze and replied that of course, before they left their home, all the clan's savings were handed over to her. She reached into her armor and pulled out 2 huge bags from her chest. Linen opened his mouth wide and asked about how they really weren't real all this time, to which the girl sat down on the floor with a bag in her hands and replied that how could they be fake? After all, these are the real Black Skull coins. The girl gathered a handful of coins in her palm and showed it to Linen. Linen looked at the pile of gold in her hands and thought that she really had a huge bag of Black Skull coins with her. In terms of ordinary skull coins, she had about several 100,000 coins. The girl with a smile on her face asked if it was enough, to which Linen exclaimed with a happy face and replied that of course it was enough. He had completely misjudged her situation. So many deceptive factors. Linen was even ashamed that he thought of her in such a way. He turned away from the girl to a rack of various remedies and told her to wait 1 minute and he would quickly restore her limb. With a satisfied smile, he looked at the flask of green liquid in front of him. It was the last limb growth remedy he had made, so it was worth a try. The system said that the potion had some side effects, so Linen would see exactly what side effects were implied on it. Linen handed the flask to the girl and she took it in her hands, asking the doctor if this medicine was exactly right for her. She stared at it carefully for a moment, then poured the contents into her mouth. Linen didn't have time to say anything to her and just stared at the girl in silence. She spread her hands and smiled, telling Linen that, as he could see for himself, due to her special physique, her resistance to all kinds of medicines was already above par. So neither the poison potion nor the recovery potion affect her, and neither does his potion. He stared at her questioningly and asked her why she had come to the store in this case, since no potion worked for her, and she replied that she just wanted to try something, and maybe he'd give her a prosthetic leg or something. Linen looked thoughtfully at the potion flask in his hand. In rare cases, when testing medicines, he encountered immunity to any potions. He lowered the flask and gripped it so tightly that the clenched hand trembled. It was no wonder now that she had managed to live up to her years. Linen frowned seriously. This was the only formula that the system had given him, so it should be different from other drugs. Linen, with a serious expression on his face, pointed his index finger at the girl and said that if people who were immune to potions could see the effects of his medicine, then its value would be several times higher than everyone else's. He tried to convince her that the potion would have to work. The girl waved her severed hand and added that otherwise, if the potion didn't work, then she wouldn't need to pay. Linen moved closer to the girl and poured the contents of the green potion directly onto the bitten-off part of her arm. The bandages came off. At the sight of the wound, bone and tissue began to grow, but only a little. After growing back a couple of centimeters, the potion's effects subsided. The girl sighed and said that there didn't seem to be any effect after all, and her body was obviously too special. And if it doesn't work out, it would be better for Linen to give her a prosthetic leg. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something. Abruptly, the arm began to grow back. The girl exclaimed in delight that the potion still worked. Linen ran up to her with a satisfied smile and said what an incredible growth rate it was, quite high. And it seems that her physique didn't slow down his potion in any way. The girl happily exclaimed that she was saved, and as expected from someone who managed to make a deep impression on herself. She noted that Linen was incredibly capable. Linen waved his hand awkwardly in response and told her not to fall in love with him after that. A system sign flashed up that read, "Ding. Black Moth's favorability towards you has increased by +50. They sat down at the table opposite each other. Linen picked up a pen and began to write down everything that was said. He asked her what exactly she was feeling right now. The girl leaned on her arm and said that she felt a crunch, pain, numbness not only in her arm, but throughout her body. She also felt much better, and it felt like it wasn't over, like she was growing 2 more arms, and it was amazing. Linen arched an eyebrow thoughtfully and asked about her words regarding 2 hands. Behind the girl, he saw a huge tentacle growing out. A system sign appeared, indicating that the mental state had dropped by -10. The tentacle on the girl's back began to lick her face, and she giggled happily and told the doctor not to lick her face because it was so embarrassing. Although Linen was wonderful, it was still impossible to touch her body so easily. A system sign flashed up that read, "Ding. Black Moth's favorability towards you has increased by +5. She kept mistaking the tentacles for the doctor and telling him not to do it because she was tickled, and what kind of behavior is this on the part of the doctor? Linen looked a little dumbfounded in her direction, raising his palm hesitantly and telling the girl that she might need to open her eyes. The girl opened her eyes and her gaze moved to the tentacle. She did not immediately understand who exactly was licking her face all this time. She stared blankly at the tentacle behind her. A system sign flashed up, which said that the mental state dropped by -30. The mental state dropped by -30. The girl stared at the tentacle in horror, shock evident on her face. She screamed and fell out of her chair, starting to crawl towards the exit and say that there were strange tentacles on her body and someone urgently needed to help her. Linen stood behind the girl and ordered her not to move, and that her uncle would help her. A system notification flashed, stating that the moth's mental state had dropped by -10. The girl kept screaming and saying that they were crawling all over her body, but when Linen picked her up in his arms, he couldn't figure out where they had gone, and that he couldn't see anyone. It was all very strange. A system notification flashed, stating that the black moth's mental state had once again dropped to -10. Linen caught the tentacle on the girl's back with a happy smile. He studied it carefully as the girl continued to yell about how tentacles had even grown on her shoulders. Linen only indignantly told her not to scream, and that he was actually shocked by the whole thing. He placed her tentacle against the table, holding it tightly. Linen picked up the knife and swung it, telling the girl to wait for 1 minute. He swung the knife and chopped off a small part of it, causing the girl's face to turn blue and her eyes to roll back in her head. They stared at the tentacle that continued to wriggle on the table. The girl noticed it and exclaimed that it was still moving. A system notification flashed, stating that the black moth's mental state had dropped by -10, and the black moth's mental state had dropped by -10. The tentacle fell to the floor and Linen immediately stomped on it in a panic, causing it to be smashed into small pieces. They both exhaled calmly as they looked at the result. The tentacle no longer moved. She turned to the doctor and asked what had happened and why did a long, huge tentacle grow on her shoulder. Lin calmly told her not to worry and that it was only a small side effect from the medicine and that it was quite normal. The girl frowned and answered in the affirmative that of course, and what kind of potion was it that made people grow long tentacles? And alright, tentacles, but what if something even stranger grows? After all, it was a regeneration potion, not a mutation potion. The girl frowned in displeasure as she looked at Lin. He told her not to worry so much because, as they say, the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation, and even if you are rich, it doesn't hurt to mutate from time to time. He pointed at her hand and asked if it had grown much. Just a little more potion and the arm will be completely restored. The girl blushed slightly and looked away, asking if she really had to come to him again because she was afraid. Lin replied with a calm expression, telling her not to worry because whatever grew up, he would cut it off this time. Lin smirked and said that she had better trust him, or did she not want her arm to fully recover? The girl's brows drew together sadly and she looked down at her hand, which had grown only up to her wrist. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes again, and she replied that it would be the last time. Lin took the flask of potion and poured it into her hand again, calming her down and telling her not to worry and rely on him. This time, the tentacle came out in the form of a tail on the girl's back, causing her to exclaim and tell Lin to chop it off right away. The doctor reacted quickly and immediately cut off the outgrown tentacle. The girl looked down at her entire body in horror and felt many small tentacles begin to crawl through her armor. She cried out and said that she felt it again in the armor, again those slimy tentacles that needed to be removed immediately. Lin quickly cut off all the tentacles on the girl's body. Suddenly, large butterfly-like wings sprouted out from behind her, which shimmered with purple and blue colors. The girl replied admiringly that the wings were beautiful and maybe they should be left. However, Lin didn't finish listening to her and chopped off her wings. The girl was indignant and said that she was actually going to leave them and cut them off was not necessary, to which Lin twisted his face in an awkward smile and replied that it was just an accident. 10 minutes later, the girl lay back on the couch and stared at Lin in silence. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding. You have completed the quest Broken Limb. Reward, plus 200 skull coins, plus 200 base experience." Lin lifted the girl's shoulders and asked her how she was feeling, to which she replied that it felt like new limbs were growing all over her body. The girl sat down on the couch and Lin told her not to worry this time, because now they definitely cut off all the extra limbs and let her treat it as a phantom pain. This time the treatment was successful and she is a great fellow. The girl looked at him questioningly and said that potions cost money and he cut off these strange things whether it was necessary to pay money for it. Lin released her and said that of course it was not necessary, and with a smile on his face, he added that he could give these tentacles as a souvenir. The girl bowed tiredly and thanked the doctor, asking if she could go now. Lin happily dismissed her and added that she should remember to leave a good review about the pharmacy, and then the next appointment will get a discount of as much as 11%. The girl was about to leave when Lin stopped her and asked her to wait. She asked what the problem was, and Lin said that he remembered the last time he used a knife on patients, nothing had to be cut off. Lin held out a huge sharpened knife in front of him. He asked the girl if she felt any changes in her body. The girl felt herself for the huge bust that appeared and replied that there seemed to be no changes. Lin put his hand to his chin and looked away thoughtfully. He waved after her and said that maybe this potion doesn't cause mutations in other people, and thank you for your cooperation and see you soon. Lin sat down at the table, a notebook in front of him, a couple of pens on one hand and medicines on the other. He thought that the test version of the potion showed good results, and the next step is to sell this potion in an online store. Suddenly, his foot hit something. He bent down and thought, isn't that the fake chest that the fairy was wearing, or rather the bag of money? Maybe she dropped it here during the operation and forgot to pick it up. A bag of gold coins scattered on the floor was placed in front of Lin. An image of a girl immediately appeared in his mind. If her purse was here, then where did her breasts come from? Lin raised his eyebrows and looked away. Everything was clear now, and the potion had changed her body after all. The lie became reality. Everything was of course. The next time this goblin paid no way, she had to stop and cut off the surplus. Lin grabbed the bag of money and headed for the exit. He peeked out of the doorway and saw a dark maroon sky with the moon shining on it. Lin sighed, frowning a little. He, as a doctor who made such a serious mistake, unfairly fulfilled his duties. He just had to find a way to contact her via the world channel to apologize to her properly. He picked up a lantern, illuminating the path ahead of him. Lin noticed that the soul light was fading and it was necessary to take a break. Lin suddenly felt something and coughed violently, spitting out blood. He wiped his mouth, looking at the blood stain on the floor. The system window flashed and said, "Ding. You have launched the Night of Blood mission. Task: do your best to survive until dawn. Reward for completing the task, plus 2,000 skull coins, plus 2,000 base experience, plus 1 special reward, plus 1 special achievement. Lin roused himself. He recognized the teacher's handwriting. He used some sort of spell to warn him. In his hand was a bottle of some sort of red-colored potion. He prepared everything he needed: a potion, a heart, a gun, a knife, and a lantern. Lin looked out of the door uncertainly. The reward for this quest will be much higher than the day the top-ranked monster appeared, which suggests that tonight will be much more dangerous. He looked at the pile of red eyes staring back at him from the darkness, and the fact that the teacher himself had warned him to leave meant that danger was close at hand, and staying here was a bad idea. I should probably spend the night at the house of the blood evil spirit. He ran down the street at a brisk pace. The gloomy dark houses stared back at him, and the strange red eyes continued to watch him. Lin stopped, trying to catch his breath. He raised the lantern to the sky and saw strange shapeless spirits of a bright red color. A system notification was displayed, which read, "Attention. Attention. The danger level has increased to 100%. Attention. Attention." Lin made a face and started running away. He ran back at a brisk pace. He ran into the house and slammed the door behind him. Lin tried to catch his breath quickly. This was the end. He couldn't get out this time. The danger level had increased too fast. And it looks like something is heading straight for me. Since you can't escape, all you have to do is save yourself. He frowned slightly as he headed for the exit. He looked at the lock, and the image of a maroon thing bursting through the door and standing in the doorway came to him. Lin hid next to the door. He was staring intently at the front door, his weapon drawn. He saw the broken potions. One cost minus 200 skull coins, another cost minus 500 skull coins, and another cost minus 1,000 skull coins. Lin gritted his teeth in displeasure and frowned. One of those scoundrels had smashed his potion display in the store. It's all money. His favorite money was just going away. Lin frowned, looking seriously in front of him. No, if this continued, he would simply die of heartache. Instead of sitting still and waiting for death, it is better to find a way to turn the situation to your advantage. He had a revolver in one hand, and the other was shrouded in blue fire. Lin frowned seriously and asked the system to remove the curse-breaking ability from the bloodied spirit on his hunting revolver. Lin carefully looked at the revolver with a serious frown. In this way, the evil spirit will become what it was before, and the one who did it will feel it and rush to it. As long as it lasted until the moment of his appearance, he had a chance to survive. He listened carefully to the sounds outside the door. He heard it coming. It noticed him when he first activated his power. Lin put his revolver against the door. He frowned intently. However, just like before, nothing happened. He tried to listen. It looks like the guest left and went to the backyard. Suddenly, a hand pierced him. It appeared out of nowhere, bursting out of his chest and ripping it apart. He fell to his knees, not understanding what was happening. Lin fell to his knees and coughed up blood, a bloodstain forming on his shirt near his chest. Blood continued to pour out of his mouth. He slowly looked up to the front door and saw it slowly open. Something red had leaked into the house. Lin clenched his teeth, trying to catch his breath, his vision blurred. Something appeared in front of him, huge in size, with a bunch of eyes and tentacles. There was a system sign with information that said, "Top rank monster type, Earthwalker, level. Species, Strejkovi monster, danger, chaotic evil, combat ability, unsurpassed and powerful creature. Introduction, innovate the Monster Association as one of the best flesh and blood killing machines in the Association Tower. His appearance will definitely lead to murder and destruction. This is a special creation of the Monster Association for hunting and killing, an absolute weapon that can continuously devour creatures and complete the existence of new types of monsters. Perhaps no one would want to be his target." Appearance of this monster: a huge mass of dead flesh is sewn onto the monster's body with needles and thread. No head, no face, just a giant bulging eye made of filthy carrion. The giant eye occupies almost the entire body of this monster. Dozens of eyeballs of various creatures are scattered around the monster's torso, and many completely different arms, tentacles, animal claws, twisted limbs of evil spirits, and terrifying mechanical parts grow out of the sides. The monster is entirely made up of different machines and creatures. Lin looked back at his leg. Many tentacles wrapped around her, pulling him down with them. The monster began to envelop him and dig its huge claws into his body. Lin's gaze became frenzied. He realized that the monster was eating his flesh. The monster's huge eyes stared back at him, wide open. A system sign appeared that read, "Body identification. Data identification. Body condition. Low. Priority level. Low performance. Start cleaning." Lin's enveloping tentacles exploded, causing him to let out a loud cry. Covered in blood and wounds, he looked around, clutching a fist to his wounded chest. Another sign flashed, "Subject disabled. Continue to eliminate subject completely." The tentacles flew towards Lin. He stared at the monster in horror, his heart racing. He started shooting at the monster with his revolver. One bullet went straight into the monster's eye. A shot was fired, which hit the monster directly in the central eye. Linen covered himself with a sheet, looking at the monster carefully. The monster began to randomly wave its tentacles, completely damaging the pharmacy building. The system sign flashed, error, secondary identification, new information, subject has strong camouflage armor, one-time identification. The monster's biochemical composition has undergone a deep biological transformation, a high level of need to devour people and other creatures, recommendation, urgent kill. Linen tried to escape from the monster by hiding in the basement. He was covered in wounds and panting, clutching the oozing wound on his chest. A system sign flashed up that read, Blood Demon Cloak, quality, high, characteristics, can hide your breath while in use, allows you to pass through other creatures. Introduction: evil spirits have always struck fear into people's hearts, so the monsters of darkness made such a cloak to remain invisible to others. Be careful, if you wear it, you risk losing all your attack abilities. Linen fell to the floor and leaned on the barrels, still breathing heavily and holding the wound on his chest. He gritted his teeth. He was too presumptuous. He should have thought of all this earlier. A monster of this level could easily detect its location. Luckily, it had a cloak that allowed it to escape. Linen thought about how the past few days had been lucky for him, and he almost forgot that he was in a world that could kill him at any moment. And if the prey loses its guard, it will sooner or later end up in someone's stomach. He looked down at his wounded legs and picked up the dagger. Linen stared at his back in horror. The side effect of the flesh and blood growth potion started to take effect. A system sign that said, your body has undergone a first-level mutation was displayed. Many tentacles emerged from Linen's back, and his eyes lit up brightly. Another system notification was displayed, which said, your body has undergone a second-level mutation. Tentacles made of flesh, the tentacles are connected to nerves, they can control muscle contraction and growth. Behind his neck, a third eye slowly popped out. Another system sign flashed up and said, your body has undergone a second-level mutation. Vertical eyes of the evil spirit. After connecting to the optic nerve, you can overcome obstacles and monitor the aura of evil spirits. The monster continued to walk around the pharmacy. Its tentacles rushed towards the wall, completely destroying it. On the wall, Linen was held up, its tentacles attached to the wall. He was still wearing his cloak so that the monster couldn't see him. Linen grinned maliciously as he took out his gun and started firing at the monster. Linen happily exclaimed that they were working. The holy bullets had a strong effect on him, and he could use this opportunity to finish him off in the end. Bullets sank into the monster's carcass. However, after a moment, the bullets fell off his body. Linen clenched his teeth. He dropped to the floor, and the monster's eye caught his form. His eyes were sparkling, and with burning eyes, he looked at Linen. The skin on Linen's face immediately began to peel off in chunks. He fell to his knees and clutched his face. He pulled out a flask of green potion, splashing it on his face. Linen looked down at his hand, the tentacles on his back covered in spikes. He thought it was really cool. Although at first he only relied on good magic items to save him, but he was only at level 9, so he couldn't quickly replenish his strength for a strong point strike. A system sign flashed up and said, your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Linen gritted his teeth and looked around. In this scenario, the big guy would immediately track him down and catch him. If he fought him now, he would simply die. You need to use the 36th strategy. Linen looked around sharply. The monster disappeared. No, he couldn't disappear, he just blocked out his scent. Many images of light figures appeared above Linen. Abruptly, the monster's huge paw lunged at him. Linen barely managed to jump away from the giant clawed paw with long, sharp nails. The monster's paw immediately smashed through the floor. Linen stood in front of her, gritting his teeth and gripping the dagger tightly in his other hand. How was this possible? Doesn't the cloak make him as invisible as the evil spirit? Why would he still be able to harm him? The monster's paw lunged towards Linen again, and he barely managed to get away. He fell to the floor as the paw closed about a meter away. Linen turned around and began to hide, not understanding why the monster was hiding underground, and how in this situation could he even figure it out. Linen took out another potion flask and opened it. It all reminded him of an ordinary gambling game. Linen poured the potion on his hand. Several more eyes began to appear on Linen's body. 2 more eyes popped out of the neck, glowing with a bright red light. A system notification flashed that said, your body has undergone a second-level mutation. Linen's gaze lit up with a purple light. He was able to see the monster completely hidden underground. Everything was clear now. It turned out that the giant hand was also an evil spirit. She was watching him, and that was why the monster was able to harm him. The giant eye glowed with a purple light while a huge clawed paw radiated from it. Linen looked down and was horrified. He was standing on top of a monster. A huge meat carcass with huge eyes was looking at Linen. Giant eyes were directed at him. At the moment, it couldn't attack in disguise mode, but this giant hand could. The situation was extremely dire. Behind him was a huge, clawed hand. Linen could only rely on luck. Linen was able to pull away a little and landed on the ground. He opened the potion rack, selecting potion flasks. A clawed hand immediately appeared behind Linen, and he spun around and threw purple magic balls at the monster. The hand immediately clenched. The monster's hand was on the table. Linen was stabbing her with a knife. Linen happily exclaimed that it worked. The evil appearance potion worked. Linen rushed to the potion rack. The hand crawled up from the table, but Linen managed to run over and abruptly stepped on the monster's hand. He grinned happily and said that he definitely wouldn't be able to escape because he had to suffer. Linen swung the knife, but the feeling in his spine made him stop. This hand belonged to the black moth. She said that her hand was bitten off by a giant. Maybe this giant was a monster. Linen frowned. The exposure potion really didn't work. This is impossible. The potion's effect doesn't end so quickly. Maybe after the monster swallowed the black moth fairy's hand, it developed a drug resistance. Linen stared at the monster in horror. He wasn't sure what to do. You can't hide from it, you can't run away from it, and you can't even use a potion. Were they really going to die here? A sharp pain shot through Linen, and he let out a loud cry. Linen prepared the knife, gritting his teeth tightly. He didn't want to give up, so he figured he had another chance. He jerked violently, revealing the tentacles that had been extended to his spine. Linen ran and jumped out of the pharmacy window. He landed on the ground, clutching his heart. It was pounding furiously. A system board flashed up, which read, Heart of a Faceless Demon. Characteristic: the highest degree of frustration. Note: the object is connected to this organ, united by one goal. The monster needs a lot of blood to keep the heart working. Introduction: every part of the mighty Faceless One's body contains a curse, especially his heart. When you hear the sounds of your own heart, you should be careful, because most likely they are no longer the sounds of your heart. Linen stretched his lips in a crazy smile. He grabbed the heart, exposing it to the monster. A purple light pierced the monster. Many blows fell on the monster's body and eyes. Linen stood in front of the monster and wondered if his plan would work. He held the heart tightly in his hand. A system notification flashed up, which said, Cursed heart, it is affected by an unknown virus. Divine resistance program failure, physical perception failure, cellular regeneration weakened, cursing abilities weakened. Linen smiled happily as he clenched his hand into a fist. It finally worked out and everything worked out. Another system notification was displayed, Start of urgent emergency repairs, countdown. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. Linen frowned. He still couldn't get rid of it. But right now, the monster was in a weakened state, so it had a chance. Linen frowned and took up a stance, holding the knife out in front of him. However, the heart that was shrouded in purple color began to beat. Linen looked at him in horror. The side effect of using the heart curse had begun to take effect. It drains his blood non-stop. Linen's heart, which was stuck to his body, began to suck out his blood. He slumped to his knees, his arms hanging at his sides. It was all over, too much blood. Because of the spinal injury, he couldn't even move properly. Linen reached for another potion, taking it out from the pocket of his robe. Opening the flask, he poured the contents into himself. Linen's eyes rolled back in her head. He needed to regain his strength urgently. It doesn't matter what form of mutation it takes. Meanwhile, the countdown continued. 14, 13, 12. Linen cried out sharply as a bright light shone on him. Something came out of his eye. A system notification was displayed that said, Ding. Your body has undergone a level 3 mutation. Ding. The current state of the body is being analyzed. Ding. Attention. Your mind and body are unable to control a mutation of this level. Consciousness is only 30% turned on, and the venom of the black snake is being released in your brain. Now the body craves blood and meat. The creature that emerged from Linen's eye reached for the attached heart. Could he really only control himself 31%? It will take a lot of effort. The monster from his eyeball bit into his heart, tearing a chunk out of it. Linen fell to his knees, propping his elbows on the floor. His brain and heart are fighting for his life. This could only happen in the dark world. But thanks to the two of them fighting for each other, the enhancement potion was able to quickly restore his body. Linen stood up, his knife ready. He looked around. There were only a few moments left. A system notification was displayed, which said, Body recovery is complete. The mutation has started to take over all body tissues. The percentage of leper tissues is growing very quickly. There is a correction of the process of tissue damage, a high percentage. The monster stood in front of him. The battle had begun. A system notification was displayed, which said, The object has reincarnated into an evil spirit. Blind vision mode activated, target set, tracking mode activated. Linen spun around in horror. His body hadn't fully recovered yet, and his head and heart were still struggling. This monster can overtake him at any moment. This is the end. It was all over, and this time, he was definitely completely doomed. In the middle of the street stood a lady in red with a baby in her arms. Linen heard an extraneous sound. The smoke clears, and the smell of fruit and pancakes lingers in the air. Madam was standing in front of him. with a baby in her arms and a monster's head in her other hand. She smiled at him and asked if there was a pharmacy right here and if they had come to the right place. The madam approached Lin En and said that he looked much more attractive today. She asked if Lin En was doing weird masquerades. Lin En lowered his gaze and told her not to think about it and answer better. Why didn't she come to him earlier? And didn't she know that the curse was back? Madam put her index finger to his lips and asked with a smile on her face what he was talking about. And did he really want to repeat yesterday? The memories were still fresh. Lin En looked at her in surprise and said that of course not. The madam chuckled and replied that it was just a joke. Of course, she knew the curse was back, but she was unconscious at the time. And by the way, she has a daughter, and like a real mother, she should have gone out and bought her favorite baby drink. Madam raised her head, a tube sticking out of the slit. The girl drank something from it through a straw and said that it was very tasty. She shifted her gaze. The madam asked that Lin En seemed to be in a big mess and he clearly needed his big sister's help urgently. Lin En clasped his hands in a prayer gesture, tears forming at the corners of his eyes, and replied that of course, and that he was being chased by a monster, and if madam got rid of him, all her orders would be made at his expense in 5 months. Madam arched an eyebrow and said that she wasn't particularly interested in the suggestion. Lin En kept begging her and said that 10 months of free orders, or maybe free altogether for life. The madam continued to look at him indifferently and replied that she wasn't particularly interested in such a suggestion anyway. The monster began to approach them. A system notification was displayed, which read, "Attention, attention. The danger level is increasing. Warning, warning, the danger level is increasing." Lin En continued to hold up his hands in a prayer gesture and shouted out that in this case, the madam should name her price and be able to ask for whatever she wanted. The girl licked her lips contentedly and replied that he had said so himself, and here she was trying to remember if he had ever treated her with any respect. The madam smirked and arched one eyebrow, telling him that then let him beg her, kneel in front of her, walk on tiptoe in front of her, and tell her that he was willing to submit to her, and then she could help him with his problem. Lin En smiled foolishly and asked if it was flirting, to which the girl chuckled and said no, and she wouldn't flirt with him at a time like this. A silence fell between them. Lin En walked past the girl, putting his hand on her shoulder and said that he would go in this case, and they would meet again sometime later if he survived. The madam frowned and thought about something, and the little girl gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. The madam grinned and turned to face Lin En as he was instantly wrapped in many tentacles. She pulled him into her arms and hugged him to her chest, telling him how cute it was and how she couldn't believe he was so strong, so masculine and beautiful. Madam adores such strong guys, who immediately exude the power of maternal wisdom. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding. The evil spirit's favorability towards you has increased by +10. Ding. The evil spirit's favorability towards you increased by +10. Lin En asked the madam what she was doing just now. The girl's face contorted, a lot of teeth appeared, her mouth became like the usual mouth of a monster. She answered that she was going to help him. Many huge tentacles emerged from the madam's back, stabbing into the ground. The monster was immediately attacked. The monster's system sign appeared and said, "Identify the target." Another creature intervenes. The analysis of information, race, level of anger is carried out. Ability to devour creatures, high. Power analysis, high. The monster was standing in front of Lin En and madam with the baby. The madam laughed crazily, licking her mouth with her huge tongue. Lin En intercepted the little girl and started walking away. He hid a safe distance away and shouted at the madam to be careful, and that the monster's paws could pierce through solid objects and corrode them regardless of the material. No poisons work against it, and even if you hit it hard. Lin En looked at the silhouette of a woman floating in the air. Huge clawed paws, burning with a bright light, began to attack the monster, simultaneously shouting that she would kill him. She continued to stab him and wound him again. Lin En peeked out of hiding and was surprised at how fast he was. The monster was moving even faster than last night. Was this madam's battle tactic? Lin En was surprised and said that she was just beautiful. He was genuinely surprised. What power, but it's just amazing. He shouted at her that this woman in front of him was a beauty, perfect sharp nails, tempting tentacles, all perfection, a direct hit to the heart. The little girl and Lin En cheered for her from the shelter. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding. The evil spirit's favorability has increased by +1, Jin. The evil spirit's favorability towards you has increased by +1. The threat level has exceeded the second level, increasing security measures. Highest priority goal, number 1, kill." The monster shifted its focus back to Lin En. He was horrified, barely managing to cover the girl and dodge. It can't be that after someone tried to kill him, he was still targeting him specifically. Did the monster love him so much already? Madam was immediately at his side, covering him. Small creatures flew out of her mouth and immediately rushed towards the monster. There was a loud explosion. A system notification flashed that read, "Priority target, number 1, highest priority devour, shifted to kill, command takes effect." The monster turned its gaze towards Lin-En and the baby girl as Madame wrapped a huge snake around them, covering them. Her tentacles shot towards the monster, and she laughed madly, waiting for the moment when it would finally die. The monster began to crumble. Lin-En looked at the ground with a grim smile on his face. It looked like they had somehow managed to deal with the monster after all. There were many eyes with legs crawling on the ground. Suddenly, they all rushed towards Lin-En, but the madam immediately reacted and killed them all. Lin-En looked at the monster's remains in disbelief and said that the monster must have made a mistake, and it was all like it had a huge crush on him, incredibly persistent. A system sign flashed up that read, "Threat level still raised to second. Top priority, goal number 1. Changing data and goals. The target is designed to hunt and kill." He pulled out a revolver and picked up the child, shooting out the remaining conscious eyes. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding. You were able to take the monster's sight +1, weapon skill +1, weapon skill +1, Jin. You were able to take the monster's sight +1, weapon skill +1. Lin-En continued to shoot the monster's remains. It was time for them to get out. There were only 6 rounds in the revolver. It needs to be constantly recharged, useless, but beautiful. Lin-En took out another potion and poured its contents into his mouth. There was no time for this, you had to turn into a monster to survive and save everyone else. He coughed, and a huge clawed hand appeared behind him. A system notification flashed that said, "Ding, your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Jin, your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Jin, your body has undergone a level 1 mutation." Lin-En leapt into the air and began firing one of its tentacles at the monster. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding, your combat experience increased by +1. Ding, your combat experience increased by +1. Ding, your combat experience increased by +1. Lin-En giggled madly. The little girl caught one of the eyes and began to bite it mercilessly. They attacked together with the madam, and Lin-En said that it wasn't for nothing that he was fighting the lower-ranked monsters. Madam laughed and told him to be bold, her favorite youngest, and let him continue to deal with the lower-ranked monsters and leave this big guy to her. The madam continued to attack him mercilessly, and the monster tried to attack back. Lin-En noticed something. He realized that he seemed to have found a weak spot in the monster's blood and flesh. Once they destroyed it, it would immediately turn into a pile of trash. At the core of the monster was a baby, with 4 horns sticking out of its head, a 3rd eye in its forehead, and the eyes themselves were closed. He was sitting in a lotus position, shrouded in a glow. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, electrifying the monster. A system notification was displayed that read, "Secondary target analysis completed. Offensive generation underway. Measures to destroy evil spirits activated. Countermeasures to remove the curse of evil spirits." Madam was rushing madly at him. Another system notification was displayed, which said, "Kill, stop, break the connection between monsters. All measures are being taken to eliminate objects." Madam charged straight at the monster. Suddenly, the monster swooped down on her, encircling her from both sides and trapping her. Lin-En tried to call out to her and asked if she was okay and how she was feeling, and the little girl held out her hand towards her mother. Not far from Lin-En, something golden in color landed with the girl. It was Madam, who looked more like a hologram surrounded by strange dark hands. She chuckled and asked if he was in too much of a hurry. Lin-En really doesn't seem to care about her. Lin-En clenched his teeth and roused himself. Madam was in her own body, but she was surrounded by these strange hands. The madam chuckled again and replied that it was no wonder it had only attacked him before and ignored her altogether. It was learning, collecting her battle data, taking her apart, devouring her, exploring her. The image of Madam slowly began to fade. The last thing she said was that this monster turned out to be a really strong opponent. Lin-En extended his hand towards her, however, the image of the madam had already disappeared, leaving only smoldering remains. A huge golden-colored tentacle appeared behind Lin-En's back. He barely managed to cover himself. It was a huge eye with a thick stalk, from which many long tentacles emanated. A system notification was displayed, which said, "Attention, the danger level is increasing. Warning, the danger level is 70%. Warning, the danger level is 80%. Lin-En clenched his jaw tightly. Those tentacles were struggling with Madam. A system notification was displayed that said, "High priority team detected. Goal number 1 analysis. Goal number 2 analysis. Goal adjustment underway. Highest priority goal search. Warning, the danger level is 92%. Warning, the danger level is 99%. The eye flew to Lin-En, who smiled happily. Madam was alive. She ordered them to come quickly to her. Madam covered them. Lin-En was breathing heavily, blood dripping from his mouth. He had never thought that this monster would be so much stronger than her. So what else was there to do? After all, even if he stayed now, he would still be useless, and then he would definitely die. Or maybe ask for help first, and then take revenge. Lin-En gritted his teeth as he watched Madam and the monster fight. He couldn't leave. Madam was in danger because of him, and he would be a coward if he left her here alone. He held the baby close as he thought about what to do. He had to think of something. He had to save Madam. Lin ran to the cellar, which was deep in the forest. He opened it a crack and looked inside. The little girl who was accompanying him looked after him. Lin called the baby and told him to wake up. Green clouds of smoke rose from the cellar. Lin said that he knew that he hated him for feeding him expired potions every day. But now was not the time to sort things out, because the pharmacy was being hunted by a monster and he needed his help, otherwise they would definitely die. A notification was displayed stating that the baby's favorability towards you has dropped by -1, and the baby's favorability towards you has dropped by -1. A huge tentacle reached up. Behind him, a huge bulk slowly began to peek out. Lin looked up with the little girl, looking at the monster in front of them, which was several times larger than them. Was that the baby? A system notification was displayed, which contained the following information: Kid, level of evil, true evil, race, combat abilities, introduction, kid. Hidden in the basement of the Bloodsaw Pharmacy, turned out to be a terrible monster with a huge tongue, which on a voluntary basis lives here and is brought up by the teacher himself. Most of all, he hates expired potions, considers them real garbage, just like Lin himself. The kid hissed. An argument broke out between him and Lin, in which Lin continued to throw accusations in his direction and say that the kid insults him and let him not think that he does not understand anything. He knows perfectly well that the kid is trying to curse him, and does he really want to quarrel and let the kid stop talking that he's feeding him a delay because it's a medicine, even if it's a little overdue. The kid continued to hiss and Lin was indignant. A system notification flashed, saying that the kid's favorability towards you had dropped by -10, then the kid's favorability towards you had dropped by -10 again. Lin hit the kid with a swing. He pointed a finger in the direction of the monster and shouted that they should have left it all for later. Now one of his friends was struggling with the last of his strength against that terrible monster, and they were wasting their time. They needed to stick together and figure out how to deal with this monster. The kid hissed and was heard saying got it. Lin showed them the way and added that if the kid helps them, Lin promises to feed him the best potions for 2 months. A system notification was displayed that said, ding, the baby's favorability towards you has increased by 0.001. The baby nodded with its huge tentacle. A system notification flashed, saying that the complete transformation process was 45%, 55%. Lin raced on the baby and shouted that she should not be afraid, because he was running to her rescue. The kid helped them climb up on top of his snout. The kid began to run. Lin started shouting out indignantly and asking what he was even doing, running away from the battlefield. They needed to get back to the beginning as soon as possible. Lin started shouting that for 3 months, if he saved his friend, he would give him a subscription to a 3-month course of active potions. The kid immediately turned around and started attacking the monster. A massacre ensued between them. Lin happily cheered up the kid and said that he turned out to be quite a good boy. A system notification was displayed that said, Jin, you smell really bad. The favorability of creatures towards you has dropped by -1. Jin, you look like you don't want to touch. The favorability of creatures towards you has dropped by -1. The monster wrapped its arms around the baby. A notification appeared. Goal number 3, analysis. Lack of a dominant organization. Priority. Highest priority containment. Activation of a stable form against mutations. Activating a form of restraining curse. Deterrence activated. The baby was wrapped in the monster's threads and squeezed so hard that he started complaining that he needed to go to the toilet, to which Lin only indignantly said that he was like a small child. Lin jumped off the baby. He didn't have the energy, and he couldn't think of anything else. Lin looked around carefully. Right now, he's the only one who can save her. He must face his fear. A huge sphere formed in front of him. He moved closer, and an eye appeared, glowing with a purple light and looking directly at him. Lin threw something at that eye. He moved closer, and his hand felt like it was touching something. He went inside and found himself inside the creature's meat contents. He tried to look around more closely and tried to figure out where he was. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw what he was looking for. Madam's hand was sticking out of the folds of the meat entourage. Lin grabbed the madam's arm, trying to pull the monster's meat parts out of his grasp by force. Lin clenched his teeth tightly as he pulled the girl out. The doctor has only managed to pull Madam out halfway so far. When he managed to pull it out up to the waist, he saw that part of the girl's skull was missing, revealing the brain and eyeball. One arm was missing almost to the shoulder. Lin's face immediately became serious. Only the upper part of the girl remained, and the lower part was completely missing. Lin took the girl gently in his arms, took out a bottle of potion and poured it on the girl's body. Madam leapt into the air, arms outstretched at her sides. A system sign appeared that said, Target number 2 completed. Target number 1 is switching to the highest priority. Lin gently held the madam's shoulders from behind as she landed on the floor, and from behind them, the monster's tentacles started flying towards them incredibly fast. Hearing the commotion, Linen abruptly turned around, looking uneasily behind him. With one hand, he continued to hold Madame, who was still unconscious. Her skull had already grown back and her face looked completely normal. With his other hand, Linen tried to pull back his cloak and get the thing he needed out of his pocket. It turned out to be a dark hair, which he tightly wrapped 2 fingers around. He tossed a hair toward the baby's tongue, and the hair wrapped itself in a tight knot. Linen frowned and shouted loudly for the kid to start pulling right away. Linen grabbed a hair, wrapped his free arm around Madame, and soared into the air. The monster's tentacles were trying to catch up with him and grab his legs. They needed to hurry urgently as there wasn't much time left. Linen looked at the giant eye that was right in front of them. It was wide open and lit up with a bright purple light. A system notification is displayed that communication with the baby has been lost and devour mode is started. A hair, which Linen was holding onto with Madame in his arms, ended abruptly. Something meaty began to squeeze him from all sides, squeezing him in a vise. The boy clenched his teeth tightly and frowned. There was very little left, and it was impossible to give up. He reached out his hand towards the shining bright eye with all his strength, causing his hand to start shaking. Even if you try your best, this world will still swallow you up. Linen began to sink to the bottom along with Madame, who was resting calmly in his arms. It is very difficult to live a long life in this world, to meet someone close in spirit. Linen's eyes were slowly starting to fade, and his mouth was slightly parted. Can a life that has just begun end so quickly? If he was truly doomed to die, then he wasn't ready to leave this world so easily. He had one more important step to take. Linen grinned as he opened his eyes. A light came on in my eye. The monster's vise almost squeezed him completely, leaving only a small amount of space. Through the gap that hadn't been closed yet, he gave the middle finger. He tightly gripped the potion flask in his hands and it shattered into small pieces, injuring Linen's hand. The potion mixed with his own blood poured into his mouth. Despite such a wound, there was a crazy smile on his face. Linen discovered new powers in himself. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding. Your body has undergone a level 3 mutation. Attention, attention. 4th level mutation, 5th level mutation, 6th level mutation." Madame finally woke up with her eyes wide open. Her expression was still a little confused, and she didn't immediately understand what had happened. Upon seeing Linen, her eyes widened in surprise and shock. The monster's system notification was displayed, which read, "Attention, unknown mutation detected, process analysis underway, emergency suppression initiated, target analysis completed successfully, countermeasures launched." The monster curled up into a huge ball and shrank, looking like it was about to burst. Then another notification from the monster was displayed, in which it was written, "Attention, the target has an abnormal mutation. Analysis data could not be collected. The second analysis begins." The second analysis is completed successfully. The application of countermeasures begins. Attention, the third analysis. A giant tongue appeared next to the monster's body, hanging down not far from it. Another system notification was displayed, in which it was written, "It is impossible to perform a full analysis. The information is distorted. The load on the system exceeds the norm. The main analysis is overloaded. Devour, kill, destroy." The monster's eyes flashed a bright purple fire, and it was enraged. A system notification was displayed, which read, "Attention, due to the multiplication of monsters, the mutation growth is out of control. Attention, the outside world is damaged. The mutation is spreading. Jin, body mutation has reached level 9. Jin, body mutation has reached level 9. A huge tentacle flew out from the creepy monster's back. This tentacle showed distorted faces that screamed in agony. Madame was on top of it, landing on the ground. The monster's tongue caught her, dropping her gently to the ground. She finally came to her senses and slowly opened her eyes, furrowing her brows. She rubbed a hand across her forehead, trying to understand what had just happened. The distorted faces on the tentacle began to take shape, and now there were multiple Linen faces. The monster's huge eye had been split in two, and blood was oozing from it. A small red flesh was lying on the ground. The shape of the eyes and mouth began to appear on the flesh, and then the flesh completely took on the appearance of Linen's face. A system notification flashed, which read, "Kid's mental state -50, blood evil spirit's mental state -40. Several huge tentacles moved. The notification appears, "Mutation stop substance activated, mutation stop substance activated, mutation stop substance activated." The two huge tentacles began to join together, forming a bloody lump of meat where they joined. After a while, the lump took the shape of a dragon. It was the face of a dragon with several pairs of eyes that glowed with purple light. Its mouth was open and fangs were sticking out of its mouth. The dragon's mouth opened wider, and fire erupted from its mouth directly towards the flesh in the shape of Linen's head. A huge tentacle with Linen's faces was standing in front of the dragon. A system notification flashed, stating that the first and second unknown mutations had self-destructed. Warning, warning, mutations 3, 4, and 5 are about to be destroyed. Biological murder, murder. Huge tentacles protruding from the monster's severed eye began to tear at him. The madam got to her feet, looking at the scene in surprise. Ghost vision was activated. How could this happen? Can Lin En's body not be seen because he has grown flesh? Distorted, desecrated, Lin En's body was now the very embodiment of disaster. A system notification was displayed, which said, "Attention, the mutation is suspended. An emergency restructuring of flesh and blood has begun, and emergency training has begun." Another system notification was displayed. Jin, the host's body is being devoured by a mutation. The risk of death, the body has reached mutation level 9. Jin, the mutation is suspended, the body shape does not meet the standards. Attention, the body undergoes a special mutation. Test result, unknown mutant cut off self-awareness. It's unmanageable, it's unmanageable. Madam was surprised when she noticed a ball of bright light in the distance, from which bright rays were oozing out. She frowned, covering her face with a clenched fist. The light began to tear through the monster's body. A monster notification flashed, saying, "Attention, unknown mutants are appearing. It is impossible to analyze the situation. The process of rebuilding is accelerated. The target is hostile. The target has a strong desire to devour. The transformation of flesh and blood is suspended. Attention, the target begins to eat away at the flesh. The attack of the evil spirit failed. Deterrence inefficiency. Biological killing inefficiency. The target is growing too fast. The body loss rate is 2%, 21%, 26%. Unmanageable is growing, unmanageable is growing." Madam ran up to the monster. She clenched her fists tightly and asked if Lin En could hear anything. A monster stood in front of her and stared at her with many eyes that were scattered all over her body. Someone left. Madam frowned, visibly worried. She asked herself if it was Lin En's voice, and why was it so similar to the voice of her evil spirit. Suddenly, the monster in front of her burst into loud laughter. Did the part that connected them to Lin En disconnect and become an evil spirit? The monster began to warp, shrinking like dough. He started to get smaller and smaller each time, a bright glow of red and white smoke coming out of his body. Now there was only one huge eye, hanging directly in the sky. His pupil was narrowed and glowed with a violet light. A system notification flashed up, which read, "Attention, attention, the host's body is losing its ability to function. The chance of losing the body is 88%. Attention, the target starts devouring the host's life core. The target starts devouring. Attention, the blood evil spirit's mental state has dropped by -10. The blood evil spirit's mental state has dropped by -10. The huge eye shifted its gaze upward. The madam stared at the situation in front of her with her mouth wide open and her eyes wide open. Had Lin En turned into this monster's puppet? Suddenly, a hand shot out from the floating huge eye, ripping open the top of the eye. The madam immediately roused herself, her brows furrowed. There was a huge clock in the middle of the street. Suddenly, there was an explosion at the base of the huge clock. Huge metal machines flanked it, and a centrifuge in the center, from which bright light and lightning flashed. Several men in raincoats were running nearby, their hoods pulled down over their faces. A system notification flashed that read, "Warning, Type 3-1 flesh and blood monster destroyed by 98%, full connection failed." Many people were sitting on benches in cloaks, and behind them in the center was another similar person. In front of all of them was a giant flask that had bright red liquid splashing around in it. Many wires were attached to the bulb. One of the voices turned to the master and said that they had lost contact with the third type of monsters that were sent to fight the Bloodsaw. A wave of backlash burned down their control base. The master with the hood pulled down over his face indignantly replied that they must be joking, and their Type 3 puppets were the strongest hunters in the Demon Association. Of course, there is a higher ranked creature and a creature with the same strength as a king. Who else in this world can compete with them, with such creatures? The master slapped the table loudly. In the darkness of the hood, you couldn't see the face, but you could see the eye, which glittered with a bright red light. He went on to say that in truth, those traitors who didn't want to return to the association were strong. But they, too, had essentially died at the hands of Type 3 monsters, so it was up to his puppets to handle the Bloodsaw. Everyone was standing in front of a giant flask, which contained a faint silhouette. A Bloodsaw. He knew him. It was he and 4 other members from other councils who once dominated the Dark World and all the monsters. But his flesh and blood puppets of today have surpassed their counterparts. It is not able to interfere with his excellent work. People started telling the master to order them to find the coordinates where the Type 3 monster had cut off communication and send a whole column of monsters there. The master replied that his puppets of the 3rd and 4th types would go to a given place. Their task is to collect as much information as possible about the place and the Bloodsaw. The people standing in the room with him immediately accepted his order. The madam grabbed Lin En's arm, pulling him out of the huge piece of flesh. She gritted her teeth and asked him how he was feeling. He barely managed to pull the boy out by the arms, but he fell face first into the ground and lay covered in the monster's blood. Linen didn't answer her, and Madame got up, hoisting the boy over her shoulders and looking over her shoulder at the sleeping Linen. The guy didn't seem to have any fractures, but she was wondering what happened to him in the end. The girl arched an eyebrow at him, watching him closely. She continued to drag him until they reached the house. Lights were on in the windows. Madame was thinking that basically everything else was not important right now, and it was necessary to return to the shelter as soon as possible first. On the palm of one of Linen's hands, a tongue appeared, which immediately hid back after a couple of seconds. A system notification flashed that read, "Jin, congratulations on completing the task outside the Bloody Night Pharmacy. Reward, 2W skull coins, 5,000 base experience, plus 1 special reward, function, blood and flesh disaster. Ding. After reaching the 10th level, you will be able to start completing the task of delegating your work with someone else. While the experience will be saved, it will return after completing the work." Linen slowly opened his eyes, coming to his senses. He sat up from the bed, rubbing his eyes with his fist. He thought about the fact that it was already dawn and it was time to get up. Memories of the previous day came back to him abruptly. Linen immediately jumped out of bed and started looking around in a panic, realizing that he was in the women's bedroom, and what was he even doing here? And the monster, hadn't he absorbed it completely? A familiar madam appeared in the aisle, a slight smile on her face. She was carrying a tray, holding it carefully in her hands. There were several fresh dishes on the tray in small plates, and they gave off a warm aroma. Linen turned around at the girl's voice, looked at her in surprise. The first thing he said to her was that he was surprised that she had survived. Madame abruptly moved closer to Linen and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, pulling him closer to her. She stared at him with incredible enthusiasm and began to bombard him with questions about how he was feeling, whether there were any changes in his body. She held Linen close and rested her cheek on his head, gently stroking his hair. She told the guy that Linen had been asleep for 2 whole days and probably didn't even remember anything, and Madame would calmly tell him everything now. Linen smiled nervously at the girl, asking her what time it was. A huge chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the room with several candles stuck in it. So the monster had died after all. They were sitting at a large table next to each other. There were several empty plates on the table and only some of them had small crumbs left in them. They were each holding a glass with something green poured inside. Linen said that a huge number of evil organisms grew inside the body, dismembering the creature from the inside. The madam turned her gaze to the boy and confirmed, raising the glass to her lips and taking a sip from it. She also added that she then had to pull Linen out of that monster's body. Killing such a strong monster would be beyond the power of an ordinary person. Linen surprised Madame more and more. Linen frowned seriously and put his hand to his chin as he thought. He was thinking that it was all because of the regeneration potion. It was precisely because of his overuse that his body went out of control. And at the moment when he was unconscious, his mutated body dismembered this monster. Linen's frown deepened as he stared straight ahead. But how did it recover? Where did this monster even come from? And why did he want to kill him? Linen got up from his chair and looked at the madam, asking what was the outcome of that monster. The girl replied that she had brought it here and left it in the backyard. There was something inexplicable about the big man, she thought. Linen looked at the girl with a serious face and said that he wanted to see this monster. If he is not mistaken, then the answer lies in the teacher. It was possible that he would be able to solve this riddle faster thanks to this monster. Madame and Linen went out to the backyard. Madame's backyard was beautifully decorated. There was an archway at the entrance where huge flowers bloomed, and not far from the arch were flower beds. Opposite the flower beds were 2 chairs and a table in the shape of a hemp. They came to what was left of the monster. Linen knelt down on one knee and asked the madam if it was him in that guise. The madam crossed her arms and replied that yes, it was all that was left of his mutation. Linen was so transformed that she was even scared at first. In front of Linen, there was a pile of meat that was not clear, and in some places eyes were visible. He thought about how if that was the case, then the power of his mutated body was still left in his body. Although he looked normal right now, there might be a hidden mutation inside his body. An inconspicuous image of the many arms that extended from Linen's back appeared in the imagination. The system window flash, showing the hero's information. Linen, level 10, needs to be checked. Race, human. Strength, 22. Agility, 22. Intelligence, 16. Body strength, 51. Distribution points, 4. Introduction. The crazy disciple of Grand Master Bloodsaw can easily communicate and interact with various powerful creatures. Gets along well with monsters of any size, causes them delight and awe in front of a strong student. His personal qualities and combat abilities, which are shown in special moments of crisis, really inspire respect. Linen frowned slightly. They needed to make sure. Linen looked up. Of course, everything would become clear if he reached out to the system and immediately asked it to tell him exactly where the mutation was occurring. The system window showed up and said, "Ding, you have started a new task, body mutation. Reward: 1000 skull coins, 500 base experience, plus 1 special reward. Introduction: in the dark world, there are a huge number of different mutation bacteria that are able to merge with the host's body, resulting in a malignant mutation. Mission objective: find Linen's body mutation and learn how to control it. Mission failure: if a malignant mutation consumes the host's body, the process becomes irreversible. Linen roused himself and thought about how he just asked where his mutated body was, and why did he need this task? Couldn't you just say what exactly was wrong with his mutation? The system window was displayed with the following information: ding, please resolve this issue yourself. Linen frowned viciously and clenched his teeth. He started angrily cursing the system with various words that are not spoken in a good society. The system window lit up and answered Linen, Jin, dear Linen, please don't curse the system. The system is just helping. Try to solve this issue yourself. Linen continued to viciously curse at the system and wave his hands, telling it to go to hell and wishing it well. The madam standing next to him opened her eyes wide and looked at the guy questioningly, to which Linen apologized and replied that he had an urgent matter that needed to be resolved urgently. Linen ran to the other side of the madam and then came back saying that he needed to take this flesh to make medicine out of it. Linen strode away with his body slung over his shoulder and waved goodbye to madam. Linen found himself at the entrance of the pharmacy. He went downstairs and there were stacks of books on many shelves. Linen remembered that the teacher had many different books that were written in detail about diseases and medicines. He placed the candle on the table and selected the book he needed, opening it and leaning over it, studying the contents carefully. He read, Malignant Cellular Mutations Caused by Radiation Exposure, 100 Curses That Lead to Physiological Distortions, a novel, The Story of the Mutant Lolita and Her Tentacles, a guide, 35 Practical Ways to Calculate Evil Spirits. He snapped the red-bound book shut. So, almost all the changes in his body could be determined by 4 reasons. First, the mutation is still in its incubation period, and it is possible that it will awaken and kill him. Secondly, mutants are uncontrollable, they have their own will. An image of the mutation covering the top, bursting out of his back popped up in his head. Third, the creature that linked him to the mutation cells is clearly stronger than him, and he definitely won't be able to defeat such a monster on his own. Fourth, the system helped him survive when he was unconscious. Linen held out his hand, revealing the system in front of him. A system window popped up and said, List of system skills, infectious energy, curse diagnostics, blood and flesh mutations. Description of system skills, function, mutation prevention, quality, higher. Note, this ability is obtained through Linen's serious work on his body. The system can freely manage mutations inside the host's body and save it at a critical moment. The system's ability to defend against mutation depends on the number of points that Linen has. It was a new skill he got last night. That's all. A golden glow enveloped Linen. His eyes snapped open and he knew it had worked. His body had changed. All his organs seemed to have changed structure, as did his flesh, blood, and even his cells. He felt that every part of his body was bigger and stronger than before. He raised his hands to his sides and stared at them intently, all his bones, organs, and muscles showing through his skin. Linen closed his eyes and concentrated. Wrong, no time to indulge in strange memories. We need to find a way to contain the mutants. Cells in the body began to burn out the mutagen. Linen opened his eyes and frowned. If an inferior monster was eaten by mutants, then where would such an amount of flesh be stored? His body was weakened, unable to hold so much flesh and blood. He didn't feel any intrusions or abnormalities in his body at all. It is possible that the whole thing is due to a mutant that settled in his body and affected its functioning. Thanks to this, his body was like a mutant. It could easily accommodate any amount of other people's flesh and blood. If a mutant can affect the functioning of his body, it means that he can also influence it. Linen turned around from the shelves and looked at a bottle of liquid nearby that had the words Decloravos written on it. Linen thought about it. Then he picked up the bottle, opened it, and poured the contents into his mouth. Linen immediately fell to his knees, clutching his heart. He immediately shivered. The bottle rolled away from him, and he thought about how beautiful it was. A system notification was displayed, which read, Attention, Linen is dying. His body is receiving an abnormal amount of toxic substances Decloravos poisoning. Linen opened his mouth in a crazy smile, green fumes coming out of his mouth. He laughed and said, How did mutant like the taste of the poison potion? It was definitely the best chemical he could make in his entire life. From it, the mutant will definitely receive a lot of radiation, and meet his death in mud and pain. Linen told the mutant to get out of his body immediately if he wanted to live. Linen lowered his gaze and looked at his hands. However, there was no reaction. Linen immediately jumped up from his seat and viciously rushed up the stairs, threatening the mutant and saying that he would still get his own. The guy pushed open the door, where there were a lot of potions. He narrowed his eyes. With a quick flick of his hand, Linen immediately opened all the flasks in front of him, and the corks flew out of the necks. Fumes emanated from the flasks, which clearly hinted that they should not be drunk. Linen grabbed the table and tipped it over with the potions on top of him, opening his mouth wide. The entire contents of the potions immediately poured into it. A system notification was displayed, which read, "Attention, the host's body receives an abnormal amount of toxic substances. This causes severe itching. Attention, the host's body receives an abnormal amount of toxic substances, which causes a skin rash. Attention, the host's body receives an abnormal amount of toxic substances. This gives rise to a terrible virus." Linen rolled his eyes and turned pale. He immediately burst out laughing madly. He turned to the mutant inside him and asked what it was like for him there. For Linen, this is just a minor pain. If the mutant couldn't get out, then let him speak honestly and get out of his body away. However, there was no reaction again except for the silence in the room. Linen immediately took off, his eyes lighting up with fire. He claimed that the mutant had made him mad. Linen was standing over the potion cauldron and throwing various ingredients into it, with a book open in his other hand. With a crazy smile on his face, he stared at his potion in front of him. A system notification flashed up and said, "Jin, you have perfected a potion to spread the plague 1. Jin, you have perfected a potion to strengthen the weak state of health 1. Jin, you have perfected a potion to spread the virus 1. Your experience in making a potion +1. Your experience in making a potion +1. In front of him were the flasks into which he had poured the potion. The potion was dark and purple in one bottle, bright and orange in the other. So, the potion was ready, but so that its power does not disappear, you need to wash it down with something. Linen bent down and opened the box that contained Teacher's old wine, which he would drink along with the potion. With a crazy smile on his face, he held an old wine in one hand and a dark purple potion in the other. A sip of poison, a sip of wine, and he would turn into a fairy. He had to do it. The first thing Linen did was pour a purple potion into himself, and a system notification flashed up, which said, "Jin, your body is poisoned, your health status drops by 1 level every second. According to the system, you will die in 20 minutes. Next, he emptied the wine into himself, and another warning system window flashed up. "Jin, you have taken a recovery potion. Your condition has stabilized for a short time. Jin, you have taken a recovery potion. Your condition has stabilized for a short time." Linen then started pouring the purple potion back into himself. A system notification flashed up, which read, "Ding, poison destroys major organs. According to the system, you will die in 15 minutes. Linen sank down on the chair and turned very pale, his face starting to turn purple, his eyes rolling back in his head. He felt itching, burning, chills, fever. He giggled madly. All of this was definitely enough to kill an ordinary person. Linen's face started to show purple spots in places, and he clenched his teeth tightly and frowned. Everything now depended on his willpower. He needed to hold on for 20 minutes, and if the vile thing didn't leave his body, he was wasting his time. Linen took out his watch from his pocket and looked at it carefully. He started the first round by clicking on the button on top of the round clock. Time continued to pass, and Linen got worse and worse. More purple spots began to appear on the body. Frantic, he grabbed more potions and started pouring 2 potions inside himself at once. A notification was displayed that said, "Jin, you have taken the antidote. The toxins from your body have been neutralized." Linen wiped his mouth, arching an eyebrow in disbelief as he stared straight ahead. In a rage, he smashed the empty flasks to the floor. He picked up something dark and tied with rope and threw it into the cauldron. Linen bottled the potions again and started drinking them. He fell to the floor, but after a while he managed to get up, grabbing the edge of the pot. His face was pale, covered with various colored spots. It wasn't enough, and more potions were needed. After a while, Linen sat on a chair, holding his head. His teeth were clenched, and it was obvious that he was annoyed. Linen went completely mad, foaming at the mouth, and kept repeating what he needed more, and more. Linen started jumping up and down madly, his tongue falling out of his mouth as he repeated the same thing. Suddenly, a tongue poked out of the slot in his hand, licking the contents of the glove. A notification flashed that said, "Ding, fear of you has increased by +10. Linen fell to the floor and stared at the hand with its tongue sticking out. He stared at it in silence and didn't quite understand what was going on. Another system notification was displayed, which read, "Ding, fear. Before you grew by +10. He was lying down, and in his other hand was another file filled with a dark purple liquid. The hand trembled, and the tongue in the slot on the arm began to hide inside. Linen started saying that he could take more if necessary. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding, fear. Has your fear increased by +11? Ding. Before you increased by +12. Linen opened the file that he had been holding in his hand all this time. He began to threaten the mutant and put the potion close to his mouth, saying that he did it, and did what he always wanted. The guy deliberately said this loudly, which caused the system notification to appear in which it was written that fear. Is fear increased by +15? then is fear. It has increased in front of you by another plus 20. The hand that held the mouth stretched out and reached straight for the table. The mutant was indignant to himself and said that he urgently needed a withdrawal medication. And what is going on here? What was happening to him? If Lin wanted to kill the mutant, then he should have given up, because they would die together. The mutant couldn't take it anymore. Lin, meanwhile, continued to lie on the floor with a crazy smile on his face. The hand reached for the right flask of green liquid, opened it, and poured it into its mouth. The hand asked Lin, is he really so addicted to poisons? Meanwhile, the guy continued to pour the contents of the purple potions into himself. A notification about the one that said, ding, fear. Before you grew by plus 10, ding, fear. It has grown in front of you by plus 10. The hand tried to get ahead of Lin and he grabbed 3 green flasks, pouring them inside himself. It was impossible to stop, because if the mutant stopped, then everything would be over for him. Lin continued to drink the contents of the poisonous purple flasks. A few hours later, his arm was limp on the floor and his tongue was out. Not far from it were many empty green flasks. I think it was the end. It's over. Now poison, now antidote. Everything gave the mutant the feeling of jumping between life and death, back and forth, back and forth. Got up and looked in the direction of Lin, who was lying almost unconscious and was spinning in his eyes. It's fine, but this guy was fine too. Lin stood up like a zombie, his head lowered on his chest, his eyes still unfocused. He mumbled about needing more. Come again, it's delicious here. A system notification was displayed that said, ding, fear. Has your fear increased by plus 20, ding. Before you increased by plus 20. Lin staggered from side to side, and the outstretched hand looked at him from the side and trembled. Lin reached out with his free hand for the remaining flasks of purple poison, as if spellbound, reaching for it. Ruka started to think that the antidote was over, but he needed to drink it. Lin drinks poison, as seen. I shouldn't have drunk so much. Ruka was thinking of making Lin stop immediately. Lin, meanwhile, kept muttering about how to shake it up, drink this medicine. His hand was holding onto the door's rung so that Lin couldn't reach the poison. Lin barely managed to reach the bottle and grab it, after which it hit its head on the ground and lay still for a while. My hand fell off, but after a while I tried to reach the green bottles on the table. The hand took one of the flasks and opened it, pouring the contents into its mouth. They both collapsed. Lin slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hand. A system notification flashed that said, Jin, your poison resistance has increased by plus 1. Jin, your poison resistance has increased by plus 1. Jin, you have received a new achievement. A test tube of poison, reward, plus 300 base experience. Jin, you have received a new achievement. Medicine will not kill me reward, plus 300 base experience points. Lin got to his feet, bent slightly at the knees and rubbed the back of his head, closing his eyes. He was able to punish this mutant with a potion. A system notification flashed that read, Poison Tube, Special Achievement. You get a chance to stay alive in case of severe poisoning and a reward. All inventory increases by plus 1. Resistance to poisons is plus 10. The medicine will not kill me. Special achievement. If you receive more than 200 types of poisons in a short period of time, you will receive an increase in inventory by plus 2, body height by plus 5, and resistance to poisons by plus 5. Lin continued to squint, clenching his teeth tightly and rubbing the back of his head. He could see that his body parts were moving on their own. He couldn't remember what it was or what had happened. Lin's eyes snapped open and he stared straight ahead, his face darkening. He looked down at the hand that had opened its mouth. The hand told him that he must have died after all. A system notification with information about the character was displayed, which read, Race, Abnormal Mutation, Classification, Absolute Evil, Level, None, Abilities. The mutation from birth has one desire, to devour everything in its path. Introduction. A special mutation entered Lin's body after uncontrolled transformations and constant ingestion of poison. It combines the flesh and blood of type 3 monsters, the heart of a faceless demon, and the body fragments of the host itself, Lin. Coexists with the host's body, is powerful, but hates all kinds of chemicals. They were both silent for a while. A system notification flashed, stating that Lin's mental state had dropped to -10, and the hand's mental state had dropped to -9. The hand opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue, showing off its fangs and wanting to attack Lin while shouting that it would devour the guy. And Lin intercepted it with another one with his free hand. He shouted back that he remembered that his left hand had changed so much, and that it had saved him from taking so many poisons. The hand started shouting back at Lin and saying that he was a fool, and if he wanted to die so badly, then let him die, but he didn't need to be dragged along. Lin told him that it was terrible, and the mutant just needed to leave his body, and then he would be fine. The mouth opened wide right next to Lin's face. This mutant possessed great strength, and something had to be thought out urgently. Lin squeezed his eyes shut and shouted out that the blood and flesh mutation achievement would activate. The left hand immediately screamed, and Lin was enveloped in a purple mist. The mutant smiled at him and asked, did Lin-En think he could control it? And how stupid people are looking for their own problems. Lin-En frowned viciously and clenched his teeth. The hand continued to shout and started telling him to stop talking nonsense and not think about Lin-En having power over him, and that the fool didn't dare to lay a finger on him. Lin-En indignantly replied that they would fight him to the end, and today only the strongest can win. He started hitting his left hand with an evil expression on his face and telling him to let the mutant come out since he was so brave, because he, Lin-En, was not afraid of some strange hand. A system notification was displayed that said, Lin-En life -1, life indicators, -1. Lin-En grabbed his tongue with his hand and pulled it towards him. The hand began to get indignant and say that the doctor should not dare to touch it and try to control himself. Lin-En clenched his tongue between his teeth. The hand started begging him to stop and stop. Another system notification was displayed, which said, life indicator. Lin-En burst through the other door, still holding his tongue with his teeth, and reached for the knife stuck in the table. Reaching out, he managed to grab a knife, and under the spotlight, he raised the knife over his head. Lin-En frowned and started saying that it was okay, since he also had a right hand anyway. He continued to hold the mutant's tongue firmly between his teeth, raising the knife above his hand. Lin-En raised the knife and was about to strike, but his left hand took the scalpel and was able to defend himself. Come on, make each other suffer. Lin-En continued to press down with the knife, saying that he would chop it up and add each piece of it to the sample of a new medicine. The hand kept cursing back and told Lin-En to try it, the power of the flower. They started swinging at each other and Lin-En said that he was giving him one last chance to let the mutant leave his body on its own, otherwise Lin-En would definitely kill him this time. The hand replied that it was he who should have said this, and Lin-En should just let him eat his head, and then he would be free of the mutant. Through the windows of the house, one could watch the intense fight that had developed between the two. Lin-En was about to try to calm the carnage himself and asked Ruka in a loud voice if they had nothing more to discuss, and Left Hand replied that no one was going to talk to someone like Lin-En, and that a little more and Ruka would kill him. A system notification flashed that said, ding, your combat abilities have increased by +1, ding, your combat abilities have increased by +1, ding, your combat abilities have increased by +1. Suddenly, a sword flew out of Lin-En's hand. The boy looked back in horror at his left hand, which was gripping the scalpel tightly. The hand replied that he was finished, just a little more and it would kill him. The mutant wanted to hit Lin-En in the thigh, but the guy fell to the ground and managed to catch his left arm with his other free hand. The mutant started shouting at Lin-En to give up and that he would never be able to defeat him. Lin-En noticed out of the corner of his eye a bottle of potion on the table outside, and he remembered that it was left in the backyard after fighting the mutants. His left hand interrupted his thoughts and raised the scalpel over his face, shouting out that Lin-En still hoped to get rid of him with medication. Let him not be a fool, because he will never be able to achieve what he wants. A system notification appeared that said, launch the blood cannibalism skill. With a crazy smile on his face, Lin-En asked the mutant if he was really that confident. From Lin-En's face, two images of red hands reached straight for the bottle not far from them. One hand wrapped around the bottle while the other opened it. Noticing this, the mutant turned in the direction of the potion and continued to hold the scalpel, exclaiming in displeasure. A system notification appeared that said, fear. Did your fear increase by +10? Before you increased by +10. Red hands quickly rushed towards the mutant and began pouring the potion into his mouth, while the mutant shouted and asked him to stop immediately. Lin-En will finally get rid of it. His left arm was limp, and the potion poured out of the mutant's mouth. Lin-En looked back at his hand and exhaled calmly, rubbing his forehead with his other hand. Finally, he seems to have succeeded. Lin-En's nose suddenly itched. He sneezed loudly, and the rest of the potion flew out of his mouth. A system notification was displayed that said, Jin, Lin-En, your body condition has changed. Chemical poisoning mild. Attention, attention, the chemical you took has deposited in your body and started attacking it. Lin-En clutched his mouth in shock and stared straight ahead. Another system notification was displayed. Jin, Lin-En, your body condition has changed. Chemical poisoning mild changed to chemical poisoning severe. He looked down at his left hand, where the potion was leaking out of his mouth. The mutant began to mimic him and talk about what Lin-En had said earlier about how it didn't matter that the body wasn't just his right now, because all he had to do was poison the body to get rid of it. The light in the open room fell from the ceiling above. The kid was lying on the floor, sleeping peacefully, but he jerked up when he saw something blue floating past him on the floor. The kid sniffed and licked the contents off the floor, but the snout immediately twisted in displeasure. A system notification was displayed, which read, ding, the baby's favorability towards you has dropped by -10, ding, the baby's favorability towards you has dropped by -10. The baby raised his muzzle up and saw Lin-En, who was spewing blue contents from his stomach into the baby's cave like a huge fountain. His left hand was holding a knife and talking about how he was going to kill Lin-En, and how dare he feed him these chemicals, and it was time to stop putting up with it and finish Lin-En off. The left hand was already swinging, but it couldn't stand it, and together with Linen began to vomit the contents of their common stomach. A system notification was displayed, which read, "Jin, the kid is very angry at you, increased by +10. The mutant continued to threaten Linen and say that a little more and he would realize what he wanted, but his speech was immediately interrupted by another stream of potion contents. The system notification flashed, which again read, "Ding, the kid is very angry at you, increased by +10. Ding, the kid is very angry at you, increased by +10. Linen leaned wearily on the edge of the attic, his face looking exhausted. He said that he was asking for a truce and let him wait for Linen to rest for a while, and then he would be able to finish off the mutant. The left hand agreed and added that he had completely lost his appetite and would eat Linen later. Linen rolled onto his back and he and were silent for a while, closing their eyes. Linen frowned slightly with his eyelids closed and asked, "Can they live normally for now?" The left hand agreed that he liked Linen's suggestion very much. Linen smiled tiredly and said that in fact, this battle has already lost all meaning anyway, and the mutant replied that yes, because in the end they both lose in this situation. There are two consciousnesses in one body. In principle, this could have been tolerated if you think about it that way. The left hand added an agreement that yes, indeed, it would be nice to coexist so peacefully. Linen laughed along with the mutant, but after a second, their eyes focused on each other and they grabbed their weapons again, Linen for the axe and the mutant for the scalpel. Linen frowned in displeasure and said that he knew the hand was going to attack him, and it was good that he reacted in time. He didn't even think that the mutant would turn out to be such a scoundrel. The mutant was indignant in response and said that it was obvious that Linen was going to kill him at a convenient moment, just take advantage of the situation. The mutant was a bad guy, and so he would kill Linen first. Their exchange was interrupted by a voice that apologized modestly and asked if anyone was in the store right now and that they needed help very urgently. A system notification was displayed that said, "Jin, you have started the task, identify the disease, reward, +200 skull coins, +100 base experience, +1 special reward." Linen and his left hand walked towards the drugstore while continuing to exchange words. The doctor said that if it wasn't for the client, he would definitely cut out the mutant with the roots, and the mutant in response said that he would be the first to chop Linen. They entered the building while still swinging their weapons at each other. Linen, with a straight face, told the customer to just wait a second and he would immediately come over. In front of him was a huge monster with a human muscular body and a goat's head. A system notification was displayed with a description of the character, a sheep-headed monster, race, supreme being, characteristic, neutral aggressive, level, 69th, combat abilities, high level, melee skills. Introduction, powerful creatures wandering in the dark world. They are said to be direct descendants of the great black goat Sabu Nicholas, but most believe that these are just legends, as they are no different from pig-headed and dog-headed monsters. Linen greeted the visitor with his classic phrase, "Welcome to the Bloodsaw Pharmacy." The monster just stared at him, frowning a little. He could hear the incessant clanging and looked questioningly at Linen, whereupon the doctor greeted the client with the same calmness and smile on his face. Linen said that he was in charge here while his boss was away on business, so the client could contact him. The guy specified what exactly he needed. A system notification flashed that said, "The sheep-headed monster's mental state has dropped to -1. The monster frowned a little and replied hesitantly that it wasn't a local and that it seemed to be a little sick. He had heard that everyone in this pharmacy was very kind and simple, so he wanted to see if there was a good doctor here. Linen looked over his shoulder at the client with a smile on his face and replied that in this case, he could congratulate him, he had found his only good doctor. They were the only pharmacy in a 4-mile radius, and even if the monster wasn't worried, no matter what was bothering him, Linen was confident that he would definitely be able to help. Linen turned to his left hand and shouted in frustration that the mutant should calm down a little, because a client came to him, and the more the mutant fights, the more energetic he becomes, and let him better look at his sword. The customer stared at the painting in front of him in surprise and opened his mouth slightly, abruptly turning around and intending to leave. The monster thought that this was not normal, and something was definitely wrong here, because this pharmacy did not look like a normal pharmacy at all. The customer shivered a little and said hesitantly that Linen looked very busy, and it would be better if he came back next time. The huge cleaver flew towards the customer, cutting into the wall right between his horns. Tears sprang to the customer's eyes and he looked up in horror at the cleaver above his head. A system notification flashed, which read, "The sheep-headed monster's mental state dropped by -5. The sheep-headed monster's mental state dropped by -5. Linen walked over to the trembling customer and pulled out a cleaver from the wall. Linen apologized with a sweet smile and said that his hand must have accidentally slipped, and he hoped that he didn't scare the monster too much. The client hesitated a little and replied that he just wanted to say that it was okay. Inwardly, he wondered what was going on with Linen's hand, since he had literally almost stabbed him when the customer had just entered the doorway. Linen continued to fight with his left hand, and with the same deadpan smile, he told the customer to go inside, which caused the monster to find nothing to say and agreed, still shaking a little. The monster went inside and was horrified by what he saw, wondering why the entire shop was broken. And what happened here? A massacre of local bandits. The chairs were scattered and broken, the chair was covered in knocks, and a broken bottle lay on the floor. Linen pushed the table forward with his foot. He explained that the store was in poor condition as they recently renovated it, and let the customer not worry because their pharmacy will definitely give him a pleasant experience. The monster looked uncertainly at the table, which was covered in chips. Cracks. Who were they trying to play a prank on? And why did those scratches look like a real fight had taken place here? Linen approached the customer from behind, holding a knife in one hand and a scalpel in his left hand. The customer shivered and began to worry, sweating profusely and thinking about how this guy almost stabbed himself. He wasn't a psychopath, was he? He definitely wasn't going to stab him, was he? The monster swallowed loudly. He hesitantly asked if he could just go out for a while, because he had such an unpleasant feeling that he had entered here with his left foot. Linen asked him again and said, does the monster really not want to be treated by him? Because even if it was like that, what was the problem? The monster anxiously replied that everything was fine and there were no problems, because the client is God, and God always has the right to choose. Linen approached the customer with a sly smile and asked, didn't he think so? The monster hesitantly agreed and said that yes, of course, the customer is always right. Linen returned to his altercation with the mutant and started shouting out words with a mad face that he would stab and finish him off. The customer immediately clutched his head in fright and screamed. He thought that this was already a complete mess and it was actually a black magic shop. Linen will definitely cripple him if he does something wrong. A system notification was displayed, which said, the mental state of the sheep-headed monster dropped by -5, the mental state of the sheep-headed monster dropped by -5. The monster was slowly breaking out in sweat. Horror, the owner of this shop was just as ruthless, cutting himself up. Is this really the alley of wandering souls? The people here are just the fear of God. Terrible, he wanted to get out of here right now. The monster glanced uncertainly in Linen's direction and asked why he needed 2 knives. Did he really practice some martial skills? Linen smiled maliciously and replied that of course not. He just wanted to cut off his left arm. The monster exclaimed in surprise and asked why, to which Linen replied, while continuing to fight with the mutant in his hand, that he could not tell the customer all the details, but he should have known that this hand is very bad, it can even eat a person. Yes, he had almost devoured Linen just now, and if he hadn't stopped his hand in time, then she might have eaten him as well. The monster listened in utter disbelief. Linen calmly smiled and replied that of course, but the client could not worry, because as long as Linen is here, nothing will harm him. The monster gritted its teeth and thought to itself, is the hand seriously capable of eating a human? He's tricking him, right? Even if Linen didn't dare insult him like that, even if the monster wasn't the smartest. A system notification was displayed, which read, ding, the fear of the sheep-headed monster in front of you increased by +10, ding, the fear of the sheep-headed monster in front of you increased by +10. The customer pointed a finger in Linen's direction and said that he could see that Linen was very busy, and maybe he should come back later. Inwardly, he was thinking that he needed to get out of here right away, and he needed to find a way to get out of this pharmacy. Linen turned to him with a smile on his face and replied that of course not, now he will be able to examine the client and give him a diagnosis. Linen used his foot to pull out a wooden box, from which various tools fell out and a hammer, scalp, and scissors fell out. The monster continued to stare at Linen over its shoulder in silence and horror, thinking that the doctor was apparently looking for its death, and Linen obviously wanted to find the murder weapon. The monster was thinking that it needed to escape first. Linen continued to deal with his hand and told the customer to wait a bit until he found the stethoscope he needed. The customer was about to rush to the exit, but the cry that no one would let him escape and let him not think that he would hide caused the monster to freeze in place. A system notification flashed, which read, ding, the sheep-headed monster's mental state has dropped by -10. The client began to break out in sweat, stared in horror at himself and hesitantly replied that he wasn't hiding at all, just decided to get up and walk a little. Linen kept shouting and saying that he had a lot of good friends in this alley, and if he couldn't kill him, then let his neighbor's sister cut him down later. The monster smiled nervously and turned towards Linen as it continued to shout out scary phrases with its left hand. The monster thought that this was all addressed to him and thought that this was probably his last warning to the client, and Linen also had helpers. The monster gripped the hilt of the knife behind its back. He thought about how terrifying it was that Linen kept threatening him like this. He's not a vegetarian. He would get close to it first, then catch Linen off guard, and thus get to it first. The monster pulled out a knife and swung it over its head, running towards Linen with screams. However, he stopped abruptly when he heard Linen say that he was going to chop him into pieces. A system notification flashed that said, "The sheep-headed monster's mental state has dropped by -30. He put the knife back behind his back and trembled in horror. Linen turned to him with a smile and said that he had finally found a stethoscope and asked how the customer was feeling. The monster hid his hands behind his back and shivered, looking up at the ceiling and saying that everything was fine and nothing was wrong. Linen summed it up with a smile and replied that in that case, they could start, and now he would finally listen to him. The customer and Linen sat down opposite each other. Linen frowned seriously as he listened to the monster, while still holding the knife tightly in his left hand with his right hand. The customer noticed Linen's serious expression with a horrified expression on his face and asked, "Did the doctor find something amiss?" Inwardly, he thought that Linen was probably thinking about how to kill him. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. You don't need to touch it, because it was completely tasteless. Linen held the stethoscope with ghostly hands. He frowned seriously and said that the monster had a slow heartbeat. Could it be that it had recently suffered a severe shock? The monster frowned and said that he didn't know, but he said something to himself that Linen didn't even know what kind of horror his client had experienced. The monster frowned slightly and clarified whether the shock was a serious diagnosis, but Linen added that he also saw that the dark circles under his eyes, the faded eye color, and the purplish tinge of his mouth were most likely signs of poisoning. The customer jumped up, his own knife stuck between his buttocks, but he gave no sign and only exclaimed that this could not be. Linen continued and said that if the poisoning is accompanied by a severe shock, in which there is a constant outflow of blood, then its consequences can be very dangerous. He asked if his client had ever visited a place where there was a lot of toxic fumes, or maybe he was attacked by someone. The client confirmed the words and said that yes, he was in the swamp yesterday. Linen furrowed his brows and thought about how the monster wasn't attacked, but just scratched the branches on the swamp. He needed simple therapy, and he shouldn't have taken it so seriously. A system notification flashed up, which read, "Ding, a new special poison human-type vine has been added to the database." While Linen was distracted, his left hand took advantage of the situation and attacked Linen again, but he managed to parry the blow and asked the mutant if he still wanted to sneak attack him. The monster asked what kind of human-type vine it was, and Linen seriously replied that in his opinion, it wasn't just a vine that scratched the monster, but a human-type vine. This plant is one of the most poisonous in the world. It grows in damp and cold places, usually hiding underground and waiting for an opportunity to attack passing creatures. However, the incubation period of the poison of this vine, although it was long, was not fatal. The customer immediately trembled in fear and asked what he should do in case of poisoning. Linen smiled and replied that first, calm down, you can't let your heart beat too fast. Keep calm to prevent your blood pressure from rising. The monster put his hand over his heart and tried to catch his breath and calm down. However, the hand that suddenly attacked Linen distracted his attention and made the customer nervous again in horror. The left hand grew larger and was about to devour Linen, causing the customer to get even more excited. A system notification was displayed, which said, "The mental state of the sheep-headed monster dropped by -10, the mental state of the sheep-headed monster dropped by -10. As the mutant was about to devour Linen, and he held his jaws down so that they wouldn't close, he continued, "Second, if the poison has already spread, then your body will start to emit a strange smell. Then usually evil creatures are haunted by an acute desire to devour someone. But the client can rest easy because they have no evil creatures in the pharmacy." Linen smiled as he struggled with the huge mouth that he was already half standing in. The monster dropped to its knees and clutched its head as it watched Linen try to devour it with its left hand. A system notification flashed, which read, "The fear of the sheep-headed monster in front of you has increased by +50. The fear of the sheep-headed monster in front of you has increased by +50. Linen smiled awkwardly as he stood in the mutant's mouth and continued, "Third, if the creature is possessed by its desires, you must immediately do bloodletting. Being even a minute late means a huge risk." Linen frowned seriously as he sank further into the mutant's mouth and said that he had accidentally misread it and that in order to be cured, one must drink a lot of water and recovery potions, and to reduce the accumulation of poison in the body, apply a quick treatment with bloodletting, but it was not advisable to use it. The monster stepped in front of him, pulling a knife out of its buttocks. Linen stared at him questioningly, spreading his arms, and the monster watched as the mutant's mouth grew closer to him. The monster rolled its eyes in horror, outraged at what could have been said about this before. Linen smiled awkwardly and walked closer to the client, telling him that there was no need to rush so much. Did he really want to leave so badly that he wouldn't even listen to his doctor? The monster clutched its buttocks and protested that Linen should immediately help it, because its health was much more expensive than escaping. The monster turned around in horror behind its back and pointed with its index finger at how it was gushing blood and demanded to stop it immediately, because it had a whole fountain of blood. Linen kicked the client in the buttocks and told the monster, while he was screaming in pain, not to worry because now his doctor will help him. The impact knocked the customer to the floor. He begged to be spared this pain as soon as possible, and that he no longer wanted to be treated here. A system notification flashed, which said, "The sheep-headed monster's anger increased by +10. The sheep-headed monster's anger increased by +10. Linen replied with a crazy smile so that the client would not refuse treatment. Besides, where else can they get proper treatment? Their pharmacy was the only one in the area, and the poison in his system was about to start destroying him. The customer jumped up from the floor and shouted out in frustration that it wasn't true, and there were so many villages and towns in the area that they couldn't just be the only pharmacy in the area. Linen looked back at the rack with many different heads arranged in a row, all of them marinated in different liquids. Linen said that this was the case before, but after they appeared here, they all disappeared. The client looked at such an interesting collection in horror. Terrified, the monster fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness with tears in his eyes and say that he had elderly parents and a 2-year-old child, and let Linen not kill him, because if he dies, then his family simply will not live. Linen sat down next to him and told the client not to cry and worry so much. He could trust him, because Linen is still a doctor, and he will make sure that the monster can get out of here completely healthy. Linen ran away from him and started to choose a potion, saying that in general, the poison wouldn't kill him immediately, it was slow acting. It was easy enough to get rid of if the right treatment was chosen. With his shadowy hands, Linen poured the yellow contents into the flask, then used the syringe to inject the green potion with a satisfied smile. He added that he hoped that his client would not mind if Linen gave him a small sting. Although he couldn't say for sure that it would help, it would definitely restore his vitality. With his shadowy hands, he held a huge syringe over his head, and with a smile on his face, he told the client not to worry because this injection was absolutely painless. The customer tearfully exclaimed to Linen to wait a minute, and where was he going to put such a huge injection? His veins will definitely burst. Linen smiled and replied curtly, "In the anus." Linen walked up to the customer and punched him between the buttocks, causing the monster's scream to shake the entire pharmacy. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding, fear of the sheep-headed monster increased by +10. Ding, fear of the sheep-headed monster increased by +10. Linen exposed the monster's buttocks by pulling down its pants. The doctor came up behind and asked the client how he was feeling. Was there already some effect? He used a special drug specially developed by his teacher to fight the poison of the vine. The client turned to Linen and rubbed the injection site thoughtfully, saying that although his buttocks still hurt, but the feeling of weakness and drowsiness was significantly reduced, and the strange smell that came from his body seemed to disappear altogether. The customer wondered if this wasn't a black magic shop after all, but actually an ordinary pharmacy. What if he got it all wrong? The client stood up in front of Linen and asked him with displeasure what if the doctor would sort out his arm later and treat him right now. Linen intercepted his left hand and asked what the customer was talking about, because their blood-saw pharmacy always adhered to the principle that the customer is God, any whim is worth your money. The monster placed a hand on its chest and exhaled, responding that Linen's words had calmed it down a bit. A system notification was displayed that said, "Jin, consolation experience increased by +1. Jin, consolation experience increased by +1. Jin, the sheep-headed monster was able to calm down after your words. You are moving towards becoming a qualified doctor who can make a person feel at ease." The customer scratched his temple awkwardly and asked Linen what to do if he didn't have any money. A doctor with a crazed expression and a cleaver in his hands turned around at his question. The monster immediately began to bite his nails in a panic and say the opposite, that of course he has money, and at the same time very much. Several small bags of coins immediately plopped down on the table. A system notification flashed, which read, "Jin, the sheep-headed monster's mental state dropped by -1. Jin, the sheep-headed monster's mental state dropped by -1. Linen smiled and scratched his head with his hand, pointing at the table with a bunch of money bags, and said that his dear customer just scared him and that he shouldn't have made such a joke, because he already thought that the client was lying. Linen awkwardly added that the monster should share his heart with him, because his own heart almost stopped in fear. The customer laughed along with Linen with less enthusiasm. A notification flashed up that said, "The pressure of the sheep-headed monster rose by +1. The pressure of the sheep-headed monster rose by +1. The monster held its head and squeezed its eyes, replying that this was not to mention that its potion was miraculous. The monster added that he felt very good. It's only been a few minutes, but he already feels like all the toxins have been eliminated from his body. Linen opened the bags of gold and carefully examined the skull coins, saying that of course, after all, his teacher once worked on creating this poison, so of course he knows how toxic it is. It could even be said that they were the only pharmacy in this world that had an effective remedy against vine poison. The client said that if someone in a faraway area gets poisoned with this poison, it will obviously be very difficult for them. Linen smiled and replied that the monster should not worry, because there is no such poison in faraway places and it is only from the nearest areas. The monster put a hand to its chin thoughtfully and thought that something was wrong here. Does this vine only grow in this area? He had the distinct feeling that everything was happening here for a reason. Linen said with a sinister smile that his dear patient had to pay 2,100, but for now he only gave 1,700 and there were still 400 left. The customer put out another bag and said that he had 300 and all that remained was to find another 100. The monster started rummaging through its pockets in a panic, but found nothing. With a grim expression and sweat streaming from his face, he said he didn't have one. Linen placed a piece of paper in front of him with a sinister smile, saying that it wasn't a big deal if he couldn't pay since the monster could pay in kind. One only needed to see which parts of his body would fit. On the table was a tablet with the price list: belly 1,000 coins average, eyes 200 coins per eye average, hand 250 coins average, child 50 coins 1 cm. Linen smiled and began to sharpen the knife on the cleaver and asked the customer which one in the end. He was ready to give part of the body to him. Linen offered to exchange his eyes, and as soon as he had more money, he could buy them back. The customer helplessly raised his hands and began to say, while waving his arms from side to side, that he had something else to pay for. He placed an elongated fragment on the table. The client said that he found it a few days ago when he was walking around the city, thought it was expensive, and decided to keep it for himself. A system notification was displayed, which included a description: silver skull fragment, quality, highest, introduction, a solid skull fragment made of special silver, forged with a special technique, very valuable, often used by the Demon Association to create biological weapons. Linen opened his eyes in surprise. The Demon Association. Linen leaned over the fragment thoughtfully and rubbed his chin, asking the monster where he had managed to find it. The customer scratched his head and replied that he found it on the Western Hill, about 100 kilometers away. There seemed to be a massacre going on, and he didn't decide to stay and watch, so he picked up a few things and ran away. The customer thoughtfully asked if it was possible to pay with such things. Linen replied with a smile on his face that of course. A system notification was displayed, which read: ding, congratulations on completing the task, reward 200 skull coins, 100 base experience, special reward, radioactive finger 2, radioactive finger, type, consumable, introduction, a limb that grows as a result of a creature's collision with radiation. After consumption, it allows the body to grow a large number of new limbs for a short time. The monster quickly retreated and waved goodbye. Linen looked at the fragments in his hand, and an image of the monster he had recently fought immediately appeared in his mind. Demon Association, bioweapons. Linen slapped the unconscious left hand and ordered it to stay awake and wake up immediately. Linen looked at his hand and asked if they had a truce now that there were more important things to deal with. The mutant immediately expanded in size and grabbed Linen's head in its jaws, but Linen just didn't say anything and didn't react in any way. Without noticing any reaction, let go of him and asked what he was talking about. Linen replied that he had drunk too many chemicals, which made his mind a little muddled, but he let go and seemed to understand everything. Linen frowned and seriously replied that the mutant wouldn't dare to eat it. The mutant indignantly opened its mouth in response to his words and declared that it would devour him right now. Linen didn't say anything and only kept silent in response. The mutant asked what the problem was and was Linen really that scared? After all, if he wants to scratch his teeth, then his head will fly off at the same moment. The mutant added that it was not too late to beg him for forgiveness. If Linen is sincere, then he may forgive him. Linen just rolled his eyes and asked if he had finished his speech, because if he wanted to eat it, he could have done it now and not just chattered in front of him with his beautiful tongue. The doctor yawned ostentatiously. The mutant licked his lips and asked if Linen really wasn't afraid of him. Linen smiled, covering one eye, and asked what the mutant was afraid of, because if he drank the poison, both of them would suffer, just like if the mutant ate his head, because he would not survive alone. So they were partners, right? The mutant was silent for a while, then bared his teeth and replied with displeasure that no, he was just afraid that if he bit off Linen's head, he would get infected with something, and it didn't mean that he wouldn't eat it at all. Linen mockingly added that the mutant would definitely eat it later. He smiled and put a hand to his forehead, smiling. He's been given a chance and he's not even taking it. And since the mutant doesn't dare to eat it, then why don't they bury the hatchet already? A system notification was displayed, which read: ding, your mission, the body has only completed 50% regeneration. Introduction: you have taken a lot of harmful substances to kill the monster inside your body, but the mutant is still hostile towards you. Jin, you have launched the second stage of the mission. Time is limited. The goal is to survive in a body with a mutant. Do not let the monster suspect you of intending to get rid of it. Linen made a puzzled face. Did that mean that if he killed it, he would be able to live on his own? They must have been joking. If a mutant tried now, wouldn't Linen just die? A system notification flashed that said, Linen's mental state has dropped by -10. asked what he was doing, and Linen started up with a nervous smile on his face. He immediately returned his calm expression and asked what was going on. They should have made a truce. In a fight, they both suffer because they are in the same body. A mutant doesn't want to kill himself, that would be ridiculous. Linen scratched his chin thoughtfully, and the mutant also became thoughtful. Thoughtfully replied that Linen should definitely want to live. The boy picked up a handful of fragments that glinted in the light. First, about the important stuff. That monster that appeared last night is the creation of the Demon Association, and its teacher used to be one of the members of that organization. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, but from his observations, Linen knew that his teacher had had a serious conflict with this association. That flesh and blood monster came here yesterday to destroy them, only to run into Linen. The left hand was displeased and said that it was actually him who finished off this monster, and Linen continued to reason. Judging from the monster's remains, the Demon Association's forces had already infiltrated the area. After yesterday's massacre, they should have been informed of what had happened here. Linen clenched his hand into a fist and frowned seriously. If his guess was correct, another battle would be upon them in the near future. The left hand asked if it was all about him at all, to which Linen arched an eyebrow questioningly and remained silent. Linen raised his left hand in the air and said to the mutant's indignation that he should not think that he could stay away, because they were one, and if they killed Linen, they would kill him too. A system notification flashed that said, "Peaceful coexistence experience increased by +1. Peaceful coexistence experience increased by +1. Linen gently stroked his left hand with a smile on his face and added that the mutant should calm down at last. After all, he was his flesh, his left hand, which Linen used to use as a weapon. But more often than not, they had to trust each other. The mutant turned away indignantly and replied that Linen, apparently, was just afraid of dying and wanted the mutant to help him. The mutant held up 2 fingers and said that they should help each other, but one thing had to be made clear: he was supposed to eat the people who came here, not them, and no chemicals yet. Cooperation will be limited to these 2 rules. Linen stretched his lips into a smile and happily replied that they would decide on that. Linen was leaning over the remains of yesterday's monster and contemplating it thoughtfully. He was trying to find his revolver and a carving knife, which must have been left somewhere inside the monster he had fought yesterday. My left arm was breathing heavily. Linen gently parted the mutant's mouth. He had swallowed them yesterday, and it was not clear where Linen would find them now. With a ghostly hand, he reached into the mutant's mouth. It was very deep. He thought it was no bigger than his arm, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. With a ghostly hand, Linen continued to study the contents, closing his eyes thoughtfully. It seems that this kid was growing by leaps and bounds. He already had his internal organs formed. Linen sank deeper with his ghostly hand, looping between the mutant's organs and throat. It felt as if this mutant had swallowed the monster's flesh. At the bottom of the mutant, he found a revolver covered in green liquid, pulled it out and threw it on the table. A system notification flashed up, which read, "Jin, you got the monster's innards 1. Jin, you got the monster's rotten flesh 1. Jin, you got the demon hunting revolver 1. Jin, you got the bone carving knife 1. Linen picked up the revolver and smiled. It was a good thing that there wasn't any damage on this legendary inventory. The boy smiled grimly and looked down at his left hand, his eyes glittering unkindly. It seems that the mutant's stomach was still full of valuable items, so why not take this opportunity and pull out something even more interesting? Many ghostly hands appeared behind Linen, and all of them rushed into the mutant's mouth at once. Hands began to pull out various items, throwing toys, weapons, and valuables on the table. There was a lot of stuff inside. A system notification flashed that said, "Jin, you got a demon pupil 1. Jin, you got a broken dragon arm 1. Jin, you got ghost hair 1. The mutant started to recover a little. The first thing he saw was Linen and his many ghostly hands. The doctor had a wild grin on his face as he fired his revolver at the ceiling with his free hand. The mutant indignantly began to slap Linen's face and call him kind words, calling him a fool, a pervert, and many other things. A hand grabbed him by the hair and began to pull him back, while Linen shouted and tried to explain that everything was not what it seemed and the mutant had misunderstood everything. A system notification was displayed that said, "Jin, Linen's health level has been reduced. Jin, Linen's health level has been reduced." The left hand stuck out its tongue, turned away, and gave Linen the middle finger, to which Linen gritted his teeth indignantly and asked if the mutant was seriously going to bite him. And didn't they agree to cooperate? And what was he going to say to him with that gesture? The mutant replied that he was asking Linen why it was necessary to put something strange in his mouth. Did the guy really want to fight with him? The doctor indignantly pointed in the direction of the incomprehensible meat, which continued to lie torn on the floor. Linen made it clear that he was just looking for his inventory, which the mutant had swallowed last night, and that if he had to deal with it, he must have gone off the rails. They were silent for a while, still glancing sideways at each other. The mutant indignantly grabbed a knife and started waving it around, asking Lin about why his stomach was empty. Now it became clear that it was Lin and took out everything from there. The left hand kept repeating several times that it would definitely kill him, and that he couldn't believe that a person like Lin would dare to take away other people's things. Lin grabbed the cleaver in response and started viciously bickering with the mutant in response, saying that since he didn't want to listen to him in any way, then fine, this time Lin will go to the end. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a sound from outside the front door. Lin turned around, carefully looking in the direction where the sound was coming from. A system notification flashed that said, "Jin, you have started the mission. Sleepless night. Goal, survive the invasion of hunters. Reward, 1000 skull coins. 1000 base experience. 1 special reward. Additional goal, kill all hunters. Reward, 1 legendary artifact. 1 legendary skill card." Introduction. At night, the Alley of Wandering Souls is restless. After yesterday's battle, the danger level has increased dramatically. Mysterious hunters are coming. Please try to hide. Lin immediately roused himself. He covered the mouth of his left hand with his other free hand, telling it to be quiet for a while. The mutant didn't understand what was going on or what was going on. It turned out that they had come. The creatures were standing behind the house, getting closer to the drugstore each time. Among them was a huge gray creature with many eyes on its back. He opened his mouth, making a loud noise. There were many creatures like him here. One of the creatures exploded, shattering into pieces. A system notification was displayed, which said, "Analysis is underway. A monster made of blood and flesh is dying from self-devouring. Information transfer is completed. Danger level assessment, level A. It is possible to conduct further analysis." Lin frowned. Now was not the time to think about their showdown. There were 3 people on the other side. They would be difficult to deal with. The left hand said that the smell of fried legs was coming from somewhere and they must be very tasty. Lin crouched down and disappeared out the window, preparing a revolver. He said that if you go head on, you will definitely lose, and it's best to set up an ambush. Lin turned to the mutant like Zuo and said that since it is very flexible, it can sit on the door frame and attack if someone enters. The mutant was outraged at the nickname and told him not to call him that, and that Lin didn't think they were on such good terms with each other. Next time, if the guy calls him that, he will definitely devour him in return. Lin readied his revolver and listened. The hand darted up, adding that he would just stay where he was. There was a knock on the door. Lin moved the revolver closer to him, ready to fire. The front door swung open. Lin signaled for the mutant to attack now. The hand immediately grew in size and hovered over 2 shadows in the drugstore aisle. The mutant said that it was necessary, but do not relax, he will make a few more shots. Lin took a closer look at the figures who had entered. The voice was very familiar to him. The mutant reacted and grabbed the madam with the baby, and Lin reached out to them in a panic and asked them to stop. A notification flashed that said, "Blood Evil Spirit's mental health -10, Blood Evil Child's mental health -10. The mutant immediately opened its jaws and Madam, covered in saliva, sat down on the floor with the girl next to her. Madam said that she felt as if she had had a nightmare. Lin turned to the girl and asked if she really came to see him. Madam stood up and looked at him seriously, saying that of course, because she was very worried about him. Because he ran away in the morning and did not return at night, she was afraid that something had happened. Lin was surprised to think how much the madam must have cared about him, because he thought that she just wanted him and she had feelings. The madam added to the words, saying that while she was getting here, she was almost eaten. Lin smiled awkwardly and showed off his left hand, introducing him and introducing them. The monster that mutated last night, it was he who ate the monster's remains, and since it's his left hand, he named it Zuo. The mutant bit his finger in displeasure and told him not to call him that. A system notification flashed that read, "Left hand favor to you -1. Lin intercepted the other's left hand and added that for the time being, he needed to put politeness aside and get straight to the point. Yesterday, people who create these mutants arrived on their street, so now it's very dangerous. Suddenly, a noise attracted everyone. Bright flashes of light flashed past. They immediately prepared to attack. Alert. The girl noticed the hand and went to it, licking it. The mutant started up and looked at the girl. A system notification flashed, which read, "Ding, Evil Spirit Blood Child's favorability to your left hand +1. The hand licked her back. A notification flashed, "Ding, favor your left hand to the blood child of the evil spirit +1. They giggled happily, and the mutant continued to lick the girl's cheek. Lin distracted them and told them to stop licking each other. Someone was approaching their door. A system notification was displayed, the location is determined, and the terrain is being scanned. 2 red lasers emerged from the darkness of the street, scanning the area. Lin frowned seriously and jumped down to the floor, firing his revolver into the darkness. A loud explosion rang out, blowing up the monster. Lin yelled that it was impossible to hide anymore, and this time the monsters are coming again. We had to prepare for battle. The huge spider-like monster opened its mouth. A system notification flashed. Target identified. Identification confirmed. Target, blood and flesh monster of the third type. Highest level of danger. Start of the hunt. Huge monsters surrounded Lin En from all sides. The mutant said that it was too dangerous and they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Lin En intercepted him, and the hand was indignant. A window with a description of the character appeared. Hunter of type 120, level, features, none, quality, created from biochemical polymers, combat abilities, high impact speed and excellent battle skills, introduction, the best weapon of the Demon Association. He is known for his speed and agility, has killer abilities and tracking skills, often used by the Demon Association to complete difficult missions. The main ability of the monster is hunting, because it does not have intelligence, so it is not afraid of spiritual attacks. The monsters were very fast. Compared to before, it was incredible. The monsters charged straight at them. The mutant said that they didn't move well, so they had to keep dodging right and left. Lin En ordered his left hand to eat them, and the mutant shouted at him to get out of there. The madam appeared to be moving quickly next to Lin En. She said she'd take care of the two in front of her and he wouldn't have to worry. Lin En turned around and evaded the attacks, retreating a short distance. Lin En stopped and told the mutant that there was a knife stuck in the ground and it needed to be pulled out urgently, and the hand muttered in displeasure not to teach it. The hand began to throw the monsters around while Lin En used the other hand to finish them off with his revolvers. A system notification was displayed that said, "Ding, your skill with firearms +1, ding, your skill with firearms +1. He turned to Zuo Zuo, who replied that Lin En should provide the rest for him. The man with a serious face watched, looking at the big screen in front of him. Did the hunters they sent to the alley get in touch? The robot approached the man and replied that they had set up a signal with the group and they could take these hunters under control at any time. The man was the vice president of the Demon Association. The man ordered them to install a digital signal. He wanted to see everything firsthand. The image of Madam, who was attacking the hunters with a vengeance, appeared on the screen. He recognized the blood ghost. This woman was considered a celebrity in Sin City. She always killed on her own accord. Even many powerful beings don't want to mess with her, but she won't be able to kill the third type of monster either. The man turned around, looking straight ahead. He saw Lin En. It was impossible. In the doctor's hands, he noticed the witch's revolver. The man frowned seriously. Lin En was able to get the old woman to fight on his side. Apparently, at first glance, there was still something special about this teenager. The president's face darkened. In the past few days, dozens of elders had been killed or consumed by the darkness. They gave their lives to find the Demon Association artifact. The artifact was made from the cloth of a giant elephant, and one of the fragments is located in the Alley of Wandering Souls kept by the Bloodsaw. That's why he sent his best monsters there. The man sighed heavily and ordered the people standing nearby to prepare to send out more monsters. This time there should be no mistake. The system notification is displayed. Attention, attention, the danger level is increasing. You have launched an emergency mission to survive. Reward, 1000 base experience, 1000 skull coins, 1 special reward. Lin En was startled when he heard the announcement. Their business was bad. Lin En ordered Zuo Zuo to attack, but the monster prepared to transform and bit off the mutant's tongue. The mutant indignantly said that it was Lin En's fault for not warning him beforehand. Lin En said that he was the one who had a slow reaction. After a couple of seconds, the mutant was able to restore the language back. The mutant began to attack and a fight broke out between him and the monster, in which he did not forget to indignantly shout that he would finish him off. The monster's movements had changed, but it still felt the same. The monsters became calm and unruffled. Each attack they destroyed in a second and parried like in swordsmanship. On the other hand, all they could do was attack. A fight broke out between them and the monster. Lin En tried to tease the mutant and told him to show what he was capable of, to which the mutant replied that he had killed so many people yesterday that it was just a warm-up for him. They were already starting to think that they didn't have a chance. The monster successfully parried all of their attacks. Lin En frowned and reached into his robe, taking out an item. It was a huge purple eye. A system notification was displayed with the description, Eye focus, type, cursed item, ability, after killing a monster, you can activate it, restriction, before activating this ability. You must merge with the monster's body at 100%. Note, the curse of the third type of monster is notable for the fact that through the monster's eyes you can look into the abyss itself. Those eyes are full of cursing and resentment. Everything that is in their field of vision will dissolve in a second, melt and collapse. Lin En pulled out his own eye and dipped it into the flask. In place of the torn eye, he inserted a new one, which he had just taken out of his robe. A bright light shone on him. A system notification appeared. A new organ has been added to your body, the focusing pupil. The energy level of the focusing pupil is too high, and your control over other parts of your body is reduced. The mutant gritted his teeth. Is this guy crazy? Linen had just merged with the monster's eye. He ordered his left hand out of the way and activated the eye curse. Red light shrouded Linen. The president watched him and looked surprised, saying that it was impossible. Even if it wasn't Linen who killed his monsters, he would still teach him a lesson. This man should have died. Linen started attacking the monster furiously. He ordered Zuo to attack faster, and the hand rushed forward, telling Linen to leave everything to him. A bright light illuminated the entire pharmacy, and a strong stream of air began to circulate from all the cracks. Linen carefully stared at the monster with his cursed eye. With a satisfied smile, he said that he would block all of his limbs. The monster screamed loudly. A system notification was displayed. Attention, extensive damage to the body through poisoning. The monster began to get covered in green liquid and light. With a satisfied smile, Linen took out an item wrapped in a tablecloth. A system notification flashed up with a description of the item: Fire Dragon, type, woven from biopolymer cloth, ability, spits out fireballs, introduction, prohibited biological weapons, a flesh and blood monster that represents a dragon. His flame has a serious impact on dark creatures, and all his abusers are waiting for unbearable suffering. The monster stirred up. It was a Type 3 monster. The dragon soared over Linen. The fire lit up the entire pharmacy. The monsters immediately burst into flames as they were consumed by the dragon's flames. A system notification was displayed. Attention, movement of the third type of monster is suspended. Regeneration of monster cells. The president frowned. The people around him panicked and started asking the man what they should do now. The man frowned and said indignantly that Linen had used his own weapon against him, but how dare he? The man next to him knelt down and said that he obviously underestimated Linen, since he thought that he could just destroy him with a normal weapon because he did not know that his left hand was able to deal with biological weapons. The man continued to stare in front of him with a menacing gaze. Linen couldn't be an ordinary person, and he was probably a new type of biological weapon that Bloodsaw had come up with. The man chuckled. As expected of the best fighter in the dark world, he had won the entire battle against him, but this defeat only served to provoke the president. The subordinate exclaimed that the first and second hunters were destroyed by an evil spirit. The man replied that he should not worry and that the president would send his main weapon there. He also clarified whether they found the Bloodsaw. The man replied that other predators were already on his trail, and according to the data obtained, Bloodsaw went to the doll's yard because he was on good terms with the doll lady. The man chuckled, clenching his hand into a fist. This was already interesting. Their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected knock. Madam looked down at her hand. The entire building inside was on fire. She looked around. The fire spread outside the building, hitting the scaffolding. Madam wrapped her arms around Linen and he hung on her shoulders. She asked Linen how he was feeling, and he said he was fine. Linen looked at her, a dark liquid oozing out from the place where the cursed eye was. He put his eye back in. Linen looked at the madam and smiled. After all, it was finally decided. He asked her if she was hurt herself. She was surprised and couldn't believe that Linen really cared about her. Each time she met him, she started to like him more and more. The mutant interrupted their idyll, inhaling fire and saying that the taste was not bad. A system notification was displayed that said, "You have completed the mission. Sleepless Night. Reward, 1,000 skull coins, 1,000 base experience. You have completed the additional task to kill 3 hunters. For this you have received the mission card Night Doctor and the legendary card Random Diagnosis. You have completed the task. Survive. Reward, 1,000 base experience, 1,000 skull coins. Special artifact Night Demon Knife." Linen ordered the system to open up information about new items, and when he noticed the special offers, he noted that they were good, and the experience bonuses allowed him to reach level 10, so now he could try to switch to a new profession. Madam looked at him questioningly. She noted that such weapon combinations were clearly the Demon Association's signature, and how could Linen offend them? Linen replied that they were probably just looking for the right information right now, but there were a lot of other things waiting for them in the future. The madam crossed her arms and smiled and asked that he must have hurt someone while treating them, and that's why they hate him so much. Linen sighed and replied that it just had something to do with his teacher, and he himself didn't really understand what was going on. Madam took the girl's arm and they prepared to leave. The madam added that Linen should contact her if anything happened. Today, they probably got even with all possible enemies so far. The street was quiet, but there was someone watching them not far away. A creature with many eyes was looking at Linen and Madam and the baby.